Apocalypse. I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. I'll kill myself to liven up the fun. The evolutionists of the mysterious civilization waited and watched. On the coastline of America, the evolutionists of the Black Sheep civilization had already arrived. Where it was, the whole sky was filled with heavy black clouds, among which red lightning flashed frequently, and the huge horned body of the sheep was looming. It was like a dark and terrifying mountain, hidden in this black tide. The attacker warships and the Aniwan and other warships have already fired their guns, and are ready to fire at any time. Even if they are facing the evolutionists, they have to fight to the death, because they have no way out. In the attacker warship, 5 kilometers away, extremely dangerous. All units are ready for battle. Zuji sounded the alarm. In the bridge, Chu Yaoi clenched the Thor's hammer in her hand and said, "It's going to attack. I'll hold it for a while, and Lin Qun will definitely come soon." Zuji did not answer Chu Yaoi's combat application, but just said, "Wait a little longer, wait a little longer." She knew that in the face of the evolutionists, except for Mr. Lin, whoever went would be sending themselves to death. This was also Chen Weiyang's order. Chen Weiyang was in charge of the Aniwan, but the order had arrived before the Black Sheep civilization evolver approached the absolutely dangerous distance. "Don't move. Mr. Lin must be on the way." Facing the evolver, any of us will be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Fighting is suicide. Our Iron Curtain device in China is already in the waiting state, ready to cover us at any time and withstand an attack. Don't open fire before reaching a dead end. However, at this time, the message from the Aniwan civilization evolver to the Black Sheep civilization evolver also arrived. Lin Qun is on the way. Mark 50 flew through the air, and he appeared in the vision of the Black Sheep civilization evolver. 1,000 meters away, the Black Sheep civilization evolver attacked Lin Qun first. In the dark clouds, it raised its arms. Then the terrifying thunder spread in the sky and struck directly at Lin Qun's position. But facing this attack, Lin Qun fought back with thunder. He raised the sword in his hand high. The divine sword controlling thunder true art was activated instantly, and he raised the sword of promise of victory in his hand, and the dark energy burst synchronously. The super electromagnetic cannon ability was activated. The Black Sheep civilization evolver was surprised to see that the lightning it struck was attracted by the forest and fell on the edge of his sword, which increased the power of his sword exponentially. As he suddenly moved forward, a sword split the sky. The incomparable sword light tore through the sky and slashed into the black clouds rolled by the Black Sheep civilization evolver. In an instant, the black clouds surged like Moses parting the sea. The black clouds in the sky suddenly separated to both sides and were forcibly split and torn into 2 halves by the sword light. The huge body of the Black Sheep civilization evolver was revealed. Its image was somewhat different from that of ordinary Black Sheep civilization life. First of all, it is extremely huge. It is 100 meters tall, even larger than the supergiant in its regular form. Moreover, its body is dark, with pits and gullies, like a rock that has flowed through and solidified with magma, which makes it look extremely heavy. On its head, the 2 horns are sharper, like 2 obsidian horns embedded on it. Its eyes are golden, and in the clouds, they emit a light as terrifying as those red lightning. Lin Qun's attack was avoided by it. Because the distance is enough, this sword light from Lin Qun is 1,000 meters away, which is enough for a strong man of its level to react. Therefore, this sword is so powerful that it failed to hit the Black Sheep civilization evolver, but it directly separated the black cloud it rolled up, forming a huge channel that runs all the way from one side to the other. In the eyes of the human fleets such as the attacker warships, it is a magnificent scene. At this time, Lin Qun's figure has flown to the battlefield and stopped in the middle of the Black Sheep civilization evolver and the Chinese Federation fleet. Mr. Lin is here. Mr. Lin is still so powerful with one sword. Many people in the fleet showed excitement. Many people who participated in this battle followed Lin Qun all the way to fight. They had seen Lin Qun reverse the situation time and time again. They admired Lin Qun very much and admired his military power very much. At this moment, seeing Lin Qun appear on the battlefield with such momentum, how could they not be excited? The battle has not yet started, but they are already boiling, and the killing intent is soaring. The evolutionists of the Black Sheep civilization are coming with great momentum, and the sky is full of black clouds. The oppression is very strong. Therefore, everyone can see the scene of the black clouds being swept away by one sword, and the confidence and shock it brings are also unparalleled. This is completely different from Ankaraski. Although the American Federation later won many victories, this is different from these Chinese troops. The Chinese Federation defeated extremely powerful opponents, fought bloody battles all the way, and survived the dangers of death. Their passion and confidence far exceeded the human power in the Americas. The most critical point. The flag of the Americas I'm Human Brent ran away. But the flag of the Huaxia region, Lin Qun is still here. This is enough to stabilize the morale of the army. In the attacker's warship, Chu Yaowei narrowed her eyes, stared at the figure in the picture, and relaxed her hand holding Thor's hammer. Chen Weiyang's voice has spread throughout the three armies. Mr. Lin has arrived. The evolvers are not to be feared. All troops, assemble immediately, complete the landing, advance forward, cooperate with Mr. Lin, support fellow human beings in America, and fight against the four top civilizations. Chen Weiyang's order was quickly transmitted to the three armies, and the soldiers were all shocked. Support fellow human beings, and fight against the four top civilizations. The soldiers of Lucheng excitedly said to their companions in other regions around them, "Look, that's Mr. Lin, the strongest man in the world. He came out of the magic city with us. I didn't lie to you, did I? Mr. Lin is so powerful, and the power of the evolvers can also cut him with one sword." In the sky, Lin Qun's figure was still suspended in the sky, holding the sword of victory, looking at the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization from afar. The evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization were also looking at him. After a moment of silence, it chose to retreat. Several evolvers were confident, and no one wanted to fight this powerful human alone. Especially when they knew that the other party had the ability to fight against or even kill the evolvers. Although the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization didn't know why the Lin Yuan civilization and other civilizations said that Lin Qun's name was still on the Ankarazi area rankings, the power of the sword just now had proved that this was not an illusion. The human who came here now had absolute combat power. The evolver of the Black Sheep civilization believed that this was his body. And in this position, if it went to war with the body of this human, the evolvers of other civilizations could take this opportunity to stay out of it. At that time, it would be it that suffered. The evolver of the Black Sheep civilization even had a guess at this moment. Perhaps the information given to it by the Lin Yuan civilization was simply false, just to trick it into fighting this human here, so that they could reap the benefits. The four top civilizations joined forces, but suspicion was inevitable. At this moment, after countless instantaneous thoughts and judgments, the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization chose to retreat. Since we have to attack together, let's do it together. However, what made the Black Sheep civilization evolver a little confused was that it felt that this human was real, but in this area, this human did not exist on the ranking list. What was going on? It didn't know, but it was unwilling to take risks. Taking risks was not only about it, but also about the efforts of their entire Black Sheep civilization. Even if it felt that there was something strange, it could only choose the safest option. The black cloud separated by Lin Qun's sword light began to close, covering its huge body again. It rolled up the black cloud and retreated, and soon disappeared from sight. On the ground, the human forces had assembled. In addition to the 4 human warships, there were also a large number of ground troops who arrived by transport planes or ships. At this time, they gathered on the ground to form a line force and began to move towards Ankara. In the sky, Lin Qun turned to the direction of the human fleet at this time. He did not stop, but flew with the human fleet. Here, he could boost morale and deter alien civilizations. Especially now, he came, and the Black Sheep civilization evolver, who had just looked invincible, retreated directly. This situation made everyone very excited, but only Lin Qun knew that he was actually strong on the outside, but weak on the inside, because the one who came here was not his real body, but his shadow clone. Lin Yuan civilization was not wrong. Lin Qun's real body was in Ankara. The ranking list would not be wrong. In this civilization battlefield, the information from various civilizations could be false, but the information on the ranking list could not be false. However, Lin Qun almost gave most of the dark energy to this shadow clone. Therefore, just now his shadow clone was able to launch the power of the Thunder God Sword and the super electromagnetic cannon, which in turn attracted the thunder counterattack of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver, and created a great momentum. And just now, Lin Qun was also frightened in this fight, because he could see that the attack of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver was just a test. But his clone was not so confident. After this attack, the dark energy reserves of Lin Qun's shadow clone were almost exhausted. Because the clone is not a physical entity, it is itself a gathering of dark energy, so it cannot use recovery potions. In other words, the remaining dark energy reserves are all the dark energy that Lin Qun's clone can use. If the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver continues to attack, Lin Qun will be exposed immediately. However, Lin Qun is betting that the opponent will not continue to attack, because he just attacked and deliberately showed extremely fierce combat power. It is to make the opponent feel timid. Everyone wants others to fight him to death, and no one wants to fight him to death. Using this mentality, Lin Qun judged that, as long as he showed a certain threat, the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver would not be able to entangle with him. This is indeed the case. It retreated quickly. There was almost no hesitation. And this is exactly what Lin Qun wanted. After flying with the fleet and showing that he was here, this Lin Qun clone also entered the attacker's warship. Because his dark energy was exhausted, he would soon disappear. At this moment, the Black Sheep Civilization must be paying attention to his movements. If he flew into the attacker warship at this time, the Black Sheep Civilization would only think that he was in charge here. Even if his clone disappeared in it, there would be no way to know. But Lin Qun entered the attacker warship and did not say anything to Zuji, Chu Yaowei, Huang Qisheng and others. He just said that he wanted to recover and went into his own independent cabin. It is best not to let his own people know that he is about to disappear. Not only do you have to deceive the alien civilization, you have to deceive your own people. Everyone saw him enter the attacker warship, so they all thought he was here, so naturally they all had information. Lin Qun actually wanted to tell Chen Wiang, but at this time, the communication was not smooth, and it was possible that the alien civilization would detect it. In order to avoid leaking information, he didn't tell anyone. The situation here was quickly understood by the three top civilizations around Ankara. This time, they were all a little confused and became more and more suspicious. In the giant warship of the silicon-based civilization, the Knight Commander was a little confused. He is clearly on the ranking list in the Ankarazi area. How can the Black Sheep Civilization be true? Could it be? Thinking of this, it turned its head and said, "Call out the last picture of our cavalry lance just now, analyze the data, and check it frame by frame." On the other side, in the fleet of the Lin Yuan civilization, the life of the Lin Yuan civilization was also very surprised. What's going on? The ranking list of the civilization battlefield cannot be wrong, but the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver did indeed test that human, and that human took it. Is the Black Sheep Civilization lying to us? The Black Sheep Civilization Evolver let it go? Mr. Evolver, is it possible that the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver directed and acted by himself, wanting to trick several of our civilizations into attacking Ankarazi and fighting this human first, so that they can benefit from it? The advancement speed of the Black Sheep Civilization is indeed the slowest among our civilizations. The life of the Lin Yuan civilization chattered in the analysis and penetrated into the ears of the Lin Yuan civilization Evolver Yegus in front through the communication channel. It was also a little surprised and doubtful. Before the top human combat power appeared, the situation was clear. Several top civilizations wanted to swallow Ankaraji in one gulp, and they wanted to go all out. But as soon as Lin Qun appeared, the situation changed immediately, and it became a complete tug-of-war and probing. After many rounds of probing, especially the back and forth between the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver and Lin Qun at a long distance, it has been almost 10 minutes since Lin Qun showed the Cartoon Kingdom over Ankaraji. Yegus, the Evolver of the Lin Yuan civilization, pondered for a moment and decided to try again. It accelerated forward and prepared to attack the Cartoon Kingdom over Ankaraji, but the next scene made Yegus pause again. because at this moment, a two-dimensional version of the cartoon Lin Qun suddenly walked out of the cartoon kingdom over Anchorage, standing on the edge of the castle, facing the sky and the earth, without saying a word, holding a fire pattern sword, and directly slit his neck in front of everyone and committed suicide. Yegus, an evolver, was stunned. Even though he was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a scene. The battle hasn't even started yet, but someone has taken the initiative to jump out and kill himself. Chapter 377 Cartoon Card Drawing. Lin Qun's move shocked several top civilizations. Not only did it shock several top civilizations, but it also shocked the people of Ankara. Mr. Lin committed suicide. In the command center, they followed the screen in real time. A cartoon Lin Qun walked out of the castle and committed suicide in public. The high-level people in the American region and the command center were all stunned. Brent had just run away, and Mr. Lin came. As a result, Mr. Lin committed suicide directly. This blow to them was simply unimaginable. Although these people were all big figures in the American federal military and were very experienced, facing the coalition of the four top civilizations, plus Brent's escape, they were like frightened birds, and their mentality was easy to explode at this time. Could it be that Mr. Lin couldn't bear the pressure and committed suicide? This can't be true. If Mr. Lin is also finished, aren't we completely finished? But soon someone discovered that, although this cartoon Lin Qun committed suicide in public and his head and body were separated, but in the ranking list, Lin Qun still ranked high in the main position of Ankara. Don't panic, Mr. Lin is still on the list. Anders said, your performance is too poor. How can you panic at the slightest disturbance? Mr. Lin has many methods, far beyond ordinary people. This should be one of his methods. But someone on the side asked blankly, what does it mean that Mr. Lin committed suicide in public, but did not really die? This question also stumped Ander. No one knew what Lin Qun wanted to do. The alien civilization didn't know either. But Lin Qun's move shocked Yegus. A strong man like it naturally noticed it at the first time. Although the human just committed suicide in front of it, he was still on the list of Ankaraski. The list will not lie, which proves that the human is not dead. Yegus was a little surprised and doubtful. At this time, he didn't know whether to move forward or retreat. The original idea of probing began to retreat. At present, the cartoon two-dimensional field unfolded by this human and the suicide just now seemed to have no effect, but it is also possible that it doesn't know the effect yet. After a moment of silence, Yegus retreated again. It chose to be cautious. This human was a little outrageous. At this moment, it actually felt a little pressure from this non-evolved human. The other party was not an evolver, but his methods were rich and his abilities were strange. Even it could not figure it out, let alone guess what Lin Qun wanted to do. At this moment, in the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, according to the request of their Knight Commander, the data analysis of the previous destruction of the Lance had already produced results. Master Knight Commander, we analyzed the scene of our Lance being intercepted just now. It was indeed this human who intercepted our Lance, and he died with our Lance at that time. But as we can see, he is still alive here. We suspect that he has some kind of very strong clone ability, and it costs almost nothing to use and consume. The one who intercepted our Lance and appeared in front of the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization were all his clones. And his original body is still in Ankara, so there is a current situation. The silicon-based civilization carefully analyzed the scene just now and came to this conclusion. The Knight Commander looked at the analysis report with a cold look. How did he do it? Can the clone have such combat power? Master Knight Commander, should we share this information with other top civilizations? The life of the silicon-based civilization asked. No. There is no need. The Knight Commander shook his head and said, we don't know about this ability of this human. It is normal for the Black Sheep civilization and the Abyss civilization not to know. I don't believe that the Shengui civilization doesn't know. It knows but doesn't say it. Why should we say it? We know that we are on guard. The four top civilizations are here. Even if that human has the ability to reach the sky, he is just a native who is not at the level of an evolver. Can he beat one top civilization? Can he beat four top civilizations? Humanity is just struggling to survive now. We don't have a real evolver. We don't have an advantage in the final competition. We must use the information advantage. to consume as much as possible from other top civilizations. We will have more chances. This is not the way of the night. But our civilization needs this victory too much. Yegus retreated. The silicon-based civilization did not move either. The evolutionists of the Shengui civilization were silent and seemed to be reorganizing the large number of miscellaneous troops under its command. And Lin Qun's move seemed to have shocked the top civilizations in another way, making them doubtful and uncertain. No one dared to move at this time. No one in the Anchorasi command center had expected such a situation. Commander, the evolutionist Yegus of the Lin Qun civilization did not move. It just retreated. It seemed to be stunned by Mr. Lin's behavior. Could this be the real intention of Mr. Lin? To shock the alien civilization in this way? To make them dare not act rashly and buy time? Is this a game between top powerhouses? The staff and senior officers in the command center discussed it and came to an answer they agreed with. They all showed shocked expressions on their faces, thinking that they had understood Lin Qun's inexplicable self-destruction just now. Because the facts are here. Just now, the evolutionist Yegus of the Lin Qun civilization was obviously going to attack and was approaching quickly, but at this time, after Lin Qun's strange self-destruction, he immediately retreated. Isn't this the wonderful result of Lin Qun's self-destruction this time? Is there any better explanation than this? Listening to these words, Anda, who was originally thinking about why Lin Qun did this, couldn't help but nodded in agreement. He felt that it seemed to make sense to think so. This Chinese Lin Qun does have some means. He seems to be more reliable than Brent. In fact, Lin Qun didn't think so much. He just saw that Yegus was about to kill him, and the Cartoon Kingdom had been open for 10 minutes, so he just tried to use a bug. And since he was going to use a bug, he might as well confuse the opponent. Unexpectedly, Yegus was scared away. But in fact, this was not the result Lin Qun wanted. The four top civilizations pressed forward step by step, and Lin Qun immediately opened the Cartoon Kingdom. In his opinion, the best situation is to take action now. Even if it can't be one-on-one, even one-on-two is better than the future Black Sheep civilization reaching one-on-three. He wants to fight as soon as possible. Defeat them one by one. Therefore, just now, he just wanted to quickly draw a cartoon card before Yegus came. However, although Yegus was scared away, but Lin Qun's cartoon card drawing was also successful. This proves that Lin Qun's method of drawing a cartoon card is indeed effective. He activated the cartoon and then used the shadow clone to create himself. In this Cartoon Kingdom venue, he was also identified as a cartoon creature. When the 10 minutes were up, Lin Qun sent a clone to kill himself, which was determined to trigger effect 2, and he could draw a cartoon card. This made Lin Qun a little excited. With this method, he can indeed achieve zero cost to continuously trigger effect 2 of the Cartoon Kingdom. Yegus retreated. Lin Qun himself did not leave the depths of the Cartoon Kingdom, but in the room deep in the Cartoon Kingdom, he drew a cartoon card. The process of drawing a cartoon card is no different from Lin Qun's normal card drawing, except that his talent is activated. The card drawing screen and the cards drawn are all cartoonized. And this card is name, Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon, type, monster summon card, summoning card rank, B class, description, use this card to summon a Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon. This Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon has the following effects. 1. Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon cannot attack within the first 10 minutes after summoning, or special summoning 2. When this Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon coexists with the cartoon world, and there are no cartoon creatures in the opponent's camp, the attributes of this Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon double 3. When the cartoon world exists, and Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon has been successfully summoned for 15 minutes, it can be special summoned once, ignoring the conditions, and directly summoning a Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon with the same attributes and effects, to appear on the battlefield. Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon attributes, Strength 240, Constitution 200, Agility 200, Dark Energy 200. Special notes, each Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon can only activate effect 3 once. Materialize, Cartoon Draw, Success. Moreover, he was lucky in the first round and directly drew a B-level card. Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon. The effects and attributes of this card are good, and as a cartoon series card, it can be linked with the cartoon world. The cartoon kingdom in Lin Qun's hand can be regarded as the cartoon world, which means that if a Red Eyes cartoon dragon is summoned here, then its attributes will be doubled. This means that Lin Qun can directly summon a cartoon monster with all attributes reaching 400. Not only that, when it exists for 15 minutes, it can also summon a second Red Eyes cartoon dragon. Although this effect 3 can only be activated once. But Lin Qun noticed that the effect 3 of this card said that the Red Eyes cartoon dragon specially summoned also has the same effect and the same attributes. This means that the newly summoned Red Eyes cartoon dragon can summon another one after another 15 minutes. And at that time, the third Red Eyes cartoon dragon specially summoned can also summon another Red Eyes cartoon dragon after another 15 minutes. This goes back and forth. As long as the cartoon world exists synchronously with it, and there is enough time, it can be summoned infinitely all the way. Isn't that the Red Eyes cartoon dragon army? With the cartoon world, a group of cartoon Red Eyes dragons with all attributes exceeding 400, that is very scary. And perhaps it is because of this attribute that this card has a limit. In the first 10 minutes, after summoning and special summoning, the Red Eyes cartoon dragon cannot attack. Lin Qun suddenly thought of something. I don't know how many Red Eyes cartoon dragon cards are in his card pool. Is it possible that there are no Red Eyes cartoon dragon cards when drawing? In that case, how can he summon the dragon army infinitely? Lin Qun remembered that according to the setting of Yu-Gi-Oh, in a set of cards for duels, there can be a maximum of 3 identical cards. I just don't know if his talent card pool also follows this setting, but Lin Qun has no way of knowing this, because up to now, he has almost never drawn an identical card. I'm afraid this will have to be verified in practice. This B-level card directly corresponds to the basic card in Lin Qun's current level 4 card pool. Lin Qun was very satisfied that he could draw such a card for the first time, since it depends on time to perform special summons continuously. After this card was drawn, Lin Qun activated it in the cartoon kingdom. At that moment, many people in the Ankarazi city below the cartoon kingdom heard a dragon roar. In the cartoon kingdom, a cartoon black dragon of not too large size flew out and flew directly to the battlement of the castle, roaring to the sky with bloodshot eyes. Compared with the real Red Eyes black dragon, the Red Eyes cartoon dragon is indeed more cartoony and less oppressive, but the attributes are there, and the combat power is not weak. When it appeared, many people below saw it and showed surprised expressions. Look, it's a dragon. It's a black dragon. And it's a cartoon black dragon. Is this also the method of Atuakshaing? What kind of ability is this? Can he create a cartoon black dragon? It's lifelike. My god, it's still looking at us. Is it really safe? Won't it fly down and destroy our city? Command center. After Lin Qun finished drawing the cartoon card, he reconnected with Ender and said, "This is what I summoned. Don't worry, and don't attack. Later, I should summon more things to assist in the battle. You can prepare and notify in advance." Ender and others were a little frightened. Before, they had seen the ability of Brent, who was a human, and it was already very surprising, especially Brent showed more than one ability. And now, Mr. Lin from Huaxia has rich abilities and unpredictable methods, which is even more than Brent. This series of operations dazzled them, but it also boosted their confidence. Lin Qun is on the side of humans. The stronger the strength Lin Qun shows, the safer Ankara will be, and the greater the hope of victory. However, at this time, the 4 top civilizations have also begun to move. Anda did not have time to tell Lin Qun too many details, but immediately said, "Mr. Lin, after the Linyuan civilization of Alta Yegas was scared away by you, their fleet began to move. Not only them, but also the Black Sheep civilization, the Shengui civilization, and the Silicon civilization fleet have all moved. Their missiles are on the way to bombard Ankara. Fighters and small aircraft have taken off in full force, and the army is in a further position." Hearing this, Lin Qun's heart sank. He knew that the test was completely over, and the Battle of Ankara was really about to begin. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 All Out War. Aegis retreated back to his fleet. This time, it retreated very thoroughly. Then, several top civilizations opened fire, and a large number of missiles flew through the air. They came from the Lin Qun civilization, the Shengui civilization's miscellaneous army, and the silicon-based civilization's giant ships. Among them, the attacks of the Shengui civilization's miscellaneous army were sparse, but the attacks of the Lin Qun civilization and the silicon-based civilization were a rain of light, and the scale was far beyond the previous level. The Anchor-Azi military was well prepared for this. They prepared a set of interception systems that were split and exchanged from the contribution point mall. They had never been used, but they were playing a role at this moment, starting the interception saturation interception. Many machine guns hidden in the Anchor-Azi area fired crazily. A large number of anti-missile missiles and rockets were launched. At the same time, the piercing alarm sounded over Anchor-Azi. A large number of survivors scattered and evaded. Just now, those survivors who rushed to the streets because of panic paid the price for their stupidity. The attacks from the three parties were too intensive. Even if the military was prepared, a large number of missiles still passed through the defense line and hit the urban area of Ankara. Instantly, huge fires were ignited in the urban area of Ankara. In the ruined city, buildings collapsed one after another, and smoke and dust rushed up to a height of hundreds of meters. The shanty towns in the suburbs of Ankara were also hit by artillery fire. At the same time, Ankara's troops began to respond, and a large number of mechanized troops moved forward to prepare for a confrontation with the enemy fleet. Then, a sharp whistle came from the sky. Ankara's air force started. The federal pilots operated these fighters, quickly raised their altitude, and after the first round of attacks, they lifted off and exchanged fire with a large number of enemy air forces that rushed up from behind. The drone combat cluster of Lin Qun civilization arrived at the battlefield first. This is the most important small attack aircraft used by Lin Qun civilization. Each one is about the size of 2 adults, carrying machine guns and 3 missiles, but it is extremely fast. With the powerful computing power of its central computer, they cooperate in combat on the battlefield, not only with an advantage in number, but also able to exert combat advantages far beyond humans. As for the silicon-based civilization, a large number of fighters were also sent out, but their fighters were not small in size, and their size was 1.5 times larger than that of human fighters. There was no pilot inside, but such a fighter, its fighter itself is actually the life of a silicon-based civilization. The pilot is the fighter itself. There are many of them, and they came immediately after the bombardment of artillery shells, as dark as a dark cloud, and immediately entangled with the human air force in the sky. The American Federation, like China, has a small number of air forces, which is almost the same in every region. At the beginning of the civilization battlefield, the first to suffer a devastating blow was basically the human air force in a region. Therefore, at this time, facing the air forces of Lin Qun civilization and Silicon civilization, they suddenly fell into a disadvantage. The human fighters looked sparse and pale, and in the blink of an eye, they were cut by 2 groups of black clouds and sandwiched. Fighting in the sky above the suburbs of Ankara, the human armed forces on the ground fired frantically to support, but to no avail. Because at this time, the second round of attacks has come. All parties bombed with all their strength. With Lin Qun, weapons of mass destruction are useless, but the intensive missile attacks are unstoppable by non-revolvers. Moreover, a large part of this second round of attacks is still aimed at Lin Qun's Cartoon Kingdom. Silicon civilization and Lin Qun civilization chose to bombard the Cartoon Kingdom to conduct another round of tests. At this time, Lin Qun strode out of the Cartoon Kingdom and climbed the tower of the Cartoon Kingdom. The flash of the Sword of Oath of Victory swept across the sky. Large missiles from alien civilizations exploded in the flash. They exploded in the sky, shining like a golden galaxy that flashed in the sky in an instant. It was still clear under the sunlight. Then, Lin Qun raised his arm to the sky. The power of the super electromagnetic gun was activated, and countless arcs of electricity were linked from his palms, instantly filling the sky and directly detonating a large number of missiles that were attacking from the front. Despite this, there were still missiles flying over his head and falling into the city. The evasion of the city was almost completed, but Ankarazi had limited capacity. Some people were destined to have nowhere to hide and could only pray that the missiles would not fall on their heads in the artillery fire. There was no way out. The American region had no depth to speak of when it came here. These survivors would be slaughtered if they were left outside, and they had no ability to resist the coalition forces of the four top civilizations. Therefore, Ankarazi could only gather them together, which was both to force the four civilizations to fight a decisive battle in Ankarazi, the battlefield selected by humans, and a helpless move. Weak civilizations had no choice in war. The earth was rumbling and shaking. At this moment, two dragon roars resounded through the battlefield. The American Federation Air Force, which was fighting in the sky, was surprised to find that two giant dragons flew from behind them. One was a cartoon black dragon, and the other was a huge and ferocious white dragon. These were the Red Eyes cartoon dragon and the Blue Eyes white dragon. 10 minutes had not yet passed, and the Red Eyes cartoon dragon could not launch an attack, but there was another cartoon character sitting on its back, the cartoon harpy. She was riding the Red Eyes cartoon dragon into the sky, accompanying the surrounding human air force to attack the air forces of the Lin Qun civilization and the silicon-based civilization. She excitedly shouted and launched an attack, and the exaggerated chest muscles unique to cartoon characters bounced up and down, left and right, looking like they could bounce out at any time, but magically never bounce out. Compared with the serious and slightly cartoon attack method here, the Blue Eyes white dragon was absolutely brutal. Howl, its roar shook the sky, and the blazing white explosive wind bomb spewed out of its bloody mouth, blasting a passage through the dense array of drones of the Lin Qun civilization. Its body moved forward, and the enemy's attack hit its dragon roar, exploding the effect of hitting the armor. It was like a swimming dragon, crashing into the array of silicon-based civilization fighters, with its claws and tail flying. In the battle, it directly tore and shredded the fighters of the silicon-based civilization, and smashed them into scraps, throwing them all over the sky. The two dragons took the lead, greatly relieving the pressure on the American Air Force. In the low altitude and ground battlefields, the armies of both sides were approaching quickly. Lin Qun had returned from the wall of the Cartoon Kingdom, and returned to the deepest part of the Cartoon Kingdom. The full-scale battle has begun. But the current situation is what Lin Qun least wants to see. He just kept attacking, and wanted to fight the evolvers first. It's just a pity that the evolvers of these civilizations are too cautious, and don't give him a chance. Just now, Yegas also retreated directly without trying. It turned into a confrontation between conventional troops. This is another battle mode. If the top combat power, such as the combat power of the evolvers, fights first, then as long as they decide the winner, there is no need to fight the following battles, because whoever wins the top combat power, as long as they are not seriously injured and dying, those conventional troops can only be swept away. Which evolver does not have the combat power to sweep away one side's army? If they don't make a move, it's because they are afraid of the top combat power of others, and dare not act rashly, fearing that they will be killed by the other party if they move first, and their civilization will be finished. But if someone's top combat power is gone, and the other's top combat power is still there, then they will only be defeated. In this battle mode, Lin Qun can take advantage of the fact that the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization have not arrived, and quickly solve an evolver 1-on-1 or 1-on-2, and the pressure will be reduced sharply. As long as the battle of the top combat power is won, the losses of Ankarazi and the Chinese reinforcement can be minimized. But the situation obviously did not go in the direction that Lin Qun had imagined. Several evolvers were extremely cautious, and no one was willing to fight Lin Qun to death. Moreover, they should have discovered Lin Qun's intention and immediately switched to conventional troops. They attacked first with conventional troops, and attacked Ankarazi fiercely. They sat firmly in the rear, motionless. Anda also saw this and said, these four top civilizations should want to use conventional troops as pawns, and engage in direct fire with us. If our human conventional troops can't hold on, you have to take action, and as soon as you take action, they will take action again, and they will have the first-hand advantage. That's right. But if we gain an advantage in the conventional army battle, then they will have to take action. As long as one of their revolvers takes action first, and I catch them, and defeat them one by one, we will have the first-hand advantage. Lin Qun's voice was very calm. He had experienced countless such scenes. Although the 3 evolvers he faced this time were the strongest opponents he had ever encountered, he was able to keep his mind steady. Also, General Ander, I need energy recovery potions. Both high level and low level ones are fine. Send them as soon as possible. The more the better. Although Lin Qun's tone was calm, he was facing a huge problem now. That was too much consumption. Expand the Cartoon Kingdom and consume 75 energy points per minute. 10 minutes is 750 points. Even if you use a high level energy recovery potion with a higher cost effectiveness, it will take at least 500 to 600 contribution points. 10 minutes consumes 5 or 600 contribution points. Even if Lin Qun has a large amount of energy recovery potions from the Huaxia Federation, he can't afford it. Especially now that the 4 top civilizations are obviously going to fight with conventional troops, the time may be prolonged, and Lin Qun must be prepared to expand the Cartoon Kingdom for a long time. More recovery potions are necessary, but the advantage is that now he doesn't need to take action. He can keep taking drugs, and low-level recovery potions can also be used. Moreover, he can use the concentration technique without distraction. Now, after reaching the 2nd level of the sword control technique, the effect of his concentration technique has also improved. If it is in the prime state of full power without distraction, it can recover 20 to 30 points of energy per minute. In this way, a lot of energy recovery potions can be saved, especially the precious high-level energy recovery potions. Of course, Lin Qun can also choose to end the expansion of the Cartoon Kingdom early, but Lin Qun did not do so. Although the Cartoon Kingdom is very time consuming to deploy, the Cartoon Kingdom itself is also very time consuming. The longer the Cartoon Kingdom site exists, the greater the increase it brings to Lin Qun. He can rely on the Cartoon Kingdom to continuously snowball. Apart from other things, if the Vacuum My Cartoon Force with all attributes exceeding 400 can be special summoned continuously, it will really form a flying dragon army. A flying dragon army with all attributes exceeding 400, and in a cartoon state that is extremely difficult to kill, is enough for any top civilization to handle. This is also the confidence of Lin Qun. This card is very useful. If time drags on, it may not be that he can't sit still first. Ander also said, okay, Mr. Lin, we will fight with all our strength and become your advantage. However, unfortunately, our contact with the Chinese fleet is intermittent. If they can change their course now and no longer come to Ankarazhi to join, but intercept the Black Sheep civilization fleet, then it will be the best choice on the battlefield. Lin Qun was silent for a moment and said, maybe they don't need our reminder. At this moment, the Chinese fleet is advancing forward at a high speed. Because the rhythm and time node of the battle have been greatly advanced, the 4 Chinese warships were speeding up under Chen Wuiyang's command, and the ground army had even been left behind. In the Inyuan battleship, we are not going to Ankarazhi, we must intercept the Black Sheep civilization fleet. Information was not smooth, but the noise of Ankarazhi's full-scale war was too loud. How could they not know? Chen Wuiyang stared at the electronic map. On it, the locations of several top civilizations were all marked. The Silicon Civilization, Limuan Civilization, and Shengui Civilization's miscellaneous troops have all arrived at Ankarazhi. Only the Black Sheep Civilization fleet was far away because of its landing location. At full speed, it is now nearly 100 kilometers away from Ankarazhi. On one side, the adjutant showed a surprised expression. The evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization are right over there, and we only have 4 warships, while the opposite side is a full-fledged fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. Now they are advancing at full speed, and have been out of touch with our ground forces. If we intercept them like this, it may be a death wish. Chen Wuiyang drew a circle on the map, circled the Black Sheep civilization, and said with a cold look, "Don't you still understand the situation? This battle is fought by us, but the most important thing is the contest between the evolvers and Mr. Lin. For a strong man at the level of the evolvers, the entire war is part of their battle and game from beginning to end. The full-scale battle of the conventional forces proves that Mr. Lin did not have a decisive battle with the evolvers. Although Mr. Lin is not fighting them directly now, the battle and game have already begun. Now the full-scale battle of the conventional forces seems to be ours, but it is actually part of their game. Whoever wins the battle with the conventional forces and has the advantage can seize the initiative. Mr. Lin is fighting 1 against 3, and he does not have the advantage. We must strive for all advantages and opportunities for him. Therefore, now is the time for human civilization to contribute. We must not lose. From our current position, even if we arrive at anchor as he has planned, we will arrive at the same time as the Black Sheep civilization fleet. Only by intercepting the Black Sheep civilization fleet can we minimize the pressure of confrontation on the conventional forces of Anchorage. This is much better than going to Anchorage to join them and face 4 top civilizations together. We are creating opportunities by resisting the Black Sheep civilization fleet. Go and invite Mr. Lin on the attacker's warship. We must first solve the problem of the Black Sheep civilization evolver in order to intercept the Black Sheep civilization. Chen Weiyang's thinking was extremely clear. Under his command, the Chinese fleet accelerated in the second round and rushed out diagonally to intercept the Black Sheep civilization fleet with all its strength. The shadow clone of Lin Qun on the attacker's warship had not disappeared at this time. He was sleeping to reduce energy consumption. At this time, he was invited to the annihilate. After listening to this, Lin Qun was silent for a moment and said, "I'm actually just a clone, and my energy is about to run out, and I will disappear soon. But Commander Chen, your thinking is right. I can help you, but I can only set out now. Before my energy runs out and dissipates, I must lead the Black Sheep civilization evolvers to Ankara. This is the only way. Otherwise, if the Black Sheep civilization evolvers are here, your interception will not be an interception, but a real suicide mission." Chapter 379. This human was completely confused by my plan. Shadow clone Lin Qun said this to Chen Weiyang alone and in alone. The fewer people who know that he is only a clone here, the better. Chen Weiyang was not surprised. He seemed to have guessed that the one here was not the real Lin Qun. He just glanced at Lin Qun and said, "Are you sure?" "About 70%. It doesn't want to fight to the death with me, and it must want to join forces with other evolvers." Shadow clone Lin Qun answered briefly. His shadow clone was independent and no longer connected to the main body. They could not share each other's information and content, but their previous experiences, thinking, and ideas were the same. What the shadow clone Lin Qun would do here is likely to be what the main body Lin Qun can do. As long as there is no clone for too long, there will not be too much deviation. Shadow clone Lin Qun and Chen Weiyang quickly reached a consensus and took action immediately. He had very little dark energy left, only Lin Qun's attributes were left, and most of his superpowers could not be used. But before the shadow clone appeared, Lin Qun had already fully considered this point. In order to facilitate his actions, he specially gave him the Mark 15 InnoSuit. At this time, he flew out of the Dingyuan battleship wearing the Mark 50 and flew all the way to the end of the skyline under the gazes of the soldiers of the 4 warships of the Huaxia fleet. At this time, the 4 warships began to turn. The attacker warship was still in the front, and behind it were the 3 captured warships including the Anilan. Although among these 3 warships, only the Anilan was once the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization and had strong combat power. The remaining 2 were only transport ships with weak firepower, but it was better to have them than not. Chen Weiyang came to the corner of the Anilan. There was a safe with extremely high specifications. He opened the safe, and inside was an independent transmitter button-like thing about the size of a thumb. But it was not connected to any device, just a metal sheet with a red button on it. Only Chen Weiyang and a very few people knew what this was. This was a quantum locator exchanged from the contribution point mall. It cost a full 200 contribution points, and was built with the quantum entanglement technology that the humans on Blue Star had not mastered at all. It has 2 parts, a transmitter and a receiver. At this moment, Chen Weiyang was holding the transmitter, but it was disposable. Chen Weiyang could only use it once. The signal under the quantum entanglement technology would shield the interference and blockade of their communications by the 4 top civilizations and accurately transmit their location. However, it could only transmit the location. When he took him back to the bridge of the Inian, the shadow clone Lin Qun had already found the Black Sheep civilization. The Mark 50 was extremely fast. Even though this shadow clone Lin Qun had no dark energy, it could still take him flying at high speed, and it looked no different from Lin Qun in normal state. In a short time, he set off from the Chinese fleet and was about to approach the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. And he hadn't gotten close yet. The evolver of the Black Sheep civilization appeared. Black clouds rolled, and it walked out of the huge burning flagship of the Black Sheep civilization fleet and stepped into the sky in one step. Its already extremely tall body quickly expanded to become the previous 100-meter posture. Black clouds rolled, and red lightning swirled. It was like an angry demigod carrying storms and thunder. It was alerting Lin Qun. Don't let Lin Qun get close to the Black Sheep civilization fleet behind it. Otherwise, if you don't check with Lin Qun's combat power, it is likely to cause huge losses to them in a few moments. Shadow clone Lin Qun seemed to be afraid of it and circled around as if he wanted to find other breakthroughs to get close to the Black Sheep civilization fleet. The Black Sheep civilization evolver kept biting him tightly. Finally, Lin Qun stopped in the sky and Mark 50 floated quietly with his body. The black cloud of the Black Sheep civilization evolver confronted him. Although several top civilizations in Ankarazhi still said that the real Lin Qun was in Ankarazhi, it still did not dare to ignore the threat of the Lin Qun in front of it. In the round of probing, when the Huaxia fleet landed just now, the power displayed by the other party did not reach the combat power of the Lin Qun recorded in the Battle of Daxing, but it was definitely not weak. It was impossible for it to joke with its own civilization's fleet. Their Black Sheep civilization also has its own intelligence and information. The information it received indicated that after this human Ying summoned the army and retreated, it was very restrained in its actions in Ankarazhi, but the human in battle clothes in front of it was someone it had faced personally. Rather than trusting the judgment of other competing civilizations, the Black Sheep civilization evolvers believed in their own judgment. At this time, behind it, the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization was whistling past. The Ankarazhi war has broken out, and their fleet is accelerating. The specifications of this fleet were similar to those of the previous Daxing battle. It was still a main and largest flagship, followed by a large number of Black Sheep civilization warships. They were advancing in a relatively low altitude position in the unique, burning mountain-like warship form and formation of the Black Sheep civilization, giving people a sense of oppression like a mountain. At this time, the Black Sheep civilization evolver received a communication from its fleet. We found that the human Huaxia regional fleet had just turned around. They are approaching us and are likely to intercept us. This information made the Black Sheep civilization evolver's heart move. It raised its head and looked at the forest in the distance with its golden red eyes hidden in the black clouds. At this time, it had an idea. This human can be here and in Ankarazhi. The Huaxia regional fleet also suddenly turned around when Ankarazhi was attacked. Could it be that he wanted to fight on 2 fronts, dragging down the other 3 top civilizations in Ankarazhi and killing us here first to break the deadlock? Of course, it also thought of other possibilities, such as humans wanting to stop the Black Sheep civilization from advancing here and reduce the pressure of the battle in the Ankarazhi area. But it felt that this was unlikely, and it still felt that the human in front of it was the main fighting force, and it didn't want itself and the Black Sheep civilization fleet to fight him to the death alone. Wouldn't they be making wedding clothes for the Lin Qun civilization and others? Such a stupid thing must not be done. Humans have no choice. It doesn't matter who they fight to the death, but their Black Sheep civilization still has to compete for the strength of the civilization battlefield. The 4 top civilizations joined forces, seemingly cooperating, but in fact they all had their own ulterior motives and could only work together to share the risks, and no one wanted to take more risks. As an evolver of the Black Sheep civilization, it felt that it had seen through the tricks of humans. It's not that easy to kill us here. Without the support of top combat power, what can the 4 warships that humans have pieced together to shake our fleet of 11 warships? No matter what means this human has, I will not give him a chance to succeed. I will force him to go to Ankara for a decisive battle, and you will annihilate these 4 human warships from the Huaxia region here. Also, tell King Ki that, as long as all the Ankarazi evolvers take action and the silicon-based civilization is deeply involved in the war, immediately launch a surprise attack on the silicon-based civilization base in the European region according to the plan. We will take advantage of this battle to take down humans and the silicon-based civilization in one fell swoop. The Black Sheep civilization is ambitious. In this battle, although they dispatched their second fleet, the top combat forces such as King Ki did not appear here, but secretly prepared to take action when the battle here was difficult for all parties to escape and take down the silicon-based civilization's nest. The silicon-based civilization is different from other top civilizations. They have no evolvers, but rely on powerful science and technology. After they occupied the European region, they built defense lines and equipment on the ground in Europe, which is extremely difficult to shake. The Black Sheep civilization had previously fought against them and suffered losses in secret, which was very troublesome. This time, for the Black Sheep civilization, it is an important opportunity. As he said, the eyes of the Black Sheep civilization evolver lit up with a blazing flash. It suddenly moved, took the initiative to leave its fleet, and went in the direction of the human Chinese fleet marked by its fleet. It didn't want to fight Lin Qun to death. Instead, it wanted to exchange homes with Lin Qun. It bet that Lin Qun couldn't afford it, and would chase it. Humans only had a few warships, and couldn't afford it. The fact was, just as the Black Sheep civilization evolver expected, it took the initiative to pounce on the human Huaxia fleet. The human Night Shadow Lin Qun gave up attacking the Black Sheep civilization fleet and instead chased it at full speed. But the Black Sheep civilization evolver's target was not actually the human fleet. After flying a distance and confirming that the human turned to chase it, it immediately changed direction and turned to the Ankara area. It did this on purpose. At its current location, they were closer to the human Huaxia fleet and farther away from the Black Sheep civilization fleet. In this case, if the human turned back to slaughter the Black Sheep civilization fleet, then it could immediately come back to kill the human fleet, and because of the distance, it would definitely be faster. In this case, the other party could only choose to chase itself, otherwise, it would still lose both the wife and the army. Sure enough, as the Black Sheep civilization evolver expected, the human was wearing armor and following behind him at high speed, and was completely led by it. The evolver of the Black Sheep civilization was suddenly a little proud. This human is still too naive. He didn't see through my intentions in advance. Now he is completely led by the nose by me. He thought to himself, this powerful human must have been fooled by my calculations. Thinking of this, he continued to accelerate and rushed towards Ankara. Although he was proud, he was still a little surprised. The armor on this powerful human was quite powerful and his speed was extremely fast. He didn't seem to be completely thrown away even after following behind him. He really had some skills. He is worthy of being a human who can defeat the evolver. But even if you can defeat the evolver, today is a dead end. The judgment of the Black Sheep civilization is the same as that of the silicon-based civilization. In this battle, no matter how many humans come, they will die. It's just a dying struggle. 4 top civilizations have joined forces to fight. Who on the blue star can match it? Even if this human has the means to defeat the evolvers, he will definitely die if 3 evolvers take action. The extinction of mankind is a foregone conclusion. Therefore, they are more concerned about how to make their own civilization pay a smaller price and other civilizations pay a higher price, so that their civilization can use this war to gain the greatest benefit. They are not afraid of delaying time. But what this Black Sheep civilization evolver probably never dreamed of was that at this moment, the shadow clone Lin Qun, the human strongman chasing behind him, saw this Black Sheep civilization evolver take the initiative to fly to Ankara, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Shadow clone Lin Qun glanced at the direction of the human fleet in the distance, and said silently in his heart, I succeeded. This Black Sheep civilization evolver was deceived by me to the Ankara battlefield as I expected. In this way, although there will be a situation where the 3 major evolvers gather in Ankara, if we can seize the initiative in the game of conventional forces, we can find a way to break the situation. At present, the masters of the 4 top civilizations are reluctant to take action. They think that their coalition forces can sweep the conventional human forces. It is the humans who are anxious. Then they should take advantage of this point in turn and try to defeat their conventional forces as much as possible, forcing them to jump over the wall and do it themselves. As long as they act like this, Lin Qun will be equivalent to winning this round of the game. They are suspicious of each other. If they act hastily without distinguishing the primary from the secondary, there will be flaws, and that is the best opportunity. The three evolvers gathered in Ankara, and there will be a chance. Shadow clone Lin Qun and the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization both felt that they had deceived each other. They crossed the American land and sky one after another, and flew towards Ankara. On the other side, the human fleet had already rushed forward at high speed. Commander, the Black Sheep civilization fleet began to move towards us actively. They are ready to meet us. The evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization have been led away by Mr. Lin. In the Inuan flagship, Chen Weiyang took a deep breath. Their radar was also interfered with. The detection of the location of the Black Sheep civilization fleet was intermittent. Only the short-range communication between each other's warships could maintain clear and stable communication, thus ensuring the communication between their warships. To determine the movements of the Black Sheep civilization fleet and the Black Sheep civilization evolvers, they still rely on the advanced equipment of the attacker warships, which are also their most critical eyes in this battle. Without the attacker warships, they may not be able to accurately grasp the location of the Black Sheep civilization fleet. When this news came, Chen Weiyang knew that the shadow clone Lin Qun succeeded. The rest is their business. At this position, their warships cannot see each other visually. But with the two sides moving in both directions, the time node for them to encounter and fight will undoubtedly be greatly advanced. Chen Weiyang issued an order. Send a message to the entire fleet. Everyone must be prepared to engage the enemy and open fire at any time. The army troops in the rear will stop advancing immediately and prepare to provide us with fire support. At the same time, in the bridge of the Black Sheep civilization's second fleet, the fleet commander of the Black Sheep civilization in this battle stared coldly at the human fleet on the screen. It sneered and quickly transmitted orders to the entire Black Sheep civilization fleet. The enemy is right ahead. Can you see it? They have only 4 warships in total, 3 of which were captured from us. That is our shame. And we have 11 warships and 52 gunboats, and they even want to actively intercept us. In order to hurry on their way, their team is even out of touch. What a miserable and weak fleet this is. They don't deserve to be called a fleet. In today's battle, I hope to end the battle within 15 minutes after the official exchange of fire. Sink them all. Teach these humans a lesson. Let them know that a fleet cannot be called a fleet with just a few warships, and also avenge our failure in the Daxing battle. These messages were passed all the way down, and the Black Sheep civilization creatures in the fleet below listened and all laughed, showing disdain for this human fleet. Just because they have a strong man, do they think that their fleet pieced together from fragments can be as strong as their strong man? Human life is really ridiculous and pathetic. They are provoking us. It's time to teach these human natives a lesson. Defeat them. Defeat them. Defeat them. Avenge. Avenge. They only have 4 warships, 2 of which are converted from our transport ships with little combat effectiveness. We have 11 warships without counting gunboats. How can our Black Sheep civilization lose? They are doomed. In the words of humans, they are trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. They are bound to fail. Chapter 380 Bombard the enemy ships. Just when the Chinese fleet, which was nearly 100 kilometers away from Ankaraji, was about to collide with the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. Ankaraji, Lin Qun's main body was located. The existence time of the Cartoon Kingdom had reached the 22nd minute. The second opportunity to draw a cartoon card could be triggered. The effect 3 of the Cartoon Kingdom could actually be used at this time, but Lin Qun had no human to designate him to become a cartoon character, so there was no need to use this skill for the time being. What he cared more about was undoubtedly the opportunity to draw a cartoon card in this round. The Red Eyes cartoon dragon was flying outside at this moment. 10 minutes had passed, and it could start attacking. It spread its wings and flew in the sky. Like the Blue Eyes white dragon, it could also use the magic card ability that was not available on its panel effect. That was obviously regarded as the natural ability of this creature. Lin Qun took a deep breath and immediately cloned another cartoon Lin Qun. The two Lin Quns stood in place and looked at each other, and then the shadow clone cartoon Lin Qun committed suicide without hesitation. It felt really strange to watch yourself commit suicide in front of you. But as the effect was triggered, Lin Qun got a second chance to draw a cartoon card through the effect of the Cartoon Kingdom. But this time, the card Lin Qun drew was not very powerful, just an ordinary cartoon monster card. Name: Cartoon Mermaid. Type: Monster Summon card grade, sea level. Description: use this card to summon a cartoon mermaid. The attributes of this cartoon mermaid: strength 140, constitution 150, agility 150, dark energy 50. Special note: green-haired mermaid, maybe you can go to her beautiful shell house as a guest. Is it materialized? This is still a card from the cartoon series card set of the Yu-Gi-Oh world. Cartoon card drawing: the cards that can be drawn are all cartoon series cards, and this round is no exception. However, compared with the Red Eyes cartoon dragon in the previous round, Lin Qun's luck does not seem to be so good this time. He drew a cartoon card with no special effects, but the attributes are not bad, and this special note is somewhat intriguing. This card also has this cartoon mermaid on the card. It is almost the same as the card in the Yu-Gi-Oh world. Inside the huge shell, a green-haired mermaid with a bow sticks her head out. The painting style is old-fashioned, but her skin is the kind of bronze color on the beach with a little black. She is almost naked, but the key parts are covered with small shells. Lin Qun seriously doubts how the shell can be fixed on it. However, overall, this character, although named Cartoon Mermaid, is actually not as hot and beautiful as Cartoon Harpy. But it's better than nothing. This card is not powerful, but it's better to have it than not. Cartoon card drawing is to draw cards from Lin Qun's current card pool level and the card pool of the level he has reached. He is now in the 4th level card pool, which means that he can draw cards from the 6 levels of A, B, C, D, E, and F. If he is lucky, he may be able to directly draw a rare A level cartoon series card in the 4th level card pool. If he is unlucky, it is not impossible to draw an F level card. At this time, a deafening roar was coming from the distant sky. The real red-eyed cartoon dragon let out a shrill wail, and the cartoon harp girl was pulling it up quickly. With the violent movement and the rolling wind, there was always a feeling that her roundness was about to fall out of the cloth pocket on her front, but she completely complied with the cartoon law. No matter how elastic it was, it would never really fall out. But the two dragons summoned by the forest group were being attacked by alien civilizations. The fighters of Lin Qun civilization and Silicon civilization cooperated, chasing and strangling in groups, launching multiple missiles, alternating between high explosive and armor-piercing missiles. At this moment, the color of the cartoon body of the Red Eyes cartoon dragon began to dim. It was deeply trapped in the bombardment of multiple alien civilization fighters, and its body was almost drowned by the flames. This once again proved that, if the strength did not reach a special height, even if all attributes exceeded 400, it was still not an opponent of technological firepower. In the face of a comprehensive attack, as long as there was enough firepower, it would only be a matter of time to jointly bombard and kill it. On the other hand, the panel attributes of the Blue Eyes White Dragon were higher than the attributes of the Red Eyes Cartoon Power, but because of the blessing of the Cartoon Kingdom, the attributes of the Red Eyes Cartoon Cage doubled. Now, the Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon has been seriously injured, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon is even more scarred. It is not a cartoon creature. Although it is huge, it is also a bigger target. It flew through the sky, with scars all over its body, large pieces of blood spilled, and one of its wings was almost broken. In the rear, the commanders of the Lin Qun civilization fleet, and the Silicon-based civilization fleet all watched this scene coldly. The second Air Force echelon has set off. We will eliminate all human air forces within 10 minutes. Our masters have not taken action yet. Our ground forces have already carried out 3 rounds of acceleration, and are expected to impact the human line soon. The 3rd round of saturation strikes will be launched in half a minute. This is the last round of strikes before our ground forces collide head-on with the human line. The previous 2 strikes have greatly consumed the human anti-missile system. We have calculated their own anti-missile capabilities and the upper limit of the interception system that can be split and exchanged from the contribution point mall. This round of strikes will achieve results far beyond the previous 2 rounds. In the flagship of Lin Qun civilization, the military operations commander of Lin Qun civilization has been authorized by Yegus. At this moment, staring at the battlefield, he said, "These humans may be holding on to the illusion of victory, thinking that they can create the miracle of taxing city and resisting. But they can't understand that this battle is not the battle of taxing. This time, our civilizations did not conquer each other, but came together to deal with them. They will undoubtedly lose. And what we have to do is to end their struggle as soon as possible." The pace on the battlefield is gradually accelerating. In the sky, the 2 giant dragons and the American Air Force struggled to maintain their position, while on the ground, multiple missile and rocket positions opened fire crazily, firing at the Lin Qun civilization army and the Shengui civilization army. In the sky and on the ground, there were huge explosions everywhere. Missiles or rockets whistling away with tail flames, dazzling through the air, densely like ancient flaming arrows, flying densely and quickly over the heads of various positions and legions, rushing into the distance with terrifying sounds. The frontal legion of Ankarazhi, under the command of Andorra, was also advancing outward. This is the last city in America. Ankarazhi has no depth. Defense alone cannot solve the problem. The only way is to fight. Without the worries of the Black Sheep civilization, Andorra can dispatch troops more boldly and use all their human military forces in the Ankarazhi area to confront the current civilizations and find opportunities in desperation. The troops on both sides are approaching rapidly. But before that, the 3rd round of cleansing by the 3 top civilizations of Ankarazhi arrived. The alarm at the command center sounded. "General Ander, our anti-missile and interception systems are already overloaded, and some of the interception missiles have not been fully loaded. Now this 3rd round of attacks is even stronger than before, and they have found our weak position. This time, our interception rate can only reach 50% at most." Ander's face sank when he heard this. In the previous 2 rounds of attacks, their interception rate of missiles from alien civilizations was between 65 and 70%. In addition to the timely evacuation of the city, although a large number of human survivors were killed, the losses were still within an acceptable range. Especially the military forces suffered little losses and did not bring much impact. But if this round of attacks falls, plus the damage from the previous 2 rounds of attacks, then half of Ankarazhi will probably be reduced to ruins. But at this time, the 3rd dragon roar suddenly sounded in the sky above Ankarazhi. In the Cartoon Kingdom, the 3rd dragon emerged. That means the 15 minutes are up. Lin Qun activated the effect of the first Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon to special summon the second Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon. Then, the second Cartoon Dragon spread its wings and rose slowly from the Cartoon Kingdom. It also received the bonus from the Cartoon Kingdom, and all attributes exceeded 400 points. On the battlefield, it was a rising star. But it did not rush into the strangling air fighter formation, but let out a loud and crisp dragon roar, spread its wings, and rushed into the distance. The dragon flew through the sky, leaving a huge shadow flying across the ground. Many survivors who no longer had bunkers or air raid shelters to hide in looked up and saw this scene. The black dragon flew through the sky, and in the sky in front of it, a heavy rain was approaching Ankara. There was no point in intercepting this heavy rain, because from the visual effect, it seemed to have covered the entire sky. It crashed into the rain of missiles. Spreading its wings, it faced the attack with its Cartoon Dragon body. Rolling in this rain of attack, the Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon, that had just been specially summoned, could not launch an attack, but it could withstand attacks. With the physical fitness of over 400 points and the special ability of cartoon creatures to resist attacks, it could absorb missile strikes in batches. At this moment, Lin Qun could only let it intercept with its body, exchanging its life for life. In the flagship of the Lin Qun civilization, its commander was a little surprised. He still has this creature? Why didn't we find it before? How did he come into being? But once this Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon is used here, it will not be able to support the increasingly declining air battlefield. The first Red Eyes Cartoon Dragon, the Blue Eyes White Dragon and the American Air Force are already in danger and have suffered heavy losses. At this time, the second batch of fighter formations of the silicon-based civilization and the Lin Qun civilization have already come through the air at high speed and quickly cut into the battlefield. But at this moment, Lin Qun suddenly raised his head and looked to one side of the sky. Not only him, but the Lin Qun civilization, the silicon-based civilization, and others all noticed something unusual. In the distant sky, a grand black cloud was approaching. It was the Black Sheep civilization Evolver and Shadow clone Lin Qun who were chasing after them and arrived at the main battlefield of Ankara. Its arrival made the situation in the Ankarazi war zone more complicated. At this moment, it was almost 30 minutes before the Cartoon Kingdom was launched. At the same time when the Black Sheep civilization Evolvers appeared in Ankarazi, at a distance of about 80 kilometers from Ankarazi, the Chinese fleet also met on a narrow road with the Black Sheep civilization fleet. Of course, it is not accurate to say that they met on a narrow road. At this moment, the straight line distance between the two sides was more than 7 kilometers, and the first round of shooting was carried out. The Black Sheep civilization fleet fired multiple medium and long-range heavy artillery, and missiles flew through the air like raindrops. But because the distance was far enough, most of them were successfully intercepted. On the Chinese fleet side, the conventional firepower was a bit shabby, and only the captured Black Sheep civilization flagship, now Annihilate, fired a round. But the Chinese fleet's truly amazing lethality on the long-distance battlefield was the attacker warship equipped with beam energy weapons. Even if beam energy weapons would be affected to a certain extent in the atmospheric environment at such a distance, for beam energy weapons, it was already an absolute close-range firing. Conventional anti-missile and interception systems cannot intercept the particle beam bombardment of beam energy weapons. On the attacker warship, multiple turbolaser cannons turned and opened fire. The dazzling particle beam rays are real arrows of light, roaring out from the muzzles of multiple turrets of the attacker warships, rapidly sweeping through the sky and shooting into the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. The flagship of the Black Sheep civilization evaded in time and avoided this round of attack, but another Burning Mountain secondary warship behind it was hit head-on. The front of the giant ship was almost smashed in an instant, and the explosion continued, and the whole ship began to sink. However, the characteristics of the Black Sheep civilization's warships are strong ships and heavy ships. Even if they were hit head-on and a large area of the front armor was shot through, causing a series of explosions, it was still not completely destroyed, but almost lost its combat capability and quickly retreated in the changing formation. At the same time, the 4 warships of the human Huaxia fleet were also rapidly changing their formations. The attacker warships moved backwards. For the attacker warships, the current distance was already the best position to fire. As the attacker warships took the initiative to move backwards, the remaining 3 warships, including the Annihilate, chose to speed up and move forward. The specifications of these 3 warships are exactly the same as those of the Black Sheep civilization, except that they are all painted silver. The two sides are accelerating towards each other, which looks very impactful, as if a pair of twins of light and darkness are fighting each other. But the distance between the two sides is getting closer. Inside the Annihilate, Chen Weiyang tightly grasped the launcher in his hand and calmly issued an order. All artillery positions are ready. The first target is the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization fleet. Go straight to it. I want to take it down in one round of concentrated fire. Bombard them. Inside the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization. Are these humans crazy? They only have one flagship and they want to attack our entire fleet? Don't they want to take down our flagship in one go? Haha, let's see who can beat 'em. Chapter 381 Iron Curtain Device activated. The characteristics of the Black Sheep civilization fleet are heavy warships and dense artillery. This is especially true for the flagship, the core warship in one of its fleets. The flagship of the Black Sheep civilization is not only huge in size and heavily armored. There may be hundreds of artillery on a flagship, which is a real hedgehog-like warship. Within a range of 2 or 3 kilometers, the threat it can bring is extremely deadly. During the Battle of Daxing, the human military paid an extremely heavy price to capture the main battleship of the Black Sheep civilization fleet. It even failed to sink the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization. But by chance, it succeeded in capturing one. And now, this former flagship of the Black Sheep civilization, now the Aniuan battleship of mankind, is confronting the Black Sheep civilization fleet. The distance is getting closer. We are about to enter the best range. We are locked. Their flagship is moving sideways, and more than 70% of the guns are pointed at us. They are not dodging or evading, and they want to trade flagships with us. We can't afford it. If we fight back like this, our Aniuan and their flagship will all be scrapped. But if our flagship is scrapped, the remaining 2 warships converted from Black Sheep civilization transport ships will have no combat power at all. The attackers' warships are small in size, and even if they are very flexible, they can only move. It is impossible to face the remaining 10 Black Sheep civilization warships and a large number of gunboats. The alarm sounded in the bridge of the Aniuan flagship. The staff officer suggested to Chen Weiang, "Commander, we must change course immediately. It is not a wise move to fight back." At this moment, the Aniuan was still moving forward. Medium and long-range heavy artillery roared, firing at the Black Sheep civilization warship in front. The shells of both sides bombarded each other's armor, leaving a terrifying gun mark. Some missiles and rockets were intercepted in mid-air. At this distance, the special heavy armor of the Black Sheep civilization warship can withstand such a bombardment. But as long as they get closer, if the 2 flagships fire at full speed at close range, it will be a lose-lose situation. And now, it seems that both sides are ready. The distance between Aniuan and the Black Sheep civilization flagship is rapidly closing. The Black Sheep civilization fleet is changing its formation. They have 3 gunboats in the back, firing at the attacker warships 7 or 8 kilometers away, suppressing the attack of the attacker warships' beam energy turrets. In the near distance, the remaining 7 warships of the Black Sheep civilization are advancing at low altitude in a pocket formation. The huge burning Changshan warships are dispersed on a scale of 2 kilometers, with the edge speed increasing, and the flanks slowing down, while the Black Sheep civilization flagship in the center is accelerating. Crash into the Aniuan that was rushing towards it. At this moment, among the 3 advancing Chinese fleet warships, 2 transport aircraft converted warships have begun to move sideways to avoid fire, and only the Aniuan has plunged into the pocket formation of the Black Sheep civilization. As the distance is pulled to the limit, under the command of Chen Weiang, the huge warship as big as a mountain moves sideways, revealing dense gun muzzles, and facing the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization from a distance. In response to the nervous suggestion of the staff officer, Chen Weiang just said, "Obey the order. Continue to accelerate. All the gun turrets on the right wing are ready. As long as they enter the limit of firing scale, open fire immediately." Chen Weiang's eyes were full of bloodshot. Of course, he knew about the objections of the staff officer and others. Without the flagship, their fleet is finished. To the outside world, the Chinese fleet is called a fleet, but everyone understands that their fleet is one of the best among humans. But compared with the fleets of these top civilizations, it is not a fleet at all. Even if Mr. Lin leads away the Black Sheep civilization evolvers, they still have great pressure to swallow the Black Sheep civilization fleet. Interception is interception. Balance is called interception. But the Chinese fleet and the Black Sheep civilization fleet are not in balance. Interception means direct combat. Either they eat up the Black Sheep civilization fleet, or the Black Sheep civilization fleet eats them. And if you want to defeat the Black Sheep civilization fleet, you have to sink the Black Sheep civilization flagship at the beginning of the battle. The Black Sheep civilization flagship is the largest, most armored, most powerful, and best performing warship in its fleet. It can be said that one flagship can match 2 or 3 flagships of the Black Sheep civilization. And because of this, only when the Black Sheep civilization flagship no longer exists, can the advantages of the Aniuan be brought into play, and can it cooperate with the attacker warships to have the possibility of defeating the entire fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. So, they must move forward. The distance between the 2 sides is getting closer. More and more artillery fire bombarded the Aniuan warship, and the huge steel warship trembled, and this tremor could be clearly felt in the bridge. This means that the outer firepower has intensified. Chen Weiang is the absolute commander of the entire fleet, and no one can disobey his orders. Therefore, the suggestions of the staff and others can only be shelved at this moment. The entire bridge was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, and many people were even sweating profusely. At this moment, Chen Wiang suddenly said, slow down. Slow down immediately. Everyone get ready. Get the position and distance right. Once you are about to reach the firing position, force acceleration immediately. Grab a time difference and reaction difference. Enter the firing distance in advance and fire immediately. As long as we can grab 3 to 5 seconds more time than the Black Sheep Civilization flagship to fire, we can kill their flagship with minimal damage. But if you can't grab it, just fire partially. The order was issued, and the Inuan began to slow down immediately, and the Black Sheep Civilization flagship and the Inuan actually started to slow down almost synchronously at this moment. Because the distance between the two sides is about to reach the limit. Once the limit is reached, the dense short-range conventional artillery can all fire, and such terrifying firepower, a round of accumulated fire, is enough to destroy the flagship. Therefore, who fires first is particularly important, and the key to who fires first is who gets to the best position first. So at this time they have to slow down and walk the last section of the firing distance in a semi-gliding posture. Chen Wiang tightly grasped the transmitter in his hand, staring at the distance on both sides of the electronic map. The number is decreasing rapidly. It is about to enter the final range. Of course, in fact, if someone is outside watching at this moment, the distance between these warships is actually very far. But this distance is enough for all their turrets to hit each other. The distance is about to be shortened to the limit. Chen Wiang took a deep breath and pressed the button of the transmitter in his hand. At that moment, the quantum communication device was activated, and a superluminal message was shot out from the American land, reaching a hidden place in the far northwest of China, and was responded to by another receiver. It sent out a coordinate. In the flagship of the Black Sheep Civilization, their commander said, the human commander of this fleet is a bit interesting, but that's all. If they want to win, they must replace our flagship, while their own warships survive, so they must be careful. But we don't need to do that at all. Even if we replace their flagship with our flagship, we will win. It revealed a ferocious look. The Black Sheep Civilization is known for its brutality and toughness, which is fully reflected in their huge and heavy warships. They are never afraid of losses, and will not retreat in a life-for-life battle with their opponents. They also believe in the path of the brave winning, when two meet in a narrow road, and they are also committed to becoming that brave man. They are also brave enough to fight, and in this game, it was humans who lost first. After all, these are the warships of the Black Sheep Civilization, and no one knows their own warships better than them. In the final game, the flagship of the Black Sheep Civilization was the first to complete deceleration and re-acceleration. Its huge flagship moved sideways, aiming as many guns as possible at its opponents. Then, it opened fire first. The human warship opened fire nearly 5 seconds late, and 5 seconds were enough for the Black Sheep Civilization warship to brake and slow down forcibly, avoiding 50% of the attack from the Inuan. They're finished. In the flagship of the Black Sheep Civilization, the bridge was shaking violently due to the bombardment, but the damage was within the tolerable range, and it was the human warship that should be destroyed. They opened fire first, and this round of shooting should have destroyed the entire human warship. However, when they looked up in the shock, they saw a scene that horrified them. Because at this moment, in their imagination, the human warship that should have been destroyed by their cannon fire was not destroyed, but moved forward intact, with flames still spitting out from the muzzles. Only then did they realize that the blow they had just suffered was not all. The human warship did not open fire at all. Now was the real death blow. And what really made them feel incredible was that their attack was enough to flatten half of the human city, but the human warship was almost unscathed. Moreover, the warship was covered with a strange black light curtain, covering almost half of the warship. Missiles fired from other positions hit the light curtain and exploded. Black ripples vibrated on the light curtain, like strange colored flares bursting from the sun. The attack was completely absorbed. In fact, just 3 seconds before the attack of the Black Sheep Civilization flagship broke out, this black curtain had already arrived, covering the key position of the Inuan, and took most of the attack. Only a few parts were hid without the black curtain, and burst into layers of flames. However, this was no pain at all for the Inuan, a warship as huge as a mountain. And this is the Iron Curtain device. Chen Wiang bought a quantum communication positioning transmission device with a lot of money. The transmitter is in his hand, and the receiver is in the distant Chinese Iron Curtain device base. At the moment, when the communication is interfered by the 4 top civilizations, this is the only way for the Iron Curtain device to provide precise support. Not too much information is needed. One coordinate is enough. As a super weapon in the Red Alert game, the Iron Curtain device can also cover the entire Blue Star. With just one signal, it can cover a cubic area within a range of 300 meters within a few seconds after activation. The size of the Inuan is huge, exceeding 300 meters, and it cannot be completely covered, but it is enough to cover most of it. The Iron Curtain device, as a terrifying support weapon in Red Alert that can truly defend against all damage other than the set kill, has demonstrated its amazing ability here. Most of the terrifying attacks of the Black Sheep Civilization flagship were eaten. Under Chen Weiyang's advanced deployment, when the Black Sheep Civilization seized the initiative, only some of the turrets of the Inuan opened fire, and most of the turrets did not open fire. At this moment, it was the opportunity to open fire. And this is the real confidence of Chen Weiyang to rush towards the opponent. He is not stupid. The possibility of winning, by using other people's warships, to compete with them in terms of operation and performance is too small. Therefore, the only way is to use something that others do not have and cannot use. A real super weapon. The Iron Curtain device that none of the 4 top civilizations have. Who can shake under the Iron Curtain? You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Chen Weiyang roared and gave orders. Open fire. Open fire. In fact, at this moment, even the people in the bridge of Inuan were a little stunned. Because in order to avoid being intercepted or discovered by alien civilizations, the existence of the Iron Curtain device has always been a secret among secrets. Chen Weiyang dared not tell anyone, and the area where the Iron Curtain device is located has even been isolated from the outside world. Therefore, he did not tell anyone in advance. Just now, seeing the flagship of the Black Sheep Civilization take the lead, no one in the entire Inuan felt that they were going to be finished. But no one expected that the ending would be like this. The staff officers and others who had just questioned, at this moment, showed a look of surprise and shock, looking at the back of Chen Weiyang in front of them, and finally understood at this time, and admired in their hearts. It turned out that Chen Weiyang had already kept a backhand, and they could not be sunk. The only one who could be sunk was the flagship of the Black Sheep Civilization. Everyone here is a qualified soldier. At this time, no one raised any questions, only gave orders. Open fire. Open fire. Half of the Silver Inuan was shrouded in darkness at this moment, cold and eerie. Under the Iron Curtain, it opened fire. Countless shells roared out with human anger. In the front, in the bridge of the Black Sheep Civilization flagship, those Black Sheep Civilization creatures who had previously mocked and ridiculed their human fleet for being weak all showed terrified expressions. They never dreamed that they thought that the brave would win when they met on a narrow road, but in the end, they came shirtless, but they were carrying a big shield. It turned out that they didn't wear armor. But, how can such a thing be possessed by the level of human civilization? How is this possible? At this moment, the Inuan fired a volley of artillery fire, and the flames spewing from the muzzles rose and fell like stars. And then, the armor of the Black Sheep Civilization flagship was penetrated, and the entire warship was shattered from the front. The huge warship threw a large amount of material and metal fragments, burning fiercely, and sank all the way in the billowing smoke and dust that rose to the sky and fell to the ground under its feet. The Inuan, with its black Iron Curtain shield, was emerging from the ruins and flames. The Iron Curtain device lasted for 30 seconds. During these 30 seconds, the Inuan warship was an unshakable battlefield killer. Chapter 382 Who will strike first? The Inuan destroyed the flagship of the Black Sheep Civilization, and charged left and right with the Iron Curtain shield, cooperating with the powerful firepower of the beam energy weapons of the attacker warships in the rear, directly facing the artillery fire of many Black Sheep Civilization warships, and thousands of cannons roared, killing 2 more burning giant warships of the Black Sheep Civilization, and severely damaging another 3 giant warships. The pocket formation of the Black Sheep Civilization warships that seemed to swallow the entire Inuan just now became an opportunity for the Chinese warship Inuan. Because the distance is relatively close, the effect of the Iron Curtain device can be maximized in 30 seconds. With the existence of the Iron Curtain device, the Inuan can charge forward against the attack of the enemy ships and sweep them savagely with artillery fire. Even if the armor of those Black Sheep civilization warships is strong and the firepower is fierce, they can't penetrate the Iron Curtain at all, so there is nothing they can do. You can't even break the defense of my warship. What can you do? Only wait to die. At this moment, this silver behemoth is killing out of the sea of fire, where the Black Sheep civilization warship fell. The black cold light of the Iron Curtain device was weakening and disappearing, and the Inuan battleship showed its original color. At this time, the muzzles on it had turned, and began to fire at other gunboats. As a modified flagship battleship of the Black Sheep civilization, the Inuan's combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. As long as it sank the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization, even if it was fired at close range, in a short period of time, the remaining warships and gunboats of the Black Sheep civilization would not be able to sink the Inuan. However, the firepower of the Inuan was not something they could withstand at close range. At this moment, on the battlefield, heavy artillery roared, and warships and gunboats moved and fired within a range of several kilometers. Missiles and shells flew like meteors in space, carrying the rage of death. Hitting the warships would set off a huge ball of fire. Without the Iron Curtain device, the Inuan was also quickly filled with flames. Some armor was shot through, and the turret was directly blown up, but this was nothing compared to its huge size. It was still moving forward and still firing continuously, like an unstoppable steel killer on the battlefield. Behind the Inuan, the other two modified gunboats were also moving forward, pursuing the victory. Further away, the attacker warships were firing fire, as if they were free. The beam energy weapons of the attacker warships were aimed at the space battlefield. The firepower was fierce. The power of the turbolaser cannon could directly shoot through and destroy the insect swarm. At this moment, the strafing of the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization also caused huge damage. In the bridge of the Inuan, the facts proved that Chen Weiyang's command was very correct. They were gaining an incredible advantage in the war. If they had not been able to kill the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization in the first place, they would never have been able to gain an advantage so smoothly now. On the other hand, the lives of the Black Sheep civilization. They were in the warships, watching their warships sink and fall one after another. Their faces were extremely ugly, and the previous ridicule was long gone. How is this possible? How can humans have that level of energy shield? With our 11 warships and more than 50 airships, can't we defeat their 4 warships? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. And in the wreckage on the ground, the commander of the Black Sheep civilization fleet is not dead. He is in the ruins of the broken bridge, looking at the outside picture through the equipment, and the expression on his face is unpredictable. He never dreamed that it would be like this now. The commander of this human fleet really has some means. But he knows more clearly that the absolute gap in strength is here, and it is useless to have means. What's important is that humans have cards in their hands. If there was no shield just now, the Black Sheep civilization fleet would definitely win. And Chen Weiyang is also very clear about this. At this moment, the Inuan was shaking violently. He stood at the front of the bridge, not arrogant or impatient, and issued orders in an orderly manner. Their mission has not been completed yet. On the battlefield filled with smoke, warships are passing through it, like swimming steel whales. Kill. Anchor Azhi. On the battlefield here, a roar of anger was erupting. The troops in front had already started to exchange fire. The legions of the top civilization and the troops of the American Federation began to fight in the outer area of Anchor Azhi, with artillery fire flying, roars and loud noises. The Black Sheep civilization Evolver hovered on one side. The position where it stopped was very clever, and it was synchronized with the positions of the Linuan civilization Evolver and the Shengui civilization Evolver, forming a corner. At this position, as long as the Anchor Azhi forest group moved, they could attack the forest group at the same time, not only forming a 3-on-1 situation in an instant, but also sharing the pressure among the 3 parties, so that no one would suffer, and the 3 evolvers could really synchronize their attacks without any scruples. When it arrived, the shadow clone Lin Qun that chased it directly changed direction, and flew directly back to the Anchor Azhi area. At the beginning, the Black Sheep civilization evolver thought it was successful, bringing this human warrior Lin Qun to Ankara, in front of the main forces of the 4 top civilizations. It forced this human to give up his plan, to use the Black Sheep civilization and itself as a breakthrough. Obviously, it regarded the retreat of the shadow clone Lin Qun, who was chasing it in the Mark 15 suit, as a cautious retreat, until the news that their flagship was destroyed by the Chinese fleet came. The human warship was covered with a strange black shield that lasted for 30 seconds. Unexpectedly, the 3 heavy warships including the flagship of the Black Sheep civilization were destroyed by thunder. This made the Black Sheep civilization evolver's face green. It realized that maybe it thought too much. Maybe it was not that it had confused this human, but that it had thought too much from the beginning and was deceived by this human to come here. Thinking of this, the Black Sheep civilization evolver almost couldn't sit still. Although it is also cunning, as a life of the Black Sheep civilization, it is born with irritability. How could it have suffered such anger? After a long battle of wits and courage with the air, he thought he had planned everything, but in fact, he let the other party achieve the desired result without any effort. What frightened him even more was the loss of the Black Sheep civilization fleet. In the Battle of Daxing City, their losses were already very heavy, and they must not lose so much again this time. But he was still rational, and did not rush to attack first in anger. He knew that, if he did so, he would meet the wishes of that human again, and help the human again. On the ground battlefield, the American Federation troops of Ankara were exchanging fire with the ragtag troops of Lin Qun civilization and Shengui civilization, and the battle situation was very tense. The ragtag troops controlled by Shengui civilization had uneven levels, mainly ground troops, and were about the same level as the American Federation troops, but the numerical advantage was still on the human side. Although the Shengui civilization claimed to have recruited a large number of contestant civilizations to fight against humans, in fact, even if the scattered civilizations in the Americas looked a lot, they could not be more than the local humans. Even though the federal troops in the Americas had already suffered heavy losses, they still had a large number of manpower. However, the fleet of Lin Qun civilization brought them great pressure. Their fleet was much more advanced than the ragtag army. They bombed at low altitude and advanced forward. Large groups of federal soldiers were shot and killed. Even if they rushed forward at a heavy price, they might not be able to capture a warship of Lin Qun civilization. Under the cover of the ragtag army of Shengui civilization on the ground, they were like an iron wall and copper wall, slowly but unstoppably advancing towards Ankara from several directions, further compressing Ankara's outer defense line. Several armored units sent out by Andorra Road were not defeated by the ragtag army of Shengui civilization, but retreated step by step under the offensive of Lin Qun civilization. The battle was won in a short time, and they had to retreat. The fleet of Lin Qun civilization had mastered the air superiority. When they got close, they couldn't fight anymore. In the battle for air supremacy, the human side is now at an absolute disadvantage. Not to mention dealing with the fleet of Lin Qun civilization. Even the fighter formations of the silicon-based civilization and Lin Qun civilization are difficult to deal with. In fact, they may be completely defeated soon. At that time, they will completely lose the right to fight for the sky. In the confrontation at the missile level, Ankara's power is now more involved in the silicon-based civilization, and more forces have to be deployed to defend against the bombardment from the silicon-based civilization. This makes Andorra have no manpower to dispatch, and the battlefield ahead can only be filled with the lives of federal soldiers. 20 minutes have passed. The situation in Ankara changed rapidly, and humans were already at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the Chinese fleet blocking the Black Sheep civilization fleet, they might have been defeated now. The 4 top civilizations joined forces, even if everyone hid their own thoughts, and refused to go all out. For any civilization in the 3rd level battlefield, it is an impossible opponent to defeat. If Ankara had not gathered almost all the federal forces in the Americas, and had enough lives to fill the gap, the current defense line might have been breached. However, on the sky battlefield, with the addition of the second batch of fighter jets from the silicon-based civilization and the Lin Qun civilization, the human air force suffered heavy losses, and the Blue Eyes White Dragon was the first to fall from the sky, and fell under intensive attacks. Lin Qun lost contact with it in an instant, and a sense of emptiness arose in his heart for no reason. That was a real feeling. When the cartoon crocodile was killed, he had a similar feeling. Although the death of summoned monsters had no substantial impact on Lin Qun, their connection with Lin Qun was inseparable, and that was the key to Lin Qun's control of them. Therefore, when they died, and the connection was disconnected, this feeling disappeared. The blue eyes white dragon had no blessing, and its attributes were not as good as the real red-eyed cartoon dragon. After being injured, its huge size became a hindrance, and it was reasonable that it was killed first. That scene was a bit disappointing. The silver white dragon howled in the sky for the last time, spilling blood, and unwillingly fell into the sky. Before landing, as a summoned creature, it turned into light and disappeared in mid-air. The survivors hiding in the ruins of Ankara looked up at this scene, as if in a dream, but seemed to be infected by it, with a faint sadness. But Lin Qun had almost no reaction to this. He was still sitting in the cartoon kingdom, and did not move. If he moved, the three evolvers would also move, and they would be trapped in a triple siege in an instant. Therefore, if he was the first person to take action, he would be passive. He had to wait for an evolver to take action first. But, could he wait until that moment? Lin Qun didn't know, but he still had a glimmer of hope. Although the battle situation in Ankara was very unfavorable now, the Chinese fleet led by Chen Huiyang had gained an advantage by fighting against the majority. If they could make a breakthrough in another battlefield with a Black Sheep civilization fleet, then it would likely become a breakthrough. But that was something Lin Qun could not intervene in. At this time, he could only pin his hopes on his own civilization. He just used all his strength to operate the concentration technique, trying to maintain a high energy consumption as much as possible, and Ander also sent batches of energy recovery potions, most of which were the lowest and cheapest, but at this time Lin Qun was no longer in battle, so he could use them to recover, and save the use of high-level recovery potions as much as possible. The shadow clone Lin Qun who had been separated to deal with the evolutionists of the Black Sheep civilization had also returned. After he came back, Lin Qun immediately merged with him. This clone had existed for a long time, and after returning to the main body, it had some impact on Lin Qun's memory, but because Lin Qun had already adapted to the super senses of the superhuman body, the impact only lasted for 2 seconds, before he digested it. Immediately, he knew the situation over there. Chen Huiyang's tactics were also told to this clone, and Lin Qun also understood it clearly. He had confidence in Chen Huiyang. At this time, Anders news also came. Mr. Lin, the current situation may not be good. His voice was a little hurried. The federal forces in the Americas are being consumed rapidly, and a large number of humans are dying on the battlefield. Just now, the alien civilization's bombing was indiscriminate bombing of the Ankara area, but now, thousands of soldiers have died in the battle. The casualties of the alien civilization are not large. The biggest casualties may be the ragtag army of the Shengui civilization, but the Shengui civilization doesn't care at all. If the conventional troops can't win, the opponent's evolvers will not be able to take action, and Lin Qun dare not take the initiative. In this way, after a long time, it is inevitable that it will be destroyed. Now for Ander, he is almost watching the defeat approaching little by little. The atmosphere of despair and panic has begun to spread. Anyone who has a little cognition can see at this time that, if the fight continues like this, it will definitely lose, and everyone will die. I know. Wait a little longer. The Chinese fleet is the last chance. Lin Qun answered. He knew that the current situation was very unfavorable, but if he took the initiative, none of the three evolvers would care, and they would unite to encircle and suppress, and take action simultaneously. The possibility of him being defeated instantly is very high, and once he loses, it will really be over. On the contrary, if any top civilization can't bear the loss first, and the evolvers take action first, then their three-party structure will have loopholes, and Lin Qun can counter the one who takes action first, and the situation will open up. The current situation is that whichever conventional force can't bear it first, the evolvers and masters of which will not be able to bear it first will take action first, and the human side will die intensively. For these top civilizations, their fleets and manpower are the treasures of treasures. They are built with the power of civilization, and there are countless resources, technology, and time behind them. If the civilization battlefield loses, the fleet is still there and can participate in the next time, but if the fleet is gone, they have to wait for who knows how many years to rebuild the fleet and train manpower before participating in the civilization battlefield again. It will be unknown how long it will take. Therefore, if their fleet is about to be annihilated, their evolvers will not sit idly by and must take action. And whoever takes action first will suffer huge losses. Lin Qun is 1 against 3, and a little advantage in initiative may change the final result. It is not just a matter of who lives and who dies, but also a question of who is behind the civilization and who will perish. Therefore, even if the current situation is not right, he has to wait. This is the same for both sides. When the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization found that they were fooled, they did not attack in anger. For this reason, none of them wanted to take the first step, giving Lin Qun a chance to bite, and they were all waiting for Lin Qun to take action. They took the initiative and strangled together, sharing the risk, which was also fairer. None of the people present were fools, and they all knew that the current battle was not only a confrontation between frontal troops, but also a game between top powerhouses. Whether you can sit still or not, you have to sit still as much as possible. It's just that now, the troops on Ankaraz's side can hardly threaten the fleets of Lin Yuan civilization and silicon-based civilization, and there is almost no hope here. The only hope is that Chen Wiang can give enough pressure to force the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization to break the deadlock and take action first. Lin Qun is ready. Wait for another 10 minutes. If Chen Wiang still can't get any results in 10 minutes, then he can only take action and can only use the blessing of the storm to wait for the card to open the way, and as long as Chen Wiang gets results, the one who can't wait will be the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization, and the situation will be broken. Now, it's just a matter of who will make the first move. Of course, Lin Qun actually still has the broken sword of Xuxin in his hand, but he doesn't want to show it easily, unless it is absolutely necessary. The sword of Xuxin can kill people, but it can also kill himself. At the same time, Lin Qun did not forget to launch the Cartoon Kingdom series of combos. The second True Red Eyes cartoon force in front was seriously injured and almost disappeared, but it did not die. It was withdrawn by Lin Qun in the first time. Although it can't fight again, it can continue the effect. 20 minutes have just passed. Now, the third True Red Eyes cartoon dragon is on the stage. Lin Qun did not miss the 2 cartoon card draws. He drew a cartoon crocodile and a B-level cartoon card. Chapter 383 Lava World. Lin Qun had obtained the cartoon crocodile before and was killed on the battlefield of Daxing. He did not expect that he could draw another one. This card is just a basic cartoon series card. Compared with ordinary low-level cards, it has some special features, but compared with other cartoon series cards, it is nothing special. Just looking at the cartoon crocodile on the card, Lin Qun's expression was a little complicated. This seems to be a kind of fate. The second cartoon card was an effect card. Name, cartoon bookmark. Type, consumable effect card grade, B-level. Description, when there is a cartoon world field on your field, this effect card can be activated. This effect card can be automatically activated without active triggering. When the cartoon world field card is destroyed, this card can be destroyed on its behalf. Actively triggering this effect card to activate can move the cartoon world to a designated location within 5 kilometers around the card initiator. Must be in the same planet or world. Do you want to materialize? The effect of this card is very simple. As a linkage card of the cartoon world, it can be destroyed as a replacement card for the A-level card cartoon world. Moreover, it can be automatically activated without Lin Qun's initiative. That is, it can be activated the moment the cartoon world is destroyed. No need to use it specially. Moreover, it has the ability to move the venue card. Under normal circumstances, the use of the venue card means covering the current area. Unless it is put away and restarted, the position of the venue card cannot be changed, but this cartoon bookmark has changed this possibility. Without cumbersome steps and extra energy payment, the location of the venue card Cartoon Kingdom can be moved. These 2 cards cannot be said to be too powerful, but they are still useful. The most important thing is that these are all drawn for free. Lin Qun summoned a cartoon crocodile and sent it out to cooperate with the frontline troops to participate in the war, while the cartoon bookmark was kept close to him. At this time, the third real Red Eyes cartoon dragon roared into the air again, joined the sky battlefield, and injected a little new power into the already shaky human air force. Lin Qun still sat in the deepest part of the cartoon kingdom, waiting for the last time. If it is slower, he can't wait any longer. The next 10 minutes arrived. Whether these evolvers made a move or not, he would make a move. At this moment, all the top civilizations in Ankara were also waiting. The giant ships of the silicon-based civilization slowly advanced forward. Their firepower was quite strong, and they dealt a huge blow to Ankara on the ground. But they had not yet fully bombarded. The Knight Commander stood in the bridge and said, "Just maintain the current attack frequency, and give the humans the same pressure as the Lin Qun civilization and the Shengui civilization. Otherwise, if we beat them too hard, that human will be desperate and come to trouble us first, and the gains will outweigh the losses." On one side, another life form of the silicon-based civilization said, "Master Knight Commander, do you think that this human will be unable to resist making a move first? Their casualties are huge. Since the start of the war, the casualties of the humans in Ankara, including civilians and soldiers, may have reached hundreds of thousands. From the current situation in Ankara, this is the case. Even if we don't make a full effort, humans can't resist the coalition forces of the three top civilizations." But the Knight Commander raised his head and looked into the distance in the sky. It is no secret to everyone that the human Huaxia fleet and the Black Sheep civilization fleet are fighting dozens of kilometers away from Ankara. The Black Sheep civilization paid a heavy price in the first round of collision. In the fleet of Lin Qun civilization, the Lin Qun civilization evolver Yegus has returned to the flagship of its fleet. It has been waiting for a long time and has not spoken, just quietly receiving news from all sides of the battlefield. The brain and body strength of the Lin Qun civilization lie far superior to humans. As an evolver, it has a strong ability to process information and clearly grasps the direction of the entire battle. When the third real red-eyed cartoon dragon took off, the commander of the Lin Qun civilization fleet took the initiative to say, "Now it can be confirmed that these cartoon lives summoned by this human are also from other dimensions. He should be able to summon a similar creature every 15 minutes. This may be the effect of the cartoon castle he displayed above the city of Ankara. However, although the attributes of these dragons are amazing, they can only pose a threat to ordinary contestant civilizations at most. As long as there are not more than a dozen similar creatures appearing on the battlefield at once, they are not enough to threaten our air force with the silicon-based civilization. But I'm really curious, how did he do it? With so many abilities? He is not a human being, and he has not violated the rules and been judged as cheating in the battlefield of civilization. So no matter how many abilities he has, they are all in line with the rules. It should be that his own talents are special, which can lead to various abilities." Yegus, the evolver of Lin Qun civilization, opened his eyes and said, "But it doesn't matter, changes are coming." It raised its head and looked into the distance. The evolver of the Black Sheep civilization can't help it anymore. The latest battle report. The Black Sheep civilization fleet suffered heavy losses, and there is even a possibility that it will be wiped out. If it is really wiped out, it will be too late. This news is enough to move the Black Sheep civilization evolvers. On the battlefield in full swing, the Black Sheep civilization evolvers are already in a hurry. In the Daxing battlefield, they have already lost a fleet. The Black Sheep civilization has only 3 fleets in this battle. It is not that there cannot be more, but that over the years, the Black Sheep civilization has only trained and built 4 fleets in total. The rest are a large number of conventional troops in Africa. Those are okay for dealing with humans and ordinary contestant civilizations, but in the competition of top civilizations, they are cannon fodder. 3 are used for conquest, and the remaining 1 is left behind on the planet. Only with 3 fleets, plus this evolver, can they dominate the battlefield of the 3rd level civilization, and become the top civilization to win the competition. Now that the decisive battle has not yet started, this fleet cannot be lost again. The 2nd fleet has been lost here, so how can they, the Black Sheep civilization, compete with other top civilizations next? The most important thing is that in this Anchorasi battlefield, it is obvious that humans are no match for the other 3 top civilizations. While the silicon-based civilization, the Lin Qun civilization, and the Shengui civilization did not suffer much loss, they suffered a great loss. The Black Sheep civilization evolver could not sit still. It became the first evolver-level strongman to take action in the 5-party competition. But it was very cunning. It wanted to take action, but not to Lin Qun, but to roll up the black clouds in the sky, to leave the Anchorasi area directly, and go back to reinforce its fleet. As long as it, the evolver, goes back, the human warships will definitely be defeated. And as soon as it, the evolver, moved, all parties on the battlefield immediately noticed it. At the Anchorasi command center, Anders said excitedly, the Huaxia fleet should have succeeded. They have brought a huge threat to the Black Sheep civilization. The opportunity to break the deadlock is coming. This will be a situation that is beneficial to us humans. Others were even more shocked. Does the Huaxia region have such strength? Can it shake a fleet of a top civilization? They were very surprised. They are all a large region in the Federation, and they are being suppressed by others, who can already defeat a frontal fleet of a top civilization. This gap seems to be obvious here, which makes them excited about the change in the situation. At the same time, they also deeply feel a huge gap between the 2 sides, which has been formed unknowingly, and is getting bigger and bigger. In the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, the Knight Commander raised his head. The evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization are about to take action, and let our people withdraw at any time. In the war between the evolvers, everyone may become cannon fodder. The same order was also being withdrawn from the flagship of the Lin Qun civilization. Yegus rose from the fleet again. Only the ragtag army of the Shengui civilization was still rushing forward desperately. However, the huge darkness that was originally moving under their feet began to roll back at this moment, backward, and gathered at a further rear position, forming a larger mountain-like shadow, but it was not 3-dimensional, but spread out on the ground, like a child's random graffiti on the ground, but the range was too large, spreading out over a range of nearly 600 or 700 meters. And its edges kept twisting. That was the evolver of the Shengui civilization. And at this moment, Lin Qun also moved. The evolver of the Black Sheep civilization was very cunning. It knew very well that the real competition would still be decided here. Before Lin Qun, a human powerhouse, was killed, it was impossible for it to leave Ankara and go back to reinforce the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization dozens of kilometers away, but it did so, turning from offense to defense, to see if Lin Qun dared to let it go. Of course Lin Qun couldn't. But even if the Black Sheep civilization evolver is cunning, if it moves first, it will definitely be the one that suffers. Because Lin Qun let it fly a distance before making a move. At this position, it has broken the pincer movement with the 2 evolvers of Lin Qun civilization and Shengui civilization. It is impossible for them to attack at the same time. It is the best time for Lin Qun to make a move. In the Cartoon Kingdom, he pulled his body up from the cartoon at high speed, put on the Mark 50 battlesuit, broke the sound barrier in an instant, and flew through the air at high speed. He approached the Black Sheep civilization evolver. The Black Sheep civilization evolver was waiting for this moment. It knew that it moved first. It broke the pincer movement, and Lin Qun attacked it, and the evolvers of Lin Qun civilization and Shengui civilization would not come to help it immediately. If 3 evolvers made a move, humans would definitely lose. In this case, if there is a chance to use humans to consume other top civilizations, why not? It would do the same if it were in his place. Therefore, the Black Sheep civilization evolver took action directly. It opened its own world, and it included Lin Qun, the evolvers of Lin Qun civilization, and the evolvers of Shengui civilization in one breath. It was a burning world. It was like another planet undergoing a great change. The sky was grey, and a dust cloud hundreds of meters thick covered the sky, but this world was not dark. Because on the ground, active volcanoes rose from the ground, and they were all in a state of eruption. Magma spewed out from them, flowing from the peaks all the way down, flowing through the black earth. So the whole world was in high temperature and red. Black and red intertwined, and the air was boiling. The temperature of the whole world here may be above 50 or 60 degrees. The air in the atmosphere is very thin. Ordinary humans can't survive here at all. Lin Qun was pulled in at high speed, and he hardly felt that the world around him had changed drastically, just like the different dimensions of the evolvers of Shengui civilization and the kaleidoscope world of the evolvers of Prophet civilization he encountered before. This time it can be confirmed. This is a unique ability of the evolvers. They can compile a false world. Lin Qun didn't know the principle yet, but from the previous situation, these worlds are related to themselves and can give them an amplification. Lin Qun also noticed that the other two evolvers were also pulled in. As soon as Yegus and the evolver of the Shengui civilization came in, they immediately changed their original state and opened their breath. A distance of dozens of kilometers, Lin Qun could feel the surging breath rising from those two directions. It's just that the feeling of their breath is completely different. The evolver of the Shengui civilization is infinitely dark, and in this scorching world, its breath brings a chill to people's bones. And the evolver of the Lin Qun civilization, Yegus, is pure and domineering. However, their breath is surging, but they don't move. Lin Qun still rushed straight towards the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization. When the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization unfolded the lava world, it no longer moved forward, but stopped. Its already huge body became several times larger in a few seconds, from the original 100 meters high, to a height of 1000 meters in an instant, even larger than the giant state of Lin Qun's ancestor. Its feet stomped on the ground, and above it was a dark cloud in the sky. Its black horns pierced the sky like a sword. Its golden eyes shone brightly in the red world. At this moment, it seemed like a god standing on a burning world, invincible and invincible. An unimaginable sense of oppression burst out from its body, overwhelming the forests near it. It raised its arms. The storm gathered at that moment. But this time, it was not the red lightning outside that gathered, but the thick clouds in the sky and the magma flowing like a river on the ground. They were pulled downward or upward. The clouds were rolled up by it, spinning and gathering wildly around its incomparable huge arms. In the next moment, the magma river on the ground was directly ignited when it rolled back and gathered. So, from a visual point of view, at this moment, a breathtaking fire tornado appeared on its arms. Magma and fire clouds flowed. It strode forward. The huge body can walk briskly in this world, and the heavy fist carries the fire cloud that collapses the sky and cracks the earth and rushes down towards Lin Qun. Kill Lin Qun. There was originally a distance of several kilometers between the two, but under the high-speed movement of both sides, it disappeared in an instant. Lin Qun's face changed suddenly. The terrible omen of death rose in his heart. This punch is unmatched. This is a blow that destroys the world. If the world of other evolvers is the effect of amplifying their abilities, then the lava world of the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization is very pure. That is, it only strengthens itself. The whole world is a strengthening of it. At this moment, it is connected to the earth and sky of this world. Its strength breathes and pulses with the entire lava world. It is the god here. No one can withstand its punch here. Therefore, Lin Qun immediately slowed down and forcibly changed direction to evade. At the same time, a golden card has appeared in his hand. Instantly start. Chapter 384. You pull me, I pull you. Everyone goes into the small dark room. That is, blessing of the storm. The golden card instantly disappeared in Lin Qun's hand. Time was running out, and Lin Qun's move was a trump card. The Shengui civilization evolvers and Yegus wanted him to fight to the death with the Black Sheep civilization evolvers before he could take advantage of the situation. This was an opportunity for him. If he could kill an evolver in this lightning time, it would be the best situation. A cyan light burst out from Lin Qun's hand and went straight into the rolling black clouds in the sky. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. But in that moment, nothing happened. Lin Qun blinked and thought that he had failed to launch it. Or, the ability he released in other people's different dimensions could not be used, and could only be used in the outside world. But at this time, he didn't have time to think so much, and his body quickly pulled back. How fast he came just now, how fast he retreated now. Because the iron fist of the Black Sheep civilization evolver was tearing the sky, a shrill sonic boom sounded in the air. Its fist seemed like a real dark mountain, with a surging storm of flames and magma surrounding its arms. This scene was like a god in anger, roaring and attacking. Lin Qun was fast enough, relying on the Mark 15 Inno suit to quickly pull away. Its punch hit a volcano below that was 100 meters high. The volcano was directly shattered. As fragile as a sandcastle built on the beach, it was directly shattered with just one punch. Countless rubble collapsed, and a large amount of magma rolled down. The high temperature melted the rubble, and the magma flowed under its feet. The air was distorted by the high temperature, and it continued to move forward like a god, stepping on the sea of fire and magma, and its golden eyes penetrated the grey world with pressing pressure. And at this moment, the storm finally responded to Lin Qun. The Black Sheep civilization evolver was the first to notice the abnormality. It suddenly raised its head and saw that the clouds in the sky above its head suddenly exploded. Invisible wind burst out from the center of the heavy black lead cloud, carrying a soft but irresistible force, shaking and pushing away the surrounding clouds. In an instant, a large space was cleared in the sky above this dark lava world, revealing the dark and empty sky above. It seemed that Lin Qun had never seen the blank area of the evolver's ability in the other dimension. Another force was intervening in the battlefield here. In the League of Legends game itself, Storm Fury Janna is just a supporting hero. Maybe she doesn't look that powerful, but in the background of the League of Legends story, she has been baptized by the years and has become an extremely powerful wind elf. Even if she is not as strong as the evolver, she still has a combat power that cannot be underestimated. And Lin Qun launched the blessing of the storm in the evolver's other dimension, and she responded as promised. At this moment, it was her ultimate skill that erupted. Resurrection Monsoon. What just broke through the dark clouds in the sky was just a prelude. The symphony of wind is playing in the lava world. From the sky, a terrifying, blazing white storm shook open. Endless wind and waves swept layer by layer. The surrounding clouds were blown away to a greater extent. On the ground, the volcanic debris that had just collapsed was swept everywhere. The boiling magma was extinguished and dimmed at this moment, solidifying into black stones. Even the Black Sheep civilization evolver felt an unprecedented terrifying resistance at this moment. The flame tornado on its arm was dispersed by the larger storm. The huge body even took a step back in the strong wind at this moment. When it raised its head, the figure of Lin Qun riding the wind was reflected in its golden pupils. In the ability of the revival monsoon, the enemy will be repelled, while the friendly forces will be enhanced and blessed, and will not be affected in any way. Lin Qun knew Janna's ability very well. Therefore, at the moment when the revival monsoon broke out, he instantly rode the wind and rushed forward at high speed. What surprised him was that under the influence of the revival monsoon, his dark energy and energy recovered at a terrifying speed every second. Energy recovered 50 points per second, and dark energy recovered 100 points. Moreover, Lin Qun's body, bathed in this storm that swept everything away for the enemy, felt an indescribable and comfortable feeling, as if he was soaking in hot spring water. If he was injured, he should be able to recover quickly now. This is also in line with the setting in the game, that is, it can restore the health of teammates. But what Lin Qun didn't expect was that in reality, the revival monsoon could also directly restore Lin Qun's energy and dark energy, and it was still such a terrifying recovery speed. The revival monsoon can last for 12 seconds. This means that in these 12 seconds, Lin Qun can recover an additional 600 energy and 1200 dark energy. This number is simply terrifying. Lin Qun now has no ability that can achieve such an amazing recovery speed. However, Lin Qun's reaction is also quite fast. After realizing it, he immediately took advantage of the situation and threw out the sword of promise of victory. The super electromagnetic cannon ability was activated. The dark energy rushed out like it was free. At this moment, he had an unprecedented abundance of dark energy and could activate the super electromagnetic cannon energy at will. Those electric snakes slithered crazily, rolling on his Mark 50 nano armor. The electric snakes were like living creatures. Under the armor, Lin Qun's eyes were amazingly blue. All the dark energy, including the dark energy activated and replenished every second, was transformed into the driving force of Lin Qun's super electromagnetic cannon at this moment. Infinite thunder burst out crazily, and he formed a flash of lightning in an instant, and those lightnings slithered crazily and gathered on the sword of promised victory in his hand. Not only that, Lin Qun's voice also echoed throughout the battlefield at this moment. Nine heavens mysterious break, transformed into divine thunder. The magnificent power of heaven, guided by the sword. The voice resounded faintly, shaking the battlefield. The secret of the divine sword controlling thunder. At that moment, in the center of the lava world, lightning burst out like a waterfall, and the terrifying electric light swept across the battlefield. Lin Qun's body was almost entangled in the lightning, and the sword of pledge of victory in his hand burst out with thousands of flashes. Under the amplification of a large amount of dark energy, the power of this sword increased exponentially, like a heavenly punishment thunder, directly striking the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization who was retreating in the revival monsoon. It raised its head. In its golden pupils, there was a reflection of amazing flashes. It raised its arms brazenly, trying to block Lin Qun's attack. Its roar resounded through the battlefield. Do you want to kill me here? In this lava world, it is a godlike existence. The earth and the sky both bless it. Here, its attributes are several times that of the outside. It is difficult for evolvers of the same level to defeat it here. It can be said that in its lava world, it is a godlike existence. Although this world will not give it any special superpowers, pure attributes and pure power are the most basic, but also the greatest bonus. It will be like a god coming to the world and sweeping the battlefield. In the previous battle of Daxing, the evolvers of the Prophet civilization had not been able to let it unfold its own lava world by constantly resetting it, and was finally defeated by the evolvers of the Prophet civilization. And now, its world has unfolded. How can this human, with a non-evolved body, defeat it here? It punched upward. The heavy fist went up against the strong wind of the revival monsoon, and it seemed that there was no obstruction, and it slammed into the sword light of Lin Qun. At that moment, thunder and iron fist collided. In space, lightning broke out like a collapse, and the thunder snakes wandered around, surging wildly, and a huge explosion burst out from the center. The duration of the revival monsoon reached 12 seconds and disappeared. In the shocking impact cloud, Lin Qun's body was pulled up at high speed for the second time. And below him, with the loud sound of falling, Lin Qun's sword directly cut off the right arm of the Black Sheep civilization evolver, which was as huge as a god. The right arm fell to the ground. It slammed into the solidified and dried magma world below, making a trembling loud noise and roar. It can be seen that there is an extremely terrifying rolling sword mark on this arm. Lin Qun's sword was forcibly cut from the fist to the end of the arm, and then cut it off completely. However, there was no blood flowing out of the wound position, and the structure inside was also like the structure of solidified magma. And all this happened in the moment just now. At this moment, there was a faint electric snake swimming on the broken arm, and the power of this sword is far more than that. Just now, the sword light of thunder went back, and even left a terrifying scar on its cheek, almost splitting its entire face in two. The light of its golden pupil on the right side dimmed at this moment. In the distance, Yegus was staring in this direction. It was far away, and from this position, it could not see the situation here with the optical organs of ordinary creatures, but it could feel the change of breath. It clearly judged that the Black Sheep civilization evolver suffered a loss from that human, and was just a little bit away from being killed. The strength of that human also shocked and incredible it. He was not an evolver, but he had the combat power to match the evolvers, and he seemed to become stronger every once in a while. And at this moment, Yegus noticed that the Shengui civilization evolver also moved. In the lava world, there were only a few of them. Everyone's breath expanded, and each other's position was very clear. As long as they had some ability, they could roughly sense who moved, and how they moved. The Shengui civilization evolver had just begun to accelerate, and quickly rushed to the center of the lava world, the location of the Black Sheep civilization evolver and the human. What did it want to do? Yegus was a little suspicious. Although the Black Sheep civilization evolver suffered a loss, he was not seriously injured. Although the human's attack just now was brutal, he did not kill him, so he was not seriously injured. It was too early to attack now. With the cunning of the godly civilization evolver, he should not move like this. But Yegus's mind was racing. Since the godly civilization evolver had moved, he did not dare to stand by and watch, and immediately moved as well. He rushed to the center of the battlefield quickly. At this moment, the core battlefield of the lava world. Lin Qun had also returned to the sky. At this moment, the nano armor on his sword holding arms was healing again. The huge impact just now almost shattered the nano armor on his arms. The nano armor bore most of the impact, but Lin Qun's arms were still trembling at this moment, and blood was flowing wildly under the armor. The reaction force of the opponent's punch was too terrifying. Here, in the lava world, the black sheep civilization evolver is like a god. Lin Qun's eyes sank. The black sheep civilization evolver was also looking at him. There was a frightening ferocity in its golden pupils. It did not hesitate at all. At the moment, when Lin Qun pulled away, it advanced forward, striding forward with heavy footsteps, and raised its other arm to the sky. Then, a series of terrifying fire tornadoes rose from the ground. The tornadoes were still wrapped in magma, gathering towards it. Some of them flowed towards its broken right arm, as if to form an arm again, while the rest swept towards the sky, gathered on its left arm again, and grabbed Lin Qun in the sky. At this moment, the black sheep civilization evolver was extremely huge in its lava world, and was an existence that stood tall and upright. It could still reach out its hand to grab and pull Lin Qun down from the so-called high place where Lin Qun flew. But Lin Qun did not dodge. He knew. Because he also felt that the evolvers of the Shengui civilization and the Lin Yuan civilization evolvers, Yegus, began to move towards this side. Although Lin Qun's perception ability has improved, it is still not as good as that of the evolvers. He does not know the intentions of the two parties, but since they have begun to approach his position, his worst plan is to judge that they are also going to attack. He failed to kill the evolver of the black sheep civilization with one strike just now. Now these two evolvers are coming, and he must use a killing move. As the evolver of the black sheep civilization moved forward, Lin Qun also attacked. He directly chose to launch the desperate situation of reincarnation. In fact, the desperate situation of reincarnation was what Lin Qun wanted to leave for the evolver of the Shengui civilization. The evolver of the Shengui civilization has strange means, and is extremely difficult to kill completely. The desperate situation of reincarnation is the best way to kill it. But now, it is too late. He and the evolver of the black sheep civilization have already played a trump card. If they don't take it down quickly, all their previous efforts will be wasted, and they will have to face 3 evolvers directly. All the previous efforts have been wasted. The desperate situation of reincarnation was activated instantly. The evolver of the black sheep civilization was still gathering the power of its lava world, but in a blink of an eye, the world around it changed dramatically. Its lava world disappeared directly, and a terrifying gray space appeared directly. It included it. This is, are you also an evolver? The evolver of the black sheep civilization showed a surprised expression. It was the first time it had seen this ability. In its opinion, this was an ability similar to that of an evolver. Lin Qun was able to activate it, so it immediately guessed that perhaps this human was also an evolver, but he had been playing the pig and eating the tiger. But Lin Qun looked up in horror at this moment. Because the moment he activated the desperate situation of reincarnation, it was not only him and the evolver of the black sheep civilization who appeared here. There were also Yegus and the evolver of the Shengui civilization. How could this be possible? Lin Qun was shocked. He immediately realized that there was only one possibility for this situation. That is, the evolver of the Shengui civilization stole his ability and pulled Yegus into another desperate situation of reincarnation. According to the mechanism of the desperate situation of reincarnation, only in this case can 4 people appear in the same space of the desperate situation of reincarnation at the same time. A one-on-one battle between real men instantly turned into a game of Mahjong for 4 people. But this was absolutely unfavorable to Lin Qun, and it was beyond his expectations. This, you pull me, I pull you, and everyone goes to the small dark room. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, The Ultimate Combo. Without opening the alternate dimension, the evolver of the Shengui civilization can also steal my ability? The thought flashed through Lin Qun's mind. But the evolver of the Shengui civilization made Lin Qun's situation worse. Originally, he could face the evolver of the black sheep civilization one-on-one in the desperate situation of reincarnation. The evolver of the Black Sheep civilization had never seen its own desperate situation of reincarnation. If he cut off its connection with the lava world of the alternate dimension in one breath, it would definitely be in a panic for a while, and it might even be possible that the bonus of its lava world to it would be weakened. Then, Lin Qun prepared to kill it with his ukes and broken sword. In 7 seconds, this evolver of the Black Sheep civilization had been injured by himself, and there might be a chance to kill him instantly before he could react. But what Lin Qun never expected was that just as he pulled him into the desperate situation of reincarnation, the two evolvers of the Shengui civilization and the Lin Yuan civilization all came in. It directly made Lin Qun very embarrassed. In 7 seconds, it went from 1-on-1 to 1-on-3. There were still 3 evolvers. Just as Lin Qun expected, when the Black Sheep civilization evolver entered the desperate situation of reincarnation, its body that had just stood tall and proud began to shrink in an instant, and it was not even as big as before, but became the size of a normal Black Sheep civilization life. And its right arm, that was cut off by Lin Qun, was also interrupted in recovery, and only recovered about half. It showed a look of obvious surprise. It was obviously surprised that its spatial ability was blocked, and it found that in this gray area, it could not activate its own lava world. Yegus was also a little surprised, but they are all evolvers, and their reaction speed is quite fast. They have already taken action as soon as they entered the desperate situation of reincarnation. 3 evolvers, killed together. In 7 seconds, Lin Qun's decisive kill of the Black Sheep civilization evolver turned into the opponent's decisive kill of him in the blink of an eye. Darkness rose from behind the crowd, spreading along the entire dark world at a very fast speed like a curtain of light, and one dark figure after another emerged from it, like an upside down figure hanging upside down in the sky, with a twisted figure and no face, but all of them had a scarlet eye in the middle of their bodies, turning in unison, looking at Lin Qun. What they will launch is Lin Qun's headshot female ability. Dozens of black shadows, sniping at multiple angles at the same time. The Black Sheep civilization evolver strode forward. It stepped in the air, but it was able to walk in space like a meteor, as if shrinking the earth into an inch, approaching in an instant, and Yegus turned into a huge golden body, magnificent and majestic, suppressing a golden light downward. 3 parties took action. At this moment, only 2 seconds had passed. If this goes on, it is impossible to survive the next 5 seconds. The 3 evolvers, the attributes added together are more than 10 times that of Lin Qun, the current #1 human being, not to mention other means. Seeing this, Lin Qun pulled back without hesitation, and then took out the time belt. Reverse time and space. Reverse 20 seconds. In an instant, the surrounding gray space disappeared instantly. The lava world reappeared. Under the power of the desperate situation of reincarnation, Yegus and the evolution of the Shengui civilization were instantly pulled into the same realm and battle space, and reset and appeared far away from the 2 people. In the near distance, Lin Qun had just completed the blatant attack of the Thunder God Sword. The right arm of the evolution of the Black Sheep civilization had just been cut off, and its arm was still falling in the air, and had not completely landed. The other 2 evolutionists had not even moved. But the people present were all evolutionists. They didn't need to react, and immediately understood what had just happened. Time was reversed. This human has so many tricks. Yegus raised his head. This time, before the evolution of the Shengui civilization moved, he moved first, and once again took the initiative to move forward, and rushed to the battlefield between Lin Qun and the evolution of the Black Sheep civilization. In a farther position, the evolution of the Shengui civilization took the initiative to slow down by half a beat. On the central battlefield, the rhythm did not stop at all, because starting over again was an opportunity for Lin Qun and the Black Sheep civilization evolver. This time, the Black Sheep civilization evolver did not rush to restore the arm that was cut off by Lin Qun. Instead, it raised its other left arm directly to Lin Qun's position, and grasped it in midair, like a god grasping an ant. So at that moment, the clouds behind Lin Qun rolled up wildly. They were ignited in an instant, and in an instant, they turned from black clouds into a terrifying fire cloud that covered the sky and earth, whistling down from the sky, and rolling wildly towards Lin Qun in the high altitude. At this moment, Lin Qun took 3 bottles of high-level dark energy recovery potions in a row, and the sword of the Oath of Victory in his hand burst into a dazzling light. The sword of Oath of Victory was released, and a flash of light rushed up into the sky, penetrated deep into the clouds, and stirred up the clouds that swept across the sky. But this seemed like a drop in the bucket. The whole sky was rolling up and sinking under the power of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver. Lin Qun's sword of victory could cut one, but it could not shake the whole world. The heroic spirit treasures also have their limits. And not only that, at this moment, the body of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver returned to its original state, just as it had just been, vast and huge, like a god coming to the world. As it rolled up the clouds in the sky and fell, as it moved forward, the ground cracked layer by layer, and the underground magma gushed out from the cracks in the ground, rolling back to the sky, gathering into its new right arm, while covering its body, forming a flowing, burning, red armor. It strode forward. The whole body has transformed into a fire demon-like existence that stands tall and upright. The golden eyes, reflected by the red body, reveal a terrible and sharp sense of death. Lin Qun's revenge demon transformation is like a child in front of it. The temperature around it continued to rise. Lin Qun gritted his teeth and flew backwards, simultaneously starting the transformation of the armored titan and the revenge demon. The sword of victory in his hand turned directly into a romantic turret, switched to a radiation form, and fired backwards crazily, filling his energy as ammunition, and the crisis amplified his power. One by one, the bullets roared out of the romantic turret. At the same time, he was taking drugs crazily, trying to maximum out his energy and dark energy attributes in the shortest time. At this moment, the whole world is against Lin Qun. And this is just the beginning. On the other side, the Lin Qun civilization evolver is approaching quickly, and its speed is faster than Lin Qun. Lin Qun used the armored titan to transform, and although it enhanced his ability to resist attacks, he could not use the Mark 15 Nano-suit, and could only use the Sky Dance. Although Lin Qun's data is already very high under multiple bonuses, and the speed under the Sky Dance is also very fast, it still seems difficult to distance himself from the evolver. Sam's desperate situation can no longer be used. The previous round of shots has proved that his move has been stolen by the evolver of the Shengui civilization. As long as he uses it, the evolvers of the Shengui civilization will also use it, and the 1-on-1 will become 1-on-3 in a second. Moreover, Lin Qun's time belt cannot be used a second time, and there is no way to cancel it. In the desperate situation of reincarnation, he will definitely die if he fights against 3 evolvers for 7 seconds. So, now we must fight desperately with the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization before the evolver of the Lin Qun civilization, Yegus, arrives. We must replace one of them, otherwise we will only lose today's battle. At this moment, Lin Qun seems to have no way to retreat. The armored giant in the cartoon state is surrounded by flames. Compared with other lives, Lin Qun in this state is definitely tall and strong, but in front of the Black Sheep civilization evolver who is standing tall at this moment, he is like an ant. But at this moment, he suddenly stopped. His cartoon-like body clenched his iron fist and went to the void with a bang. With this punch, a dimensional hole was forcibly punched out. The real world outside was exposed. The evolutionists of the Shengui civilization had personally experienced Lin Qun's ability and had been on guard against it, but the evolutionists of the Black Sheep civilization had not. Lin Qun's cartoon force had been proven to be able to punch through the alien space world opened up by the evolutionists. An even more exaggerated scene immediately appeared. Lin Qun stood in front of the dimensional hole he had made. Before the evolutionists of the Black Sheep civilization came with the power of the world of lava, he brazenly stretched out his arms and forcibly tore the dimensional hole to both sides. The scene was like tearing a piece of paper, with Lin Qun pulling hard, under the blessing of the terrifying power and cartoon force. A terrifying crack of 100 meters long was directly opened in the lava world. The outside world was revealed. At this moment, the world was connected to the world. At the same time, Lin Qun's connection with the Cartoon Kingdom was instantly established. The conditions for the activation of the cartoon bookmark were met, and it was activated. The Cartoon Kingdom located above the Ankarazi area suddenly disappeared. Instantly appeared outside the dimensional hole made by Lin Qun. Lin Qun's figure flew out directly and stood in the cartoon kingdom. When he turned around, he saw that the lava world of the Black Sheep civilization evolver behind him was cracked. It was not an ordinary crack, but opened directly. Starting from the space crack torn by Lin Qun, it spread out like Lin Qun's cartoon kingdom, floating in the sky, connecting with the real world with a huge exit. This is the use of the alien space of the evolver that Lin Qun has never seen. And it seems that in this state, the two worlds are connected, and the bonus obtained by the Black Sheep civilization evolver in the lava world can be directly extended to the outside world. At this moment, it bit tightly behind Lin Qun, rolling up the sky and the earth, and smashing the whole world into the cartoon kingdom. At this moment, Lin Qun had just landed on the top of the tower of the cartoon kingdom. He only stepped on it, then twisted his body, and faced the fall of the lava world from the sky. Burning clouds and air currents. There are also terrifying lava and flaming meteorites falling like fireballs. Lin Qun's eyes reflected the firelight, but the romantic turret and the sword of promised victory in his hands all disappeared at the same time. Instead, he raised his arms to the sky. In the real world, although there were clouds in the sky, they did not block the sunlight, and the morning sun just fell on Lin Qun. Noon sun. Eskena's ability was activated. It was not noon at this time, and all of Lin Qun's attributes only increased by 60 points on the original basis, but another effect of his Eskena's ability gave Lin Qun another additional dark energy pool, with an additional 300 points of dark energy. In total, a full 424 points of dark energy were added. In addition to Lin Qun's previous transformation into the Armored Titan, the transformation into the Vengeance Demon, and the multiple attribute bonuses of the unparalleled state for more than 8 hours, Lin Qun's total dark energy at this moment broke through 1,700 points. It directly reached 1,753 points. Moreover, under the direct sunlight, Lin Qun's body became visibly larger. His eyes seemed to reflect the scorching sun, and he gained a dark energy recovery ability that increased by 8 points per second. The dark energy recovery potion quickly entered his stomach. Lin Qun's dark energy attribute was quickly maximumed out. He stood on the top of the cartoon kingdom and raised his head. Looking at the power of the Black Sheep civilization evolver coming down, he did not dodge or evade, because at the moment of approaching the cartoon kingdom, this attack with terrifying power suddenly washed away the lead enlister, and the flames and the explosive power of dark energy on it were suddenly cut off in pieces, and disappeared on the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Only the rolling airflow hit the cartoon kingdom, and those gravel and boulders. Although these can bring impact to the cartoon kingdom, they are harmless, and are unlikely to hurt Lin Qun. This is exactly the ability of the cartoon kingdom. The cartoon kingdom is present. Effect attack is invalidated. The Black Sheep civilization evolver showed a surprised expression. This human has so many means, and the functions of the means are so strange that even it has never seen it. At the same time, Lin Qun had already charged towards the sky without any hesitation. At the moment when the attack of the Black Sheep civilization evolver dissipated, he rose from the ground like a cannonball, pinched the magic formula with his hands, and quickly approached the Black Sheep civilization evolver, who was like a god. The art of creating animals. Activate. At this moment, Lin Qun's dark energy has been fully maximumed out, 1,700 points of dark energy. This is the panel attribute. Lin Qun also has dark energy that is rapidly restored every second. Even if he cannot take drugs further during the process of creating animals, Lin Qun's attack of creating animals is at least 1,800 points of dark energy. 1,800 points of dark energy. He didn't believe that he couldn't turn an evolver into a living sheep. However, at the moment when Lin Qun rose, Yegus also came. Not only it, but the evolver of the divine civilization used strange means to instantly cross a distance of several thousand meters. Groups of black shadows appeared around Lin Qun, and hundreds of scarlet eyes appeared again, rolling towards Lin Qun, wanting to stare him to death here. The two evolvers suddenly became so anxious, because they saw Lin Qun's body suddenly expand, and become stronger and stronger than ever before. They mistakenly thought that this was Lin Qun showing the superhuman power that he had shown in the Battle of Daxing. Seeing the suspected superhuman power reappear, they all couldn't sit still, because if it was really superhuman power, a set of combos might really be able to take away the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization in a few seconds. This human must not be allowed to succeed. Can the ability he showed in the Battle of Daxing still be used? Are the intelligence of the Prophet civilization and the Bakatans all wrong? He hid too deep. We must kill him as soon as possible. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed in the blink of an eye. Lin Qun pounced on the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization, and he was instantly locked by the other two evolvers. The moment he turned the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization into a living sheep, he was killed by the other two top civilization evolvers together. But at this moment, Lin Qun had no way out. He had no choice but to move forward, fighting for his life. Chapter 386 Go to Hell. Mr. Lin. When the lava world was torn apart, the Ankarazi command center discovered the situation here. And others have been keeping a close eye on the battle situation here. Just now, Lin Qun and the three evolvers entered the lava world. They lost their target. Even other top civilizations didn't know what happened. Although it was only a short moment, no one dared to take it lightly. When the lava world was torn apart, everyone's eyes were focused. And everything that just happened was almost too much for Ander and others to take in. Seeing the cartoon kingdom appear in the wilderness a few kilometers away from Ankara's he like teleportation, easily dissolving the shocking attack of the Black Sheep civilization evolver, Lin Qun took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. Ander and others almost cheered. As high-level officials in the Americas, they haven't felt this way for a long time. They were amazed and ecstatic at the instantaneous change and reversal of a battle, because they all knew how difficult this battle was. If Lin Qun defeated the three evolvers, then they would definitely win this battle. But if Mr. Lin lost, or even lost in a tie, it would mean the extinction of the human race. However, just as the excited expression appeared on their faces, the scene of the other two top civilization evolvers coming in an instant made the command center fall into a dead silence. They didn't understand the confrontation between the top powerhouses, but they could see that if Lin Qun was hit, he would be seriously injured if not killed, and he would no longer have the strength to fight. Just now, Lin Qun fought back with all his strength, just to create a distance difference and time difference, and even the other two evolvers couldn't get close in a short time to kill the Black Sheep civilization evolver first. But this time difference and distance difference failed, and the two evolvers all had their own means, and came close in the blink of an eye. This proved that they were not unable to come over immediately, but did not want to come over immediately, just to let the Black Sheep civilization evolvers and Lin Qun fight to the death. But now, seeing that the situation was not right, they no longer hid and took action immediately. Lin Qun rushed to kill the Black Sheep civilization evolvers with all his strength, without any backup defense. At this moment, two evolvers attacked him from behind, and he had no chance to dodge. If he dodged, he would miss this opportunity and face the situation of facing three evolvers at the same time. How could he win in that situation? At this moment, not only was the Ankarazi command center dead silent, but even Lin Qun's heart was cold. He thought that the advantages of time and distance did not exist at all. They wanted to come, and they could come immediately. They didn't come, just because they didn't have to. They had always been confident of winning. Too powerful. These evolvers. They were too powerful. They were all evolvers in their prime, stronger than the Prophet civilization evolvers in the Daxing battle that day, and the most important thing was that none of them were fools. They could judge the situation in the shortest time, and make the best choice for them. Lin Qun suddenly realized that from the beginning, the evolvers of the Shengui civilization and the Lin Yuan civilization had been in control of the situation. The evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization became pawns, and he, perhaps, was nothing. But at this moment, Lin Qun had no other choice. He had to make the choice he thought was right. The coldness in his heart lasted only a brief moment. This was not only because of the blood and fire he had gone through to get to today, but also because of Eskana's ability. Even more blazing than the morning sun in the sky was the scorching sun that the sun ability ignited in Lin Qun's heart. From the magic city to Lucheng, from Lucheng to Hongs, to Daxing City, to Chuncheng, and then to today. Fighting blood all the way, fighting to the death all the way. That was the pride in Lin Qun's heart. Therefore, at this moment, He would never dodge or retreat. He rose to the sky, and the art of animal creation continued to be launched to kill the black sheep civilization evolver. Come on. Let's see who can be better. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up in the sky. It was a beam of light as the wind, shooting down from the sky and falling on the body of Lin Qun, who was moving forward. At that moment, Lin Qun felt a warm feeling. He was a little surprised, but in an instant, he understood who it was. The end of the sky. A pure, holy shadow is descending from the sky, with a disdainful temperament, holding a huge staff. The figure is slender, with astonishingly long legs, white skin, proud breasts, and a look of looking down on ants from above. She is so holy and noble. No, she is not descending from the sky. It is the wind that gathers and becomes her. The wind becomes her. She uses the wind as her body. It is the wrath of the storm. Jana. Her voice is as ethereal as the wind, transmitted to the entire battlefield. I see the struggle of civilization. I hear the call in the wind. As you wish. I come as promised. The wrath of the sky will cover this land. The storm is coming. Along with this ethereal and dreamy voice, a terrifying storm appeared at the same speed as the evolver's attack. What appeared at this moment was not the resurrection monsoon just now. Instead, it was a terrifying tornado that rose from the ground. Not just one, but 12. They rose from the ground in less than 2 seconds, and in an instant they turned into a terrifying tornado that rolled back into the sky. And the terrifying storm directly shook Yegus and the evolver of the Shengui civilization. The countless shadows simulated by the evolver of the Shengui civilization were instantly torn to pieces by the strong wind, and even Yegus rolled back. It turned out that the effect of the card blessing of the storm has not ended. On the contrary, this is just the beginning. The wind elf far away in another world saw the pride and struggle of mankind, and after a moment of observation and hesitation, chose to take action at this moment. Those who work hard should always have a report. The heroes from human civilization should always open up a way for mankind to move forward. Even if the world where Jana is located is a completely different parallel time and space from this world. But human life is the same. So, she descended on the battlefield at this moment. In an instant, the battlefield was dark and the whole world was bathed in the anger of the wind. The light wind can help people move forward, but it can also destroy everything. In the storm, Lin Qun was the one who rode the wind. His speed increased, and the recovery speed of dark energy went up a level. In an instant, he had come to the front of the black sheep civilization evolver. The art of making animals was activated. At least 1,900 points of dark energy were output. The black sheep civilization evolver was still preparing to resist, but he had never expected that Lin Qun's attack this time was so strange. It was not a direct attack at all, but a direct transformation and influence on its life. The moment the art of making animals was activated, Lin Qun felt unprecedented resistance. That was the huge power from the black sheep civilization evolver. That was a game at a deeper level. The shocked voice of the black sheep civilization evolver echoed throughout the lava world where it existed. How is this possible? What kind of ability is this? It is modifying my genes, modifying my life. What do you want to turn me into? Ridiculous. This is impossible. I'm an evolver. I have achieved the ascension of life. How can you pull me down from the altar? Exclamation mark. Lin Qun said nothing. He just moved forward. He was swept up in the wind, and the beast-making technique was fully activated. In the silent competition with the evolver of the black sheep civilization, he gradually suppressed its dark energy and vitality that resisted him, and continued to move forward. On the ground, a terrifying wind wall rose from the ground. The fury of the storm stood in the center of the gust of wind. Her clothes danced wildly in the gust of wind, and her eyes emitted a frightening white light. She was standing in the wind. She was calling for the storm. The two evolvers went all out at this moment, bombarding the boundless storm she created with pure energy. A world appeared on both sides of the sky. One was a different dimension synchronized with nothingness. The other was a golden and magnificent palace world. They came from the evolvers of the Shengui civilization and the Lin Qun civilization respectively. They could unfold like the evolvers of the black sheep civilization, and were pressing the entire world towards the storm world below. But the gust of wind was empty and unpredictable, but it was also the most tenacious, and the taunt storm could be filled up again soon. Farther away, the battle in Ankarazi was still going on. Countless human warriors and alien civilizations fought desperately, with corpses everywhere, but no one retreated. The flagships of various top civilizations and the Ankarazi command center were almost all attracted by the battlefield here at this moment. This scene was too shocking. In the giant ship of a silicon-based civilization, the Knight Commander was surprised and said, "How many means does this human have when he falls to the ground? Can he still summon this level of strong people to help? Who is this creature? Is he also a human? Can he really kill one against 3 evolvers?" Although the center of the battlefield was extremely fierce, but no one is a fool, and everyone can see that Lin Qun had used a killer move at this moment, so that the situation could be fought to this point. But it was precisely because of this that they were even more surprised. In the flagship of the Lin Qun civilization, the fleet commander of the Lin Qun civilization said, "Incredible human, impressive courage. It is really amazing. He is not even a real son of civilization. I hope Lord Yegas can kill him quickly. This human is really a big problem." On one side, a senior general of the Lin Qun civilization whispered, "Even the son of the indigenous civilization. I'm afraid no one can do this. However, if Lord Yegas can kill him here, and he successfully kills the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization, then it will be a great advantage for us." And at this moment, the brief stalemate was broken. On the battlefield, the lava world unfolded by the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization suddenly began to shrink. In front of the storm, Lin Qun's dark energy and animal making skills crushed the resistance of the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization. Its huge body like a god suddenly collapsed. Its scream shook the sky, full of desperate disbelief and horror. "What did you do to me? This is impossible. You are just an indigenous life form. You can't possibly." And the next moment, on the battlefield, in the gazes of the crowd, the body of the Black Sheep civilization evolver changed rapidly, shrinking rapidly to the size of the original Black Sheep civilization life form, but a large amount of white hair began to grow on its black body. It was rapidly transforming from a humanoid creature into a sheep. Black Sheep civilization, then you will become a real sheep. As long as the art of creating livestock takes effect, no matter what kind of strange life form this evolver is that is difficult to kill, the moment it turns into a sheep, the sheep's vital points will also become its vital points. As long as the sheep's head is cut off, it will surely die. This is the horror of the art of creating livestock. No matter what kind of life form you are, you will become a livestock, and you can only retain your thinking and basic attributes. The rest is no different from a real sheep, including the vital points of being a living creature. As long as you turn it into a sheep and chop off the sheep's head with one blow, you can use a combo to take it away directly. But its struggle continued, and its power was stronger than Lin Qun had imagined. Lin Qun realized that without the help of Storm's Fury, he might not even be able to replace the Black Sheep civilization evolver. Before he succeeded, he should have been killed by the joint attack. At this moment, the shrinking of the lava world behind the Black Sheep civilization evolver was not a real disappearance, but its final counterattack against Lin Qun. At this moment, it had no reservations. Its lava world shrank rapidly, turning into a huge meteorite several kilometers in size, including in the terrifying flames, falling rapidly from the top of the world at the speed of the first universe, and smashing into Lin Qun. The last hope emerged in the golden eyes of the Black Sheep civilization evolver. It only takes 3 seconds. 3 seconds. It has realized that its state can no longer be reversed. It has completely failed in this round of confrontation with this human, but it still has a chance. No matter what means it uses, with its ability, as long as the caster who continues to apply the means dies, it can recover immediately. As long as it kills this human, it believes that this blow can directly blast this human into meat paste. Although it almost burned its own lava world for this, at this time, compared with death, it couldn't care less about these. It couldn't care less. It had finally become an evolver. It absolutely couldn't. It absolutely couldn't die in the hands of an indigenous creature like this. It still wanted to win the victory of this civilization battlefield with its own civilization, and it also wanted to take its own civilization to the kingdom of God. And at this moment, the Black Sheep civilization evolver saw the light in Lin Qun's eyes. It was blood-red murderous intent. The final blow of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver was approaching at a terrifying speed. At this moment, only half of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver's body had turned into a sheep, and his head was still changing. But Lin Qun couldn't wait any longer, and there was no need to wait. At this moment, he jumped high from the storm. The armored titan's transformation was lifted in a second, and the Mark 15 nano-suit instantly covered his whole body. The spirit of the storm seemed to have sensed his thoughts. The fierce wind that was holding him up burst at this moment, like a big hand with infinite power, pushing Lin Qun to the sky. He pounced on the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver like a flash of lightning. At this moment, the upper body of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver has turned into a sheep body, and the head that originally had sheep horns has completely turned into a black and white sheep head. Only its eyes are still golden. And behind it, the final blow of its burning world is infinitely close. High temperature burns everything. It is like a meteorite is about to hit the world under its feet. Everything seems to collapse under this blow. If it is just a little faster than that human, it can survive. The nano-suit issued a high temperature alarm. Even with the high temperature resistance brought by the passive ability of the revenge demon, Lin Qun felt the burning of his skin, and his hair suddenly began to burn. But he did not retreat. He was still accelerating. The sword of promise of victory was swung out, and he held the sword more tightly than ever before. Go forward without hesitation. Never retreat. For himself. For the promise he gave to Bai Yiming. And for this battle, thousands of people came to support him. At that moment, he seemed to feel the pulse from the ancient world. In the trance, brought by the high temperature, he seemed to see his own afterimage moving at high speed, or perhaps another knight in armor, with golden hair dancing in the strong wind. At this moment, she held the sword with him, charged forward with him. Her voice came from the wind, as firm and courageous as a rock. My sword will accompany you, and your fate will also coexist with me. Go and defend your kingdom. That is a blessing from the King of Britain in the illusory fantasy world, Altoria Pendragon. Her heroic spirit resonates with her treasure, and at this moment, blesses the holder of the sword of promised victory in the distant world. Lin Qun's power attribute, at this moment, jumped to 999. So at this moment, Lin Qun's blood-red eyes burned with a flame that was hotter and hotter than the final blow of the evolver of the Black Sheep Civilization, and had a higher temperature. As long as it is a little faster than its final blow, it can be killed. So, at this moment, Lin Qun's roar resounded through the sky. You go to hell. P.S. It's the end of the month. I'm asking for a wave of monthly tickets. Chapter 387 Human. You have no way out. The sword light was submerged in the flames and the scorching air. But at this moment, it also cut through the flames and the air. It became the most dazzling flash in Lin Qun's eyes. With a swish, the head of the black sheep was chopped off. Its upper body had completely turned into a sheep's body, and it was cut off by a sword at this moment. Clean and neat, without any obstruction. Like cutting a piece of tofu. Lin Qun's strength attribute was sufficient. The sword of promise of victory was made of meteorites from outer space, and was sharp enough. And this part of the body of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver had also turned into a sheep. Apart from the basic physical bonus, there was no other bonus. Lin Qun's figure and the figure of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver intersected and separated in an instant. The sword beheaded like a stream of light. Under the art of animal creation, no matter whether the key point of this Black Sheep Civilization Evolver is the sheep head or not, it has been forced to be the sheep head, because its state under the influence of the art of animal creation is already a sheep, and naturally it must conform to the biological state of a sheep. Under the influence of animal creation, it can only maintain its basic attributes and initial consciousness. Therefore, facing this blow, as long as the sheep head is cut off, it will definitely die, even if it is an evolver. In a flash, the two passed each other, and Lin Qun could not stop the momentum of rushing forward, and crashed into the final blow of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver, the meteorite that destroyed the world. But the expected destruction did not come. The devastating blow was accompanied by the sheep head of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver being cut off and instantly dissipated like bubbles, turning into a diffused light in the sky. It was a series of free and chaotic dark energy, which was too condensed and presented a physical state. and because of the remnants of the power characteristics of the Black Sheep civilization evolver, it showed this flame like red. In the air, they were like a piece of upside down setting sun, spreading and covering the sky. They looked magnificent, and formed a completely different picture from the storm behind Lin Qun, like a bloody and dim rainbow. But they were no longer a threat. Lin Qun bumped into this rainbow, feeling like a breeze on his face, a little dazed, and a little helpless. He didn't know that this was because the attack came from the ability of the evolver's alternate dimension, and when the evolver died, the alternate dimension they controlled would also disappear and no longer exist, which was equivalent to losing the support of the condensed state, and this attack would also disappear, and it would be completely annihilated with the death of the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization. But this is good news. The attack of the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization has the momentum of destroying the world. And on the battlefield, Lin Qun was rising slowly. He held a long sword with blood on the blade, and rose into the sky with a rolling dark energy thread, and in front of him, the world in the last attack of the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization collapsed, and its headless corpse fell to the ground under his feet. At the moment of the intersection, life and death have been decided, blood was brought out, and Lin Qun was still proud in the sky. The Black Sheep civilization evolver was directly killed by Lin Qun with a sword, and died on the spot. Its half sheep, half black sheep corpse fell to the ground, and the golden eyes on the sheep's head were completely dim at this moment. The life of the Black Sheep civilization is indeed somewhat similar to the sheep in the human world turning into humans. At this moment, it was killed in this form, which was also somewhat ironic. However, at this moment, no one on the battlefield in the entire Ankarasi area paid attention to this evolved person who had been killed. What everyone was paying attention to was Lin Qun, who was riding the storm and bathing in the light at this moment. He defeated the arrogant Black Sheep civilization evolver with a shocking blow, like a god-killing force. Such a record exceeded everyone's imagination. Even if the lives of the top civilizations all saw that Lin Qun's blow was aimed at his life, no one thought that a dignified evolver would be easily killed by this human. And he was not even an evolver. Still far from reaching the level of an evolver. In the flagship of Lin Qun civilization, the beings of Lin Qun civilization were discussing. He really succeeded. The evolver of Black Sheep civilization is dead. Who would have thought? Black Sheep civilization has suddenly become the world's biggest loser. In the giant ship of Silicon civilization, the Knight Commander just received the latest news. Master Knight Commander, the accurate news is that the third fleet of Black Sheep civilization is lurking near the European region under our control, and has just revealed its presence. Black Sheep civilization's Kinky should be among this fleet of Black Sheep civilization. The purpose of Black Sheep civilization is obvious. The Knight Commander just shook his head and looked at the rainbow spreading across the sky in the distance, saying, "No need to open fire on them. Just pass on the news here. I think the fleet of Black Sheep civilization will naturally retreat. The evolver is dead. Black Sheep civilization has fallen from the altar in this battle. For them, no matter what the original plan was, it is meaningless now. Accelerating the retreat and preserving the strength of civilization as much as possible is the best choice." The Knight Commander believed that, as long as this news reached the lives of the Black Sheep civilization, they would definitely make the right choice. But at this time, it felt a little sad. This might be the war of civilizations. When civilizations are strong, the proud side will advance step by step, but perhaps with just one battle, they can fall into the dust and become vulnerable. But the Knight Commander quickly retracted his gaze. It knew. The battle is not over yet. The end of the Black Sheep civilization evolver is just the beginning. At this moment, Lin Qun has reached the top in the sky, and data is rolling in front of him. Contribution point +1. Experience value +5,500,000. 5.5 million experience points. This is similar to what Lin Qun guessed before. The evolver of the Prophet civilization also brought him at least about 5 million experience points. Killing an evolver can directly jump 3 levels. Now Lin Qun's level has reached level 52. Every step up in level means a large bonus to all attributes, and even the attributes of each level increase are all higher than the standard value of ordinary humans. The gold content of these 3 levels is quite high. The blessing from the true master of the Sword of Promised Victory only lasted for a brief moment. After the sword was completed, the data returned to normal. But now is not the time to think about these things. His eyes quickly moved down and looked at the battlefield below. Fighting with the evolvers, every second counts. Any hesitation and waste of time may lead to one's defeat. Moreover, at this moment, the attack of the other two evolvers has come, just as Lin Qun and the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization have decided the winner. The evolvers of the Shengui civilization and the Lin Qun civilization also defeated the storm in the sky. The black storm wall was completely disintegrated. The strong wind that just dragged Lin Qun up was the last help Janna gave her. Her slender and graceful body seemed to be lifted by the wind. Under the intertwined and explosive power of the two evolvers, she still looked light and beautiful. She rose into the sky and turned into wind. For the last time, she looked at Lin Qun. Then she disappeared. The wind formed her. When she left, she turned into wind again. Her true body has never come. This is just her incarnation, a reappearance of her power condensed in this world through the space barrier. But that's all. In the setting of the Alliance, she is not an infinitely powerful existence, but a spirit of the wind, growing up in the baptism of long years, and gaining the power to transcend and control the storm. But at this moment, her power is still crushed by the power of the two evolvers. The wind dissipated. The storm is no longer. In front of Lin Qun, there are two worlds of completely different colors, pressing down on him magnificently. On one side is a gray and dark alien space. On the other side is a golden and magnificent world. At this moment, they are the last two evolvers of the alien civilization on the entire Blue Star battlefield. But they are also invincible on the battlefield. Lin Qun is taking drugs like crazy. He wants to retreat and keep a distance. But they are already pressing step by step. The evolvers of the Shengui civilization rarely synchronize with the evolvers of the Lin Qun civilization. This time, they show pure power. Yegus, the evolver of Lin Qun civilization, transformed into a golden giant statue. He pressed his palm downward, and a golden light instantly enveloped Lin Qun, making him feel an unprecedented terrifying power. It was like a mortal body carrying a huge mountain, and his body fell uncontrollably. And below him, in the desolate wilderness outside Ankara, darkness surged like a tide. A dark, flowing huge blade emerged from the ground and rose upward, with the blade aimed at the suppressed Lin Qun. Both attacks were mediocre. They were the embodiment of pure dark energy, which was to block Lin Qun from top to bottom and kill him with one blow before pure power. Lin Qun used all his trump cards in a round of killing moves. This was the weakest moment, and they naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. Lin Qun's body was forced to fall. He roared in the center of the battlefield and rushed left and right. He wanted to return to the vicinity of the Cartoon Kingdom, but he failed. The two evolvers had never cooperated before, but the first cooperation was very close. Their power locked every direction of Lin Qun. It seemed that they were just suppressing the sky and the ground, but in fact, their power had blended to form a huge cubic space. No matter which direction Lin Qun rushed to, he would be absolutely suppressed. The pure power bombardment suppressed him all the way back. With the power of Eskina, Lin Qun's body was burly and strong. His palms were burning with flames like the sun, and he threw them far away. That was the application of Eskina's ability. But this attack was still annihilated in the blockade on all sides. Two worlds were pressing down on Lin Qun. The evolvers standing in them were like two unshakable gods, coldly suppressing the humans who dared to resist them. Lin Qun rushed left and right, desperately charging, but was defeated step by step, and was pushed back, and shot down again and again. He fell little by little to the huge sharp blade below. The sword of the pledge of victory in Lin Qun's hand flashed and slashed towards the sky, but the golden flash bombarded the golden iron curtain woven by Yegus, the evolver of Lin Qun civilization, and instantly exploded into nothingness. In vain. Lin Qun fired the super electromagnetic cannon at the dark blade under his feet, and the dazzling flash bombarded the darkness. Those darknesses melted instantly like ice and snow. But it was only a moment. The next moment, they rose from the ground again, surging and boiling, and gathered into a huge blade pointing to the sky. as Yegus continued to attack, weaving and reinforcing the blockade around him. In the space around Lin Qun, he could see the golden border with his naked eyes, square, locking him in it, and pressing him towards the blade below little by little, and the black blade was huge, rising with the rise of countless darkness, actively facing the falling human, like an execution blade, to behead this human in the center of the battlefield that everyone was watching. Just like the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization. On the battlefield, it was a desperate scene. After the shock of killing the Black Sheep civilization evolver with one strike, at this moment, it was a deep powerlessness. Ander and others looked at this scene, and didn't know what to do. He ordered the Anchorasi area to mobilize artillery fire, but their attacks could not shake the two evolvers at all. They could only watch their strong men being suppressed. In the world of the two evolvers, the Shengui civilization evolver condensed a dark body at the edge. The body was similar to that of humans, but without a face or organs. The body leaned forward and looked down at the struggling and dying humans at his feet. On one side, Yegus was equally indifferent. Its voice penetrated the battlefield. It echoed here. Human, don't struggle. You have no way out. This sentence came out of its golden world, magnificent and shocking, like the judgment of the gods on the fate of mortals. And the current scene seems to be the judgment of the strong on the weak. Lin Qun had used up all his killing moves, and the second set of means had not yet been prepared, let alone used. They had already seized this opportunity, and joined forces to suppress him, blocking all his remaining possibilities, and suppressing him with pure power. Everyone was doing their best, and no one could give anyone a chance. Everyone who had survived to this day, and reached this level knew, that giving others a chance was giving up their own chance. Especially now, the Black Sheep civilization evolver was dead. At least for Yegus, its goal had been achieved. It would be stupid not to do it now. Cooperate with the godly civilization evolver to kill this human. The rest of the Blue Star civilization battlefield would be a contest between their Lin Qun civilization, the godly civilization, and the silicon-based civilization. In any case, Lin Qun had not reached the level of an evolver. Even his basic attributes were far inferior to those of an evolver. There was even less chance of replicating the success of killing the Black Sheep civilization evolver just now. Lin Qun could not even get close to them with the animal creation technique, and without Janna's help, he did not have enough time. Even if there was, the evolvers of the Shengui civilization and the Lin Qun civilization, Yegus, were not fools. They had just seen with their own eyes how Lin Qun killed the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization with the art of animal creation. They must be on guard against the same spell. And if strong men of their level were on guard, Lin Qun would not be able to succeed again. The art of animal creation, after killing once, would not be able to succeed the second time. Therefore, Yegus was right. He seemed to be waiting for death. Lin Qun gritted his teeth. He was shot down from the sky again. This time, he chose to launch the desperate situation of reincarnation. The two evolvers were not afraid of him launching the desperate situation of reincarnation, because with the evolvers of the Shengui civilization, they could enter the desperate situation of reincarnation simultaneously, and it was still 2 against 1. But Lin Qun's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he had no choice. Yegus's judgment was right. As an evolver, it knew very well that this human was in this situation, and had no way out. But what it didn't know was, Lin Qun had one last card. The broken sword of Zeuxin. Samsara space, cut off their connection with their own world. Kill the broken sword of Zeuxin again. This will be Lin Qun's last chance. But what he doesn't know is, the evolver of the Shengui civilization is also waiting for Lin Qun to open the Samsara despair again. Only it knows that it has borrowed power from its own god. Its goal is not only to kill all the humans here and kill Lin Qun here, but also to strangle the evolvers of other civilizations. And anywhere on the Blue Star battlefield, it will be captured by the backstage of the civilization battlefield if it shows superstandard power, and will be penalized and eliminated for violations. But there is only one place that is an exception. That is the Samsara despair of this human. That is not the ability of the evolver. It is a real alien space domain, independent of the Blue Star battlefield. Revealing your trump card there, even if it is a violation, it will not be discovered. The power it borrowed can only be used once by the evolver of the Shengui civilization. The last time the four of them entered the Samsara despair simultaneously, it wanted to take action, but Lin Qun activated the time belt first, causing everything to reverse, and it was very regretful, and it has been waiting. Although it can also activate the desperate situation of reincarnation, it can only pull in one person. Only when Lin Qun activates it at the same time, can it make everyone appear in the strange space of this human being at once. It has a chance to attack once, and wipe out all the enemies here. This is also the goal it wants to achieve most, by inciting many civilizations to deal with humans. P.S. I will ask for monthly tickets again on the last day of this month. Chapter 388. The ZHU's Iron Sword appears. The situation was changing, and the evolver of the Shengui civilization had his own judgment and ideas. Lin Qun also had his own judgment. His Samsara despair at this moment was launched against the evolver of the Shengui civilization. Samsara despair can be launched after reaching the distance and having vision. Even if he is now blocked by the pure power of the two evolvers, it can be launched. From his position, he can see the evolver of the Shengui civilization and Yegus, but he still chose to launch it against the evolver of the Shengui civilization. Lin Qun thought so. If his speed is fast enough and the evolver of the Shengui civilization cannot react, he can only pull the evolver of the Shengui civilization into the Samsara despair, and his Samsara despair ability can only be copied by the evolver of the Shengui civilization, but Yegus cannot. In this way, Lin Qun can create a one-on-one situation. He has fought with the evolver of the Shengui civilization, and he has no confidence in facing Yegus, but he may not be unable to fight against the evolver of the Shengui civilization. His golden light curse, thunder god sword secret, etc., have natural restraint on the life of the Shengui civilization. Even the evolvers of the Shengui civilization are no exception. This has been demonstrated during the Battle of Huaxia Spring City. If he uses the Zuxan sword, he should be able to kill it within 7 seconds. This is an opportunity. If he can kill another evolver, only Yegus is left, and the situation has changed again. 3 against 1 becomes 2 against 1, and 2 against 1 becomes 1 against 1 again. The advantage of multiple top civilizations joining forces is gone, but Lin Qun's advantage will be infinitely magnified. Then, today's battle may really be won. This is also the reason why Yegus chose to fight with the evolver of the Shengui civilization with all his strength just now. It doesn't want to face this human with many means alone. Just now, the evolver of the Black Sheep civilization was killed in front of it. It is impossible for it not to be frightened. It has not seen evolvers killed by non-evolved life for a long time. The power and means mastered by this human also make it feel a little scared. But Yegus may not dream of it. The evolutionist of the mysterious civilization, who seemed to be consistent with its thoughts and actions, actually thought differently from it. The evolutionist of the mysterious civilization could have completely avoided showing its shadow, but it did it on purpose. It guessed that, if Lin Qun launched the desperate situation of reincarnation, it must be against it, so it gave Lin Qun this opportunity. It had been waiting for Lin Qun to launch the desperate situation of reincarnation. Therefore, Lin Qun made a wrong judgment on this point. It was impossible for the evolutionist of the mysterious civilization to not be unable to react. The moment the desperate situation of reincarnation was launched against it, its infinitely scattered dark body was forcibly pulled towards the desperate situation of reincarnation. But it was also at this moment that it relied on the powerful power of the evolutionist to buy itself a half-second moment and launch the desperate situation of reincarnation against Yegus at the same time. Lin Qun locked the evolutionist of the mysterious civilization in a small dark room in order to create an opportunity for himself to defeat them one by one. The purpose of the evolutionist of the mysterious civilization pulling Yegus into the small dark room was to catch all the strong men here today, including Yegus. By then, their only opponent will be silicon-based civilization. Although silicon-based civilization is a bit troublesome for Shengui civilization to deal with, Shengui civilization is a more difficult opponent to defeat for silicon-based civilization. In summary, Shengui civilization still has the advantage. As long as today's battle goes smoothly, the evolvers of Shengui civilization are confident that the victory of the winner of this civilization battlefield will become a great possibility. and Yegus found that he was pulled into the small black room again and thought that the evolvers of Shengui civilization had the same idea as it and wanted to continue to solve this human together and eliminate the trouble forever. So, the three people, each with their own ideas, entered the desperate situation of reincarnation at the same time. Their ideas were all correct, and they were all accurate and reasonable judgments, but they didn't know what each other wanted to do. But at the moment of entering the desperate situation of reincarnation, all the cards were revealed in an instant. Yegus was the first to realize that it was calculated. The evolutionist of the divine weird civilization revealed his trump card without hesitation. He called upon his god and received God's gift and power. At the moment when the Samsara despair unfolded, the entire body of the evolutionist of the divine weird civilization was forcibly pulled in here, but his aura expanded infinitely at this moment, instantly surpassing the level of the evolutionist. He could not bear such power. The black color that made up his body was like a depth charge placed in ink. Moreover, there was such a bomb in the darkness of every position of him. So, in the first second, he exploded with a bang, and the darkness instantly covered the entire Samsara despair. The grey and gloomy Samsara despair was instantly filled with pure darkness. In the center of the darkness, a terrifying, vague shadow appeared. Just one look at it, and the energy value dropped rapidly, and it even affected the upper limit of energy. This is not the power that a third level civilization battlefield should have. This level of power has reached the source energy level life. You cheated. Yegus's frightened voice echoed throughout the Samsara despair. As an evolver, seeing this situation, how could it not understand what the evolver of the godly and weird civilization wanted to do? Exclamation mark. The evolver of the godly and weird civilization wanted to kill it, and that human together. What surprised Yegus even more was that the evolver of the godly and weird civilization dared to cheat openly and use power beyond the rules of the third level civilization battlefield. It could see clearly that at this moment, the evolver of the godly and weird civilization was not using its own ability and power at all, but was clearly borrowing power from its god. If it was its own power, as long as it had not reached this level, then it would not be considered a violation of the rules. But if it was borrowed power, then it would be a violation of the rules. Isn't this evolver of the godly and weird civilization afraid of being directly penalized and kicked out? Exclamation mark. But at this time, Yegus had no time to think about what was going on. It immediately gathered its power, sank its body, and tried to evade. When the vague shadow looked at it, Yegus instantly felt like falling into an ice cave. It was definitely not the opponent of the source energy level life. Damn. How can I get out of this place? However, the expected blow did not come. Because of the terrifying and vague shadow in the center of the desperate reincarnation, after only looking at it, he was attracted by the human in the other direction. Yegus looked over there, and all the dead souls were surging. Because there was an extremely terrifying breath rising over there. It was that human. Yegus saw that the human was holding an ancient broken sword and rising from the edge of the battlefield. The broken sword carried an extremely strange breath, which was both vast and invincible sacred, and also had a murderous and evil aura. The feeling of the sword was extremely strange. When it appeared, not only Yegus noticed it, but also the evolutionists of the Shengui civilization noticed it. It seemed that something in the ancient sword was touched, and it slowly woke up from a long sleep, sweeping an unspeakable ripple in the hearts of all living beings. And here, there were only these three living beings. At this moment, in Yegus's eyes, the human was rising slowly. His clothes danced wildly, and the light on the sword illuminated his face. His face was solemn, and his hands were pinching the magic formula, but at this moment, his eyes seemed to reveal a bloody light with a sense of hostility. Then, on the blade of the broken sword, a sword light suddenly rose up, tearing the darkness apart with one sword. The darkness that covered the entire reincarnation despair of the evolution of the Shengui civilization was torn apart in an instant. That sword. It was the broken sword of Zeuxin. The evolution of the Shengui civilization reacted. But Lin Qun had no choice. At this moment, he could only sacrifice the broken sword of Zeuxin. This was his last killing move. At present, facing two evolutionists who were attacking him with all their strength, he could not find any other opportunities and methods to break the situation. In this case, if he wanted to fight two evolutionists 1 against 2, he had to sacrifice this sword. Therefore, in the first second of entering the reincarnation despair, Lin Qun, who was only Yegus and the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization, had no time to observe others. He immediately patted the Kyankan bag and took out the broken sword of Zeuxin directly from the sword box. He held the hilt tightly and raised it to the sky. Last time, he was shocked just by trying, but this time, he really wanted to use the sword. This Zeuxin broken sword seemed to be able to read his thoughts and know what he wanted to do. This time, when he held the sword, Lin Qun could clearly feel that the Zeuxin broken sword was inputting a breath into him, which was a monstrous murderous aura. This terrifying aura instantly magnified Eskena's pride and blessing, and almost broke Lin Qun's reason. It seemed that there were 10,000 voices whispering in his ears, asking him to kill with the sword. Activate the Zeuxin sword formation. Kill all the enemies. Kill him and the blood will flow like a river. The equipment of the Zeuxin broken sword directly reduced Lin Qun's energy limit by 100 points, and the dark energy limit increased by another 100 points. But these were not the key points. When the Zeuxin broken sword came out, Lin Qun immediately suppressed the infinite killing in his heart and stimulated a sword energy. He only had the Zeuxin broken sword in his hand, and he couldn't activate the complete Zeuxin sword formation. Even if he was dominated by the countless fierce and murderous voices just now, at this moment, he could only activate half of the Zeuxin sword formation at most, but that consumed too much energy. To activate a sword energy, he needed 10 points of energy limit. Moreover, every 15 seconds, the same amount of energy limit would be consumed. Lin Qun couldn't afford a sword formation of half of the Zeuxin broken sword. 10 points limit. 7 seconds of reincarnation desperate situation. First release a sword energy. Lin Qun's energy limit was deducted by 10 points. Of course, Lin Qun now has multiple rounds of bonuses, and his energy value is quite high, but the energy limit is not much, barely enough to open the conditions for using the Zeuxin broken sword. Of course, although these 10 points are currently deducted from the basic attributes, for now, it does not have a big impact on him. After all, Lin Qun is now at a high level and his energy limit is not small. This is why Lin Qun can still quickly recover his mind under the influence of the Zeuxin broken sword. Even if 100 points of energy limit are deducted, the impact on Lin Qun is not so great now. However, if the Zeuxin sword is used for a long time, the upper limit of energy will continue to be deducted, and the influence of the upper limit of 100 points of energy will be added. Then it may not be the current state. If Lin Qun really follows the crazy idea guided by this resentment, and directly activates the upper limit of the sword energy that the Zeuxin broken sword can activate, and maintains it for a while, no matter how much energy Lin Qun has, it will not be enough to consume, and he will immediately become a slave to this sword, controlled by the fierceness and resentment in it. In that case, even if Lin Qun defeats the two opponents in front of him, he will be dead. At this moment, in a flash, although Lin Qun's eyes are bloodshot, the deepest part of the blood is not lost. When he grasped the Zeuxin broken sword, its sword formula appeared in Lin Qun's mind, as if it was born with him. With Lin Qun's sword control, and the use of the true formula of the Thunder God sword, although it was the first time for Lin Qun to use the Zeuxin broken sword, he was able to use its power, as if it were his own. A sword energy rose up into the sky, mighty and majestic, like a god coming to the world, instantly illuminating the entire dark world. Even the darkness that was boiling over the entire reincarnation despair at this moment was dispelled. This sword light, with a hint of killing in its vastness, and a touch of ferocity in its sacredness, looked down upon the world, and crisscrossed the battlefield. Lin Qun's figure floated up under the sword light, and the dark energy was consumed rapidly. Maintaining the sword energy of the Zeuxin broken sword required a lot of energy. Lin Qun roughly estimated that with his current super high dark energy state with multiple additions, he could only activate 2 to 3 sword energies at most. It was too much, and his dark energy could not supply it. Even if he was willing to spend his energy, it would be meaningless. But Lin Qun's dark energy, through the sword energy stimulated by the Zeuxin broken sword, Lin Qun could clearly feel that the breath on this sword energy was boiling and expanding, and instantly reached an incredible intensity. It can fight against the evolvers. One sword energy can fight against the evolvers. Compared with the cost of consuming and using it, this conclusion is exciting. At this moment, the desperate situation of reincarnation has just started for 2 seconds. Both sides have played their cards, and only Yegus found that it seems to have become the most embarrassed person here. At this moment, the attention of the vague shadow called by the evolution of the Shengui civilization who borrowed power from their gods was attracted, and he looked directly at Lin Qun and took the lead. The desperate situation of reincarnation only lasts for 7 seconds. Yegus is not clear, but Lin Qun and the evolution of the Shengui civilization who stole Lin Qun's ability are very clear. And now this vague shadow that appears here, it seems that it can't be called the evolution of the Shengui civilization. Its will and body no longer belong to it at this moment. But he who came from a distant world, descended here, controlling its body, will also control the entire battlefield. But after all, this was a descent through a body, and he was also subject to certain restrictions, unable to display his most powerful strength. The level of strength he displayed could only reach the level of a second-level civilization battlefield. However, even though it was a second-level civilization battlefield, it could crush everything in a third-level civilization battlefield. But what made this descending existence feel a little frightened was the broken sword in Lin Qun's hand at this moment, and the sword light that shot up into the sky. Therefore, he didn't have time to deal with Yegus, a real evolver, but stretched out his arm and pressed forward. Invisible power burst out in space. The whole world seemed to be filled with darkness at this moment. The darkness showed an undulating state and collided with the sword energy of Xuxin that Lin Qun killed in the desperate situation of reincarnation. Chapter 389 A man chases and attacks two evolvers. The darkness rolled back. The sword energy also rolled back. The moment the two collided, the entire Samsara despair seemed to shake, and the sword light that pierced Shianai also rolled back at this moment. Lin Qun clearly felt an unimaginable terrifying force coming back, almost making him lose the sword of Xuxin in his hand. The strength of the Shengui civilization evolver at this moment far exceeded that of the evolver. Just now, Lin Qun also heard Yegus's shout, and he also saw the changes of the Shengui civilization evolver. He probably also understood that he had his means and the Shengui civilization evolver also had his plans. The cards of both sides were revealed at the same time. The Shengui civilization evolver obviously cheated and showed the power of a source energy level strongman. This was the first time Lin Qun heard this term, and he didn't know what it meant, but it was conceivable that the one who could make an evolver like Yegus exclaim must be at a level beyond the evolver. And at this moment, the combat power displayed by the opponent was also the same. A black ocean was rising in the desperate situation of reincarnation. The terrifying aura almost covered the entire field of vision in front of Lin Qun. However, after a round of sword energy collision, only a small part of the central collision position was rolled back. The remaining darkness swept out from other directions and turned into huge twisting arms in the air. They spread from all directions. They kept forking and formed one huge branch after another in the sky. In a second, it turned into a dark ocean. Except for the middle part that was swept back by the sword energy, the rest swept towards the central Lin Qun. The third second of the desperate situation of reincarnation. The whole world has been filled with the power of this vague shadow. Every dark shadow it differentiated was crawling. They were like countless lives, forming a huge black vortex in the world of the desperate situation of reincarnation, rushing towards the central Lin Qun. It was like a little light falling into the abyss. At this moment, Lin Qun and the glowing Xuxin broken sword in his hand have become the last light in the world. This little light seems to be as weak as a candle in the darkness and will soon be completely swallowed up and annihilated. At that moment, even Yegus felt that Lin Qun was dead. The evolutionist of the mysterious civilization cheated. Although the broken sword in the human's hand was a little strange, it was obviously not strong enough. Facing its full strength attack, he would probably die in the next second. However, the next moment, the fourth second, that little light suddenly became grand. No, it was not grand. And it suddenly split into two. Lin Qun activated the second Xuxin sword energy. In an instant, the sword light was hundreds of meters long and wide, and the two sword energies swept to both sides, and thousands of darkness were separated by one force. That scene was like Pandu creating the world. The layers of dark arms that looked like living things were split into two in an instant. In the 5th second, Lin Qun rose high from his position. The broken sword of Yuxin in his hand exuded a terrifying bloody light. At this moment, the other two sword energies were spreading in two directions. In the center of the two sword lights, the third sword light in Lin Qun's hand was rising, but the blood and fierceness in it overshadowed the righteousness, and compared with the two sword energies just now, it seemed more fierce and powerful. When the third sword energy rose, at this moment, the aura of Lin Qun, who was holding the broken sword of Yuxin, was almost the same as the vague shadow that descended. His sword tactics were activated. The dark energy flowed at a high speed. The simultaneous appearance of three sword energies was already his limit. This was not only a consumption of energy, but his dark energy pool was close to 1800, and it could hardly support three sword energies. Without waiting for 15 seconds to pay the next round of energy limit, his three sword energies would disappear because of the lack of dark energy supply. But these three sword energies in a few seconds were completely enough. In the 6th second, Lin Qun had already arrived in front of the vague shadow. At this moment, the darkness of the entire reincarnation despair has been dispelled. Wherever the sword light reaches, the darkness retreats. And right below Lin Qun, under the blood-colored sword light, this vague shadow is also reflected in a piercing blood red at this moment. It raised its head, as if surprised, as if it had never expected that this human could have such power. But facing this attack, it did not make any preparations. Just at the moment, when the sword energy was about to fall, its tall and vague shadow twisted, and completely disappeared from the spot. He left here. Left the body of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization. He took the initiative to cut off the descent. The darkness of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization was almost killed by Lin Qun here. Under the sweep of the sword energy, in the reincarnation despair, it had nowhere to hide, and nowhere to avoid. The screams of fear sounded in every place where there was darkness, and it desperately fled under the cover of the sword light. Lin Qun was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the other party would give up on his own initiative. And when the other party left, he sent a voice to Lin Qun. It sounded in Lin Qun's heart. It was human language, but it was extremely distorted. Interesting human, we will meet again. The being that descended had higher strength and judgment. He knew very well that when Lin Qun killed the third sword light, there was no suspense in this battle, and his coming could no longer achieve the expected effect. Instead of struggling in vain, it was better to leave immediately. And when he left, the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization was left to face all this. It had been seriously injured by the two sword lights just now. Now facing Lin Qun with three sword ki of Yuxin, it could only flee in panic. But in the desperate situation of reincarnation, where could it run? It could only continue to subdivide the colors that made up its own body, increase its number, and let the sword ki of Yuxin kill it for a longer time. In this way, it tried to survive the end of the desperate situation of reincarnation. If it hadn't been for the arrival of its god, perhaps Lin Qun would have had enough time to kill him, but because of the help brought by the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization, Lin Qun's limited time in the desperate situation of reincarnation was consumed. Lin Qun immediately made a judgment. In the last second, he would never be able to completely kill the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization with the sword energy of Yuxin. So, he immediately changed direction and attacked Yegus. He left one sword energy to continue to attack the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization, and the remaining two sword energies came out in a mighty way, all slashing at Yegus. For Yegus, the changes in these 7 seconds were so overwhelming that even a strong person at the level of the evolutionist felt dizzy. Everything changed too fast. Just now, when the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization invited a higher level existence to descend, it thought that it and that human were dead, but it didn't expect that the human had the means to beat away a descender at the source energy level. Now it's the other way around, chasing them and killing them. What is going on? The indigenous civilization life is actually more skilled! Exclamation mark. It suddenly became that they were threatened by this human. Even though Yegus was knowledgeable and had participated in many civilization battlefields, he didn't expect it to be such a situation. However, at this time, the situation changed so quickly that it couldn't afford to think about anything. At this time, the 7th second of the desperate situation of reincarnation arrived. Yegus was horrified to find that he had been locked by the two sword energies of this human. Here, he had no way to avoid it, and could only resist it by force. A brilliant golden light shone on his body, and a terrifying and huge incarnation appeared. Before, his incarnation could suppress one side, which was a significant feature of his ability. But now, under the two sword energies, the huge incarnation he simulated was as fragile as paper, and was directly chopped into pieces by the sword energies of Lin Qun's two swords of Zeux and Kanjian. Yegus was seriously injured in an instant. But it was at this moment the desperate situation of reincarnation finally ended. After 7 seconds, the evolver of the Shengui civilization had already known the time limit. His body was already 1,000th of it, and he was in a very embarrassed state. He had been waiting for this moment. The moment the desperate situation of reincarnation disappeared, he immediately gathered up the remaining body, and in an instant, formed a black arrow tip, shooting straight into the distance. And the evolver of the Lin Qun civilization, Yegus, made the same choice almost at the same time. Its golden body was destroyed by Lin Qun's sword energy of Zeux in an instant. It did not hesitate and stop fighting. It turned its body in an instant, and took the initiative, to rush to another direction, to escape with the evolvers of Shengui civilization. Behind them, the desperate situation of reincarnation dissipated, and Lin Qun's figure was revealed. He was in the middle. 3 sword energies, up to 100 meters long, spanned the sky and field, looking down on the entire battlefield. The lives outside, the fleet of Lin Qun civilization, and the giant warship of silicon-based civilization. Countless people were all dumbfounded, including the human power of Vankarazhi. 7 seconds ago, the desperate situation of reincarnation unfolded, and they were all extremely nervous, realizing that this time the 3 of them disappeared simultaneously, which might be the beginning of a decisive battle. Judging from the situation at the time, the 2 top civilization evolvers of Shengui civilization and Lin Qun civilization joined forces, and the human Lin Qun was obviously in a weak position. In this case, it seemed that the outcome was almost doomed. They would join forces to kill that human, and then decide the winner from each other. The people of Ankaraji were already in a state of panic. Anda had just begun to prepare to issue the final order to preserve human power. But 7 seconds, for a battlefield at the level of evolvers, can be irreversible, but for the outside world, it is not real. It can even be said that for the outsiders, it was only a moment. But that's why, when the 7 seconds ended, and Lin Qun and the other 3 reappeared in everyone's sight, the situation exceeded everyone's expectations and imagination. Lin Qun was beaten by 2 evolvers. Now, it turned out that Lin Qun looked down on all directions, holding a broken sword, and chasing the 2 evolvers in panic. What's going on? Am I seeing it wrong? He is a human native, not even an evolver, but he is chasing 2 evolvers? In the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, the Knight leader was stunned. They were all ready to intervene in the battle, harvest Ankaraji and try to activate the final weapon, trying to keep the evolvers of the 2 civilizations of Lin Qun civilization and Shengui civilization here. This is also true for the Lin Qun civilization. They anticipated the possible actions of the silicon-based civilization, and have begun to be on guard. Because no top civilization has ever imagined that humans will win. Even if this human has shown amazing strength and replaced the black sheep civilization evolver, judging from the situation just now, this is already its limit. It is incredible that an unevolved indigenous civilization life can achieve this level, and he can no longer do more. From the beginning, it is inevitable that humans will fail. This is a tacit fact that the 4 civilizations are about to happen. But now, this fact has been broken bloodily. The black sheep civilization evolver was killed. In the blink of an eye, 2 more top civilizations were chased by Lin Qun with swords. This is almost beyond the tolerance of these top civilizations. Even Anda and others were dumbfounded. They didn't expect this result at all. Seeing this scene now, the command center of Ankaraji was frozen. For a moment, no one could respond effectively. They were all prepared for defeat. Who could have thought? After 7 seconds, it was Mr. Lin who looked down on the battlefield and killed 2 evolvers and made them flee. In the battlefield, the three parties who had just come out of the desperate situation of reincarnation were undoubtedly the ones who reacted the fastest and had the clearest understanding of the situation. The evolvers of the Shengui civilization and Yegus were terrified at this moment and did not hesitate to stay away from Lin Qun. Needless to say, the evolvers of the Shengui civilization were beaten back by Lin Qun after their trump cards were revealed. They almost died in the desperate situation of reincarnation. At this moment, Lin Qun was extremely terrifying in their eyes. What other options were there? Run away quickly. The farther away from this human, the better. It never dreamed that it would reveal its trump card of winning with confidence, but this human actually had a trump card in his hand that was more powerful than its trump card. Moreover, it was cheating. Now the sword energy of that human has been crisscrossing the battlefield, but it has not triggered the counterattack of the civilized battlefield. This proves that that human is completely using the ability of compliance. This makes the Shengui civilization even more depressed and frustrated. As an evolver, it can't even beat an indigenous civilization life with cheating. Who would dare to say such a thing? As for Yegus, it no longer had the strength and pride it had just now. At this moment, it ran desperately, fearing that it would be killed if it was a little slower. It knew very well that if Lin Qun's 3 sword light soul killed it, it would definitely die. It was sure of 1 sword energy, but 2 sword energy might be dangerous. With 3 sword energy, it was definitely not an opponent. So, if you don't run now, when will you run? Looking at Lin Qun, he didn't chase Yegus or the evolver of the Shengui civilization at this moment, because he knew very well that with the ability of the evolver, if he wanted to run, even if he could catch up, it would take a lot of time, and he couldn't maintain the Zukes and sword energy for so long. In the end, he would be exhausted to death in the pursuit of these evolvers. At that time, victory would turn into defeat again. None of these evolvers are fools. They will run away immediately if they see something wrong. However, if they find that the situation is different and Lin Qun has problems, they will definitely find out in the first time and kill him back. Without the constraints of the desperate situation of reincarnation, it is unrealistic to cooperate with the power of the broken sword of Zukes and to solve the evolvers in one go. However, he can't stop Yegus from running, but the evolvers of Shengui civilization may not be able to do so. It has been seriously injured, and its body is only 1,000 pieces left. It is in a very bad state. Even if it is 1 step ahead of Yegus, it will fall behind Yegus, the evolver of Lin Qun civilization. And Lin Qun has already set his sights on it. Among the 4 top civilizations, if Lin Qun kills anyone first, it will be Shengui civilization. The desperate situation of reincarnation disappears, and Lin Qun's 3 sword key of Zukes and sweep out synchronously. In the shock of Yegus's dead soul and countless lives paying attention to the battlefield, he kills directly in 3 directions and strangles the evolvers of Shengui civilization who are madly fleeing for their lives. He can only keep 1 of the 2 evolvers at most. Lin Qun will make this evolutionist of the mysterious civilization stay here forever today. The evolutionist of the mysterious civilization is no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, seeing Lin Qun's sword energy running wild, he is terrified and desperately flees, looking extremely embarrassed. Chapter 390 Pray to your God. At this moment, in the wilderness outside Ankara, at the far end of the battlefield, 3 sword energies were turning majestically. They were like pillars of light that shot up into the sky, 2 of which were extremely majestic, and the one in the middle was blood red, with a frightening aura, coming down from the sky. Yegus glanced over here and immediately accelerated his escape, wanting to return to his fleet as soon as possible. For it, this was an opportunity. The human didn't chase it, but chased the evolver of the Shengui civilization, so it could leave at ease. On a battlefield of their level, a few seconds and a distance of several hundred meters could result in 2 possible outcomes. Yegus knew that the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization cheated, but it did not take any action on this matter itself. First, it was too late to do anything in the battle, and second, it was meaningless to report it upward, because it had no evidence. Under normal circumstances, if the life or a civilization cheated in the battlefield of civilization, and used methods that did not conform to the rules of the level of the battlefield of civilization, to obtain power that should not have, then they would be discovered by the battlefield of civilization itself at the first time, and then given a trial. The parties involved would be directly erased, and their civilization would be punished. However, the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization did not cheat. Yegus guessed that it was probably related to the strange space at that time. There, it did not belong to the battlefield of civilization, and was not monitored by the battlefield of civilization. Therefore, the cheating of the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization was not discovered, let alone punished. In addition to this automatic mechanism, it can only be reported manually, and manual reporting requires evidence. Yegus has no evidence, so there is nothing to report. Moreover, it feels that there is no need to report at the moment, because Lin Qun's three sword energies have locked the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization to death. Compared with Yegus's escape, the evolver of the divine GUI civilization was almost in despair at this moment. As soon as the reincarnation space ended, it turned into a black arrow and flew out, desperately escaping. The darkness that made up its body had almost been killed by the sword energy of Yuxin just now. Now less than 1,000th of it remained, and its injuries were extremely serious. It attracted the power of its own god to descend, allowing it to go one step further from the level of evolver to the level of the second level civilization battlefield. In its mind, it should have swept Lin Qun and Yegus and completely determined their victory, but who would have thought that even if it cheated, it would still end up in a big defeat. And now, it was horrified to find that its escape direction seemed to be completely locked by Lin Qun. In the distance, Lin Qun, wearing a Mark 50 nano battlesuit and holding the Yuxin broken sword, was rushing towards him, faster than him with his three sword energies. In the few seconds since the reincarnation desperate situation opened, they had already killed out from Lin Qun's position, and two sword lights strangled from the side. The dark parts of the body that the evolutionary of the mysterious civilization tried to disperse and escape were all strangled in the terrible sword energy. The sword energy was extremely powerful, as if it was its natural nemesis. It was ups and downs, multiplying its power. All of its scattered bodies were strangled in 1 second, but it was impossible to stop it. In the 5th second after the end of the desperate situation of reincarnation, it was forced into a desperate situation. If it was in its prime, it might still be able to force its way out. After all, this is not the desperate situation of reincarnation. With its unique life situation, it can survive as long as it can escape a little. But it just asked the god to come in the desperate situation of reincarnation, and it was hit hard again. Now it is unprecedentedly weak. In a few seconds, it tried to break through hundreds of times, but all the darkness that was scattered was strangled, and its breath weakened further. And around it, there is already a magnificent sword energy in the air, as brilliant as an iron wall, locking it in the center. Right in the center, the blood-colored giant sword was rolling up with a violent aura, rising majestically, and about to cut down. As long as this sword cuts down, the evolver of the Shengui civilization will be killed in one blow. At this moment, the dark body of the evolver of the Shengui civilization, which was under the three sword auras, was no longer as magnificent and powerful as before. On the contrary, it shrank into a ball, and was already very rare. Its dark body was covered with a touch of miserable blood. Through the sword light, it saw the human behind the sword light. That human was also covered with blood and violent aura, like a killing god from hell, which made it feel boundless fear in a trance. It had only had this feeling when facing its own god, and never thought that it would have such a feeling when facing a human life. At that moment, it had a dream-like feeling. It had slaughtered tens of thousands of humans, and had stood on a sea of blood and corpses, to admire the incompetent and weak human natives twisting and mutating under its power, and the horror, despair, and madness of watching itself turn into a monster. From those emotions, it gained joy, and also got the clearest message. Such a weak civilization could not become a stumbling block for their mysterious civilization, but could only be the cornerstone of contribution points to push them towards victory. It had asserted that this civilization would perish in this battlefield of civilizations, and that they would never be able to give birth to an evolver, let alone an existence beyond the level of an evolver. But now, those emotions of despair and fear, those weak lives, were so different from the human being who appeared in front of it at this moment. How could this be possible? How could indigenous life, human civilization, achieve this? How could anyone achieve this? Three sword energies. Lin Qun's attack had reached the source energy level. It had no way to avoid it, and it was doomed to die. In desperation, the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization still refused to give up the struggle. Its voice rang out of thin air in Lin Qun's heart, and it spoke very quickly. In 1 second, it almost poured out all its thoughts. Human, we can take a long-term view. You don't have to kill me. As long as you don't kill me, my civilization and I are willing to submit to you. I can introduce you to our god. He will bless you. You will have everything, far beyond other indigenous civilizations. You will also receive blessings. You will be stronger than you are now. As long as you don't kill me, you and your civilization will be able to ascend. Believe me. But to its words, Lin Qun's answer was the sword edge pressing down from the sky. The two sword energies around blocked the 4 directions and locked the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization to death. Under the vast aura, the evolutionist of the Shengui civilization had no escape and no escape. The bloody sword energy of the host of the evil spirit came down. His voice came from behind the sword energy at this moment. In pride, there was a frightening coldness and teasing. That was his answer to the evolver of the mysterious civilization. Where is your god now? Why doesn't it care about you? Go and pray to your god. Pray for it to save you. Let me see if it has the ability. At this moment, the whole world was shrouded in blood. In the picture of the Ankarazi command center, among the 3 sword key, the sword key in the center was bloody and violent, almost piercing through the sky and the earth. The evolver of the Shengui civilization in the center of those sword key. At this moment, he was as small as a tiny dark dust. In Ankarazi, Thomas murmured, it turns out that evolvers can be so small. At this moment, the Ankarazi command center was dead silent. People looked at the scene in front of them almost like a dream. At this moment, time and space seemed to slow down. The huge sword key that slowly pressed down, like slow motion, slowly pressed down in the eyes of countless people and countless creatures, unstoppable but slowly fell. Finally, it hit with a bang. The howl of the evolver of the Shengui civilization echoed throughout the world at this moment. Not only in the wilderness outside Ankarazi, even in the distant city of Ankarazi, you can hear its desperate and dying cries. It spread in all directions, making everyone who heard it feel a chill. That was the terror of dying. It put its last bit of strength to resist, but it was meaningless. The 3 sword key had locked it, and it melted in the boundless light. All its resistance, all the power it had raised, were dissolved before its eyes, and became invisible under the bloody light of the sword key that soared into the sky. The terrifying evil spirit contained in the main sword key seemed to have the ability to melt everything. Under this sword key, it watched everything it had torn apart. It looked up at the sky with hope. It was looking forward to the arrival of its god. Looking forward to its god being able to give the greatest counterattack to this human's contempt and ridicule. It prayed to its god silently in its heart. It longed for his help. Help its civilization. But until the last moment, there was no response. It only got deep and boundless despair, watching the bloody giant sword split down from the sky, and the boundless evil spirit enveloped it. It was completely destroyed in the boundless blood. At the last moment, it saw itself standing in the sea of corpses and blood in Chuncheng. That was the happiest moment for it, when it descended on the battlefield of Blue Star Civilization. It destroyed the entire Spring City. More than 3 million humans died overnight, and 1 million of them were turned into monsters by it. Driven by it, they rushed out of Spring City, spreading fear and death like a plague, and it stood deep in Spring City. The mountain of corpses piled up at its feet. Among the corpses, there were occasionally humans who were not yet dead. They struggled desperately to get out of the pile of corpses, but they did not remember to escape. Instead, they rushed towards it desperately, trying to shake it with their weak bodies and strength. But how could that be possible? It did not even need to look at them. They were twisted and mutated, or their heads separated from their bodies, or new life with wisdom grew from their broken limbs, or they fester into huge tumors. When they died, they screamed in fear of the horrible changes in their bodies. Those screams did not seem to be the sounds that intelligent life could make, but it was happy to enjoy them, like enjoying an outstanding drama. It liked that feeling very much, the feeling that it was a god and dominated the lives of others. But that day was also unhappy. It saw those eyes, those human eyes, at the moment of death, in the deepest part of the painful struggle. The eyes looking at it were so hateful. It regarded it as the useless anger of the incompetent at that time. But today, at this moment, it remembered those blood-red eyes, and suddenly felt cold all over, and was extremely afraid. It seemed that from that moment, it had destined today's end. The humans it killed had no one to help them from beginning to end, until they died in pain, but their hatred continued to this day, never breaking off, until today, another human executed it here. And until the moment of its death, its god had never responded to its call. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, in the 7th second when the reincarnation space disappeared, and in the 14th second when Lin Qun's first sword energy rose, the evolver of the Shengui civilization was executed by the magnificent blood-colored main sword energy. Under the blockade of the sword energy, its unique life form could no longer help it, and it was directly killed. The darkness was wiped out, and it was completely swallowed up by the blood. Just now, it had tried to cooperate with Yegas to execute Lin Qun, but now, it was Lin Qun who executed it. The bloodlight of the Zeuxan broken sword flashed, as if it had swallowed another soul, and absorbed a bit of hostility. In front of Lin Qun, the system prompt jumped out again. Gained contribution point +1. Gained experience points +5 million. The experience of the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver is worth 5.5 million contribution points, while the experience of the Shengui Civilization Evolver is 500,000 points less than it. This proves that in terms of pure data strength, the Black Sheep Civilization Evolver is actually higher, but at this level, as long as the basic data strength is not too different, when fighting on the battlefield, it still depends on the comprehensive ability. From the performance point of view, the Shengui Civilization Evolver is undoubtedly more powerful. But with the multiple rounds of sword energy, Lin Qun's 3 sword energies at this moment, except for the blood-red sword energy of the main sword energy, all other sword energies are in a bleak state, and it seems that they are about to be unable to maintain. Moreover, Lin Qun felt that a terrible evil spirit was rising along the broken sword of Zhu Zion, trying to attack his mind. He was bathed in the sun, and could still bear it. Lin Qun felt an unprecedented sense of comfort in his heart. Along the way, he finally killed the evolver of the Shengui civilization. Millions of people died in northeast China, countless lives, and now, the blood debt has been paid with blood. He put into practice the blood and hatred promise of mankind. Kill the aliens. And Lin Qun's attack also brought great shock to the audience, but unlike the dead silence of Ankara's rule over mankind, other civilizations, such as the silicon-based civilization and the Lin Yuan civilization, have seized the opportunity to prepare to retreat. Because the battle situation has been decided, even if the current result is unbelievable and surprising, they must accept the facts in front of them and make the most accurate judgment. They must retreat. At the same time that Lin Qun killed the evolver of the Shengui civilization in a stunning manner, they had already begun to retreat. As for those miscellaneous alien civilizations that were once controlled by the Shengui civilization, when the Shengui civilization evolver died, their minds were all restored. After being at a loss for a moment, they were all terrified, and some of them did not know why, and started fighting with the people around them. They were not civilized beings, and they were together because of the means of the Shengui civilization evolver. Now that they were no longer affected, they were naturally red-eyed. Some of the civilizations were more treacherous. With the remaining memories, they realized that something was wrong, and began to retreat quickly, wishing they could put on wings and leave here as soon as possible. At this moment, Lin Qun also started his new round of actions. He didn't have much time. It took a great price to maintain the sword energy of Zeuxan. Every second must be cherished. His moves and time must be accurate to seconds. Therefore, the moment he successfully killed the evolver of the Shengui civilization, Lin Qun changed the direction of attack without hesitation, and directly rolled up 3 sword energies of Zeuxan. 3 pillars of magnificent sword light roared through the sky, and in an instant, thousands of miles away, the sword pointed at the track civilization giant ship in the orbital position of Ankara. It took a lot of time to kill the evolver of the Shengui civilization. Yegus had already disappeared, and it was impossible to catch up with him. Even if he could catch up with him, with the ability of the evolver, it would be impossible to run away. Lin Qun couldn't afford it. But this could happen. The giant ship of the silicon-based civilization was preparing to leave, and was in the acceleration stage. At this moment, it was Lin Qun's chance. Although the silicon-based civilization had no evolvers, they could be ranked among the top civilizations, so they must have means, and they have not used them. The threat is no less than that of the evolvers. Chapter 391 Unparalleled in the world. He's coming at us. It has been confirmed. The target human sword energy level has reached the level of an evolver. 3 sword energies have an energy level reaction close to that of a top evolver. Is he really a native? Is this the strength that a native life can reach? Is he crazy? The Knight Commander ordered that the prepared anti-evolver weapons be launched at the target human. The main fleet accelerates backwards and prepares to evacuate the battlefield. In the bridge of the silicon-based civilization's giant ship, the Knight Commander was looking at the distant picture. He knew that this man was not crazy. On the contrary, he made the right choice. The silicon-based civilization obviously has no evolvers, but it can stand in the ranks of top civilizations and even participate in the Battle of Daxing and today's Battle of Ankara. There is a reason. They hold weapons that can directly threaten evolvers. Although they have no evolvers, they are not afraid of evolvers. It's just a pity that on the battlefield of the Battle of Daxing, they did not wait for the evolvers to take action and were defeated at an earlier time point. Now, 2 of the 3 top civilizations have died and 1 has escaped. On the battlefield, if there is anyone who can directly threaten this human and the human power of Ankarazgi, it is only the silicon-based civilization. Therefore, if it is this human, it will definitely draw its sword against them. The Knight Commander truly felt a trace of admiration in his heart. They thought of any possibility, but they did not expect that this human could become the final winner at this moment. Because before this battle, in everyone's opinion, if the 4 top civilizations joined forces, humans would always end up defeated. And even if it was an evolver, it would be impossible to win against 3 alone, not to mention that this human native was not even an evolver. Such an ending, no one could have imagined. And now, the 4 top civilizations that dominated the world have been taught a lesson by the native civilization. At this moment, in the distance, where the Knight Commander of the silicon-based civilization was staring, in the distance of the land of Ankarazgi, the forest rolled up the sword energy, which was soaring directly into the sky. At that moment, the entire Ankarazgi area saw the sword light rising into the sky. Without the restriction of the desperate situation of reincarnation, the sword light seemed brighter and more dazzling. It rose from the broken sword in Lin Qun's hand and soared into the sky. Wherever it went, the clouds were stirred, and the sky and the earth were a brilliant sword light. Yegus, the evolver of Lin Qun civilization, had taken advantage of this brief opportunity and chose to quickly leave the battlefield at this moment. Lin Qun's sword made them all feel terrified. The fleet of Lin Qun civilization quickly ordered a retreat. Their commander was very experienced. Seeing the rapid retreat of the evolvers of their own civilization, it knew that the battle was over. It would rather abandon some people to be killed by human ground forces than wait for the human strongmen to come back and attack their fleet. In that case, they would not just lose a little bit, but the strong who could fight against the evolvers had the strength to destroy their entire fleet. The Battle of Daxing and the defeat of the Prophet civilization have proved what kind of strength this human has. But at this moment, Lin Qun's figure passed through the sky of Ankarazgi like a long rainbow piercing the sun. In the city of Ankarazgi, countless people looked up and saw this figure bathed in the light passing through the sky. Of course, at this moment, what was reflected in the eyes of more people was the unparalleled sword energy. Lin Qun came out of the desperate situation of reincarnation, and the sun fell on him. He felt warm, but his sword energy had been reduced from 3 to 1 when it passed over the sky of Ankarazgi. Only the last blood-colored sword energy was left. This sword energy was enough. As for the remaining 2, Lin Qun could not support and afford their consumption. From the desperate situation of reincarnation to the end of the fight, to kill the evolver of the Shengui civilization, Lin Qun was stuck for 15 seconds. Before paying the next round of energy, he took the initiative to withdraw the other 2 sword energies, leaving only 1 sword energy. to kill the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization. What he had to do was the same as at the end of the Battle of Daxing. The evolvers were defeated, and the outcome of this battle was decided. What he had to do now was to completely eliminate all threats, so that these top civilizations would no longer have the strength and courage to fight against human civilization. At this moment, Lin Qun drew his sword from the field far away from Anchorage, turned back from the place where the evolvers of the Shengui civilization died, and directly attacked the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization far away in the high-altitude orbit of the coast outside Anchorage. Even if Lin Qun was faster, this sword could not arrive in the remaining 8 seconds. He needed at least 15 to 30 seconds. If he still rushed with 3 sword energies, his energy consumption would be too great. Here, the energy limit was consumed. Just one was enough. When Lin Qun passed Anchorage, the entire city of Anchorage seemed to be quiet. Among the ruins of the city, the survivors with dust on their faces raised their heads, and their eyes reflected the meteors and flashes that crossed the skyline. The sword energy was like a rainbow, spanning thousands of miles. Nothing more than this. Not only them, but also the soldiers of Ankara and the senior officials of the command center were almost stunned. The sword light pierced through the air, and to the people on the ground, it seemed to arrive in an instant. But for Lin Qun, he had already used the Mark 50 to accelerate to the limit, and sent the sword to the sky. The clouds were whistled away by the sword energy. They rolled to both sides and separated, and the huge silicon-based civilization warship appeared in Lin Qun's field of vision. At this time, he was still several thousand meters away from the silicon-based civilization warship, but at this moment, he no longer needed to move forward. The last spell was used, and the bloody sword energy from the broken sword of Zeuxin rose up to the sky and earth, and went away in a mighty way, and instantly went straight into the sky. At this moment, it possessed and carried not only the power of Lin Qun and the broken sword of Zeuxin, but also attracted and collected the spiritual energy, dark energy, of the surrounding heaven and earth. Therefore, this bloody sword energy became larger and larger, from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters, from thousands of meters to thousands of meters, like a giant pillar directly inserted into the sky and earth, whistling and shaking, rolling up the wind and clouds in the sky, with a magnificent momentum that penetrated the sky and earth, and a sword went down. It seemed to have the power to create the world. The blazing flash illuminated the whole world, and also reflected the dim silicon-based civilization giant ship in the space orbit with a bright and brilliant light. At this moment, a strange device was shot out from the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization at high speed. It swayed in the wind and clouds of the sword energy, and shook into the air, but it was firm all the way. It seemed to be shaking, but it did not waver until it hit the center of the huge sword energy light column. A black spot suddenly appeared in the middle of the blood-colored sword energy. It was like a black hole, pulling the huge pillar of sword energy frantically, and pulling a lot of the power it carried into it. A terrifying scene appeared immediately. The blood-colored sword energy was cut off from the center, and most of it was twisted into the black spot. Only a tip of the sword energy less than 100 meters in front was left. It seemed to be still unwilling, and it struggled persistently, whistling out from the gravitational pull of the black hole, getting rid of its boundless attraction, and finally arrived on the silicon-based civilization warship, whistling down, and hitting it with a bang. Lin Qun was 1,000 meters away, and through the hole in the cloud split by the sword energy vibration, he saw a series of flames rising from the silicon-based civilization's warship. A large number of contribution points and experience credits appeared in front of him. But this sword did not achieve the expected effect. The countermeasures of the silicon-based civilization are extremely amazing, and the strength can devour an evolver. It offset most of the power of Lin Qun's last sword energy, so that he could not split the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization with one sword and shoot it down. Just one sword, but still cut a terrifying scar on the body of the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization, hundreds of meters long and wide, just a little bit away from splitting the entire giant ship of the silicon-based civilization in two. But the silicon-based civilization, like other top civilizations, had already prepared to retreat, and Lin Qun only had the opportunity to complete this attack. The moment it was hit by the sword energy of ZHU Zion, The giant ship of the silicon-based civilization had also completed acceleration synchronously, because the sword energy made their multiple sets of thrusters fail or even explode, but this giant ship of the silicon-based civilization was large enough and had enough fault tolerance. It took the initiative to cut off and abandon a large area of damaged area and fell into the sea, accelerating away in a panic. However, its warship was still burning with patches of fire, and billowing black smoke columns rose from the warship and went straight into the sky. As it advanced at high speed, a large amount of material was thrown out from it from time to time, as if it was running while exploding equipment. It no longer had the toughness and coldness of the giant ship that just hung in the sky and bombarded Ankara. It was as panicked as a stray dog, and it only cared about fleeing desperately, fearing that Lin Qun would give it another sword. However, this time, Lin Qun also saw the silicon-based civilization's weapons against evolvers for the first time. They were really powerful. If they hit, not to mention killing directly, they would definitely seriously injure a real evolver. And Lin Qun did not chase. His last sword energy of Yuxin had dissipated in the sky. The trump cards that could be used had been used up or were cooling down, and there was no way to catch up. After all, he was not a real evolver. His multiple means, even the broken sword of Yuxin, were only suitable for others to attack him, and he would counterattack. It was not realistic to actively pursue a top civilization. As long as the other party ran desperately, he had no way. And at this moment, his condition was not good. Lin Qun tightly grasped the broken sword of Yuxin, his eyes bloodshot, and stood in the sea and sky, strangely motionless. A trace of crazy chill was rising from the Yuxin sword, carrying an indescribable ferocity and violence, rushing straight into Lin Qun's mind. At this moment, in his spiritual world, it was setting off a storm. At this moment, his enemy had been transformed from the outside into the sword in his hand. The fierce and violent aura in the Yuxin broken sword was soaring, and its impact on people was far more than just a reduction in the upper limit of energy. Lin Qun had just used this sword and urged 3 sword energies in a row, which could be said to have fully activated the power of the Yuxin broken sword. However, it also awakened the ancient boundless ferocity inside, which rushed back to Lin Qun. Even if he did not move, no one dared to fight him. He killed 2 evolvers in a row. A sword almost shattered the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization. Who dared to fight? If he got closer, who could guarantee that he could withstand the sword energy just now? The entire battlefield, all civilizations, had the fate of fleeing. The top combat power has been defeated, so we have no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, we would be giving away contribution points for nothing. No intelligent life would be so stupid. The giant warship of the silicon-based civilization is speeding away. In the bridge, the life forms of the silicon-based civilization are all terrified. What kind of means is this? How could the indigenous civilization life form have such means? Our anti-evolver weapons almost failed to block this sword energy. Just a little bit. Our warship was really split in 2 by this human. Is he really not a child of civilization? The Knight Commander said coldly, don't panic too much. We can't beat him, and he may not have the ability to chase us. After all, he is not a real evolver. He has more counterattacks than offense. As long as he can find an opportunity, he will not be able to avoid our anti-evolver weapons. As long as one hits him, he will definitely die. Therefore, if he dares to take the initiative, he may not be able to do anything to us, but it will give us the opportunity to kill him. Ordinary civilizations may not be able to do anything to him, but as long as he dares to chase him, we can abandon the giant warship and use our anti-evolver weapons to kill him alive, so that he can't use his strength. And just like the strong human who died after the battle of Daxing, a non-evolved being can't compete with an evolved being, and this ability that goes against common sense must come at a price. Don't be scared by fear. After the Knight Commander's words, the horrified discussions of the lives of the silicon-based civilization were finally curbed, but they were still horrified. As the top civilization in the 3rd level civilization battlefield, they could hardly believe that this was the power that should appear in the 3rd level civilization battlefield. At this moment, a large number of their maintenance robots have been activated and are putting out fires everywhere. In the huge silicon-based civilization warship, there are burning and explosions everywhere, and the vibration can be clearly felt in the bridge. And the Knight Commander did not speak again after saying that sentence. It just looked at the figure standing in the sky in the holographic image. Although its tone was full of disdain, it had admiration for that human in its heart. The information of the son of civilization cannot be false. This human is definitely not the son of civilization. It is precisely because he is not the son of civilization, or even not a true evolver, that he seems so unparalleled in the world. And the Lin Qun civilization made the same choice as the silicon-based civilization warship. And they retreated earlier, so at this time, they were almost out of sight. Their fleet had already reached sufficient speed, and was speeding away. Yegus had also returned to their flagship, sitting in command of the flagship, and speeding up the evacuation. At this time, a life form from another Lin Qun civilization on one side said, "Lord Yegus, this human is not in the right state. He is not an evolver, nor a child of civilization. It is not normal for him to be able to display this level of power. He must pay a heavy price, just like the human who died in the Battle of Daxing. Such cases are rare in battlefields of civilizations at all levels, but they are not rare. Perhaps, if we wait a little longer, we will have the opportunity to make a comeback. This human powerhouse is simply unable to fight again." Yegus did not speak. But on the other side, the commander of the Lin Qun civilization fleet said, "I have seen such a person before. He started from a humble beginning and reversed the situation with his own strength. Such a person is unparalleled in the world. In today's battle, the combined strength of the three families was defeated. Perhaps he really paid a huge price, but we don't know and can't confirm. We have no chance, and we can't take any more risks." Its implication was, they couldn't defeat the three evolvers, and now they are the only one with evolvers. If they die again, they can't bear it. The Lin Qun civilization life, that had just led the battle, was still unwilling to hear this, and wanted to say something at this time, but Yegus spoke at this moment. Its voice was faint, and it said, "Unparalleled in the world. I used to think I was unparalleled in the world, but today I saw what it meant to be truly unparalleled in the world. We have already lost. Save your strength, and organize a speedy evacuation of the Blue Star battlefield. There is no need to take risks again. This time, in the Battle of Blue Star, there will be no winner for our contestant civilization. He has played all his cards, and he is not an evolver. If we don't fight, he shouldn't dare to chase us, but just in case, I'll stay to cover the rear." Yegus was also looking at Lin Qun in the picture. It had something to say, but didn't say it. Only it knew that in that weird reincarnation desperate situation, this person's combat power once defeated the evolvers of the Shengui civilization who had reached the source energy level through descent. The opponent used such a method at the last moment. It must be because it had to pay a heavy price. As an evolver, how could it not see it? But the opponent did not die immediately. He was able to reduce the 3-sword key into 1 just now, which proved that, although he paid the price, his fighting power was not exhausted. Then there was no possibility of victory. Yegus also saw that Lin Qun's sword key did not seem to last for long. Otherwise, why would he continue to chase him? But because of this, it could only leave, and could not go again. Taking the initiative to chase others was actually in line with the human's wishes. The opponent could not kill him, but could kill him instead. The opponent could not catch up with him, but if he went to give it to him, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill him? The son of his civilization retreated, and the 3 evolvers strangled him together. He could also kill 2, repel 1, and defeat the coalition of the 4 top civilizations. Such strength and such a record amazed Yegus. It judged that Lin Qun did not dare to chase them. Another sentence that was not said was, they did not dare to kill them back. As soon as it opened its mouth, all the other creatures of the Lin Qun civilization around it dared not say anything, and lowered their heads. Only Yegus raised his head, and looked into the distance. In fact, even it now feels unbelievable about the result of this battle. But this is the fact. Perhaps, the true son of human civilization who escaped, could not have imagined it at all. At this moment, Yegus exhaled a breath, and felt somewhat relieved. The war is finally over. Although it is an evolver, it is not a warmonger. It is just that the wheel of civilization is moving forward, and it has to take action and fight. It feels tired today. Although it is regrettable that it has not won and reached the kingdom of God, it also has a strange feeling of relief. Especially the opponent in front of it is a respectable enemy and a great civilization. It knows that it is wrong to think this way, but in its heart, it seems to be happy for them. Such a civilization should go on, grow, and get opportunities. In the future, they should shine in the starry sky, instead of dying in such a war. But it knew that these thoughts were not correct, and were not based on its own civilization. Therefore, it just stared into the distance, and did not speak out these thoughts and reflections. No matter what it thought, it still had to take the interests of its own civilization as the starting point for all its actions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, A Big Victory over Anchorage. The fleet of Lin Qun civilization accelerated its escape, and Yegus was alert that Lin Qun might catch up. But in fact, its worry was completely unnecessary. Lin Qun didn't want to chase it at all, and he didn't have the ability to chase it at this time. Because Lin Qun had almost used up all his trump cards, and there was no follow-up means, even if he caught up. Lin Qun civilization has an evolver. Although the giant ship of Silicon civilization was severely damaged, their weapon was very strange. Who knows if there is any more? He has no means to go up, so he is a gift. Moreover, after the Zeuks and Kanjian killed the evolvers of Shengui civilization in succession and almost cut off the giant ship of Silicon civilization with one sword, harvesting nearly 10,000 lives, it absorbed a lot of resentment, which aggravated the impact on Lin Qun, and then counterattacked Lin Qun's mind. The change and reduction of energy is actually the concrete manifestation of the subtle influence of Zeuks and Kanjian on Lin Qun, and it is more obvious outside the numerical value. Just now, the resentment of the Zeuks and Remnant Sword rebounded, and Lin Qun immediately fell into a battle between heaven and man with the Zeuks and Remnant Sword. All kinds of illusions appeared in front of his eyes, which were extremely terrifying. It seemed that there were 10,000 ants crawling in his body. They seemed to form Lin Qun's new internal organs and blood, and then screamed and controlled his body, to kill all the way until the sea of blood surged, and the whole world was drowned in blood. And in such an ending, he would not only turn the entire blue star into a sea of blood regardless of friend or foe, but he would also be completely exhausted, and completely become a puppet of the resentment of the Zeuks and Remnant Sword. It was no longer him holding the sword. Instead, the sword controlled him in turn. Fortunately, Lin Qun did not use the Zeuks and sword for a long time this time, and he had multiple bonuses on him. He even put on the bronze mask on his face, and forced the concentration technique. After a brief battle between heaven and man, he took out the sword box, and put the Zeuks and Remnant Sword back with difficulty. The influence also disappeared. Lin Qun let out a long sigh of relief, and suddenly felt relieved. Eskena's ability was still there, and the sun was shining on his shoulders. Lin Qun felt warm dark energy was entering Lin Qun's body through the sun and Eskena's ability. At this moment, he thought about it, and put away the Cartoon Kingdom's venue, and the unparalleled state was also lifted. Without the effect of the Cartoon Kingdom, Lin Qun's cartoon power state had already reached the limit time, and it disappeared automatically at this time. But Lin Qun still felt that his state was unbalanced. Just after he sacrificed the Zeuks and Kanjian, 3 sword ki consumed his 30 points of energy limit. Then, 2 of the sword ki were gathered by him 15 seconds ago, leaving only 1 blood-colored main sword ki, which existed for nearly a minute, and consumed 40 points of energy. In total, he lost a full 70 points of energy limit. In addition to the 100 points of energy limit temporarily deducted by the equipment, Lin Qun's energy limit reached an unprecedented low. He must immediately stop using the Zeuks and Kanjian, and get back the 100 points of energy limit. The backlash of the Zeuks and Broken Sword was indeed terrifying. No wonder characters like Deoxuan in the original novel were also backlashed by it, and made big mistakes. This sword should be used with caution. If one is not careful, he will probably be controlled by the Zeuks and Broken Sword before his energy limit is really exhausted. And if Lin Qun's energy value has not been consciously restored, and even basically at a high position far exceeding his energy limit, Lin Qun may not be able to recover so quickly now. But despite this, Lin Qun also felt that the dizziness was only an external manifestation. His state was already very dangerous. If he fought the evolver again now, even if he succeeded in killing him, he would probably lose his mind completely. The power of the Zukes and broken sword coexists with risks. However, the level increase brought by the results of this battle may also be able to smooth out the loss of these energy limits. The result is good. The power of the Zukes and broken sword was expected to be more powerful by Lin Qun. 3 sword energies killed 2 evolvers, 1 died and 1 escaped. One sword not only broke the silicon-based civilization's weapons against the evolvers, but also severely damaged their warships. In less than a minute, the battlefield was razed. Compared with such a result, the side effects of the Zukes and sword seemed to be worth it. Lin Qun was even more looking forward to it. If the Zukes and sword was combined, and the complete Zukes and sword formation was launched, what kind of scene would it be? Perhaps, he could really kill gods and Buddhas. Although Lin Qun had not reached the level of an evolver, with the Zukes and sword in hand, he could also kill evolvers. At this moment, with the removal of multiple skills, Lin Qun's consumption was reduced, his recovery speed increased, and his dizziness soon ended. Lin Qun took a deep breath and looked into the distance, the warriors of Anchor as he were bursting into thunderous cheers. Many of them didn't know what was happening, but the changes on the battlefield had already taken place. The Lin Qun civilization took the initiative to withdraw, and the fighter group of the Silicon civilization quickly withdrew from the battle, while the miscellaneous troops driven by the Shengui civilization had now become a mess. The orders from the rear were quickly passed forward. The warriors turned from defense to offense, and launched a counterattack against the miscellaneous troops, driven by the Shengui civilization evolvers. The fleet of Lin Qun civilization and the giant warships of Silicon civilization were running very fast. It was impossible to catch up with them, but the unlucky guys who were dragged by the evolutionists of Shengui civilization could not run away. The evolutionists of Shengui civilization were all dead, and they were now in disarray, waiting to be wiped out. Moreover, the human warriors here had already been bloodthirsty. They finally had the opportunity to kill the alien civilization. How could they let it go? They all rushed forward to kill, wishing not to let go of any alien civilization life. Amid the deafening shouts and killing, Anchor's American troops advanced in an integrated line and rushed forward quickly. The alien civilization's miscellaneous army became more and more defeated. As time went by, many of them had figured out why they were here, and they also remembered what had just happened, and they were all terrified. We are controlled by the top civilization. Oh my god, the 4 top civilizations joined forces, but humans killed 2 evolvers? Am I dreaming? Run. Run. Humans are coming. And what is that? Why are there super large human giants in my memory? Is that real or a fantasy? Aren't human civilizations indigenous? How can it be so terrifying? Don't think about it. Don't think about it. If you don't run, you will die. Wait, those are the Taku people. They attacked us. Fight them. These alien civilizations spoke in a mess of their own civilization's language and screamed in fear. At this moment, the look they gave to humans was no longer the look they had before, as if they were looking at moving contribution points, but a devilish look. There were also some alien civilizations that had long had grudges against each other and reluctantly came together under the mental control of the evolvers of the Shengui civilization. Now that the influence of the evolvers of the Shengui civilization was gone, they suddenly became extremely jealous of each other, running and fighting at the same time, thinking that they could run, but their opponents could not. This gave the human warriors an opportunity. They hurried forward. Missiles were fired in unison, setting off patches of fire in the alien civilization army. In an instant, large groups of alien civilization lives were blown to death. They were in a miserable state and began to regret why they stayed in the battlefield of Blue Star civilization. At this moment, a figure was flying over their heads quickly and landed on the alien civilization lives fleeing in the distance. Suddenly, a group of alien civilization lives were blown away by the airwave he raised. That was Lin Qun. At this moment, he had almost returned to normal. He landed on the battlefield, swept through thousands of troops, and harvested contribution points crazily. He didn't need too much ability. He used Eskena's ability to throw out the sun strike with one hand and held the sword of the oath of victory with the other hand. He swept the curry stick randomly and large groups of alien civilization lives were harvested. At this time, he didn't need the earth rumbling. Because these ragtag armies were fleeing in separate directions, using the earth rumble was too loud, like using a missile to kill a mosquito, and they were now dispersing, and the military was also chasing and bombing them. By the time the earth rumbled, most of them would have been killed. Therefore, Lin Qun used his own flexibility and mobility to attack, and the curry stick flashed and swept across, and an alien civilization army could be directly evaporated. This was much more efficient. And his strength almost made the soldiers behind him dumbfounded. Who is that? Why is he so powerful? For the federal soldiers in the Americas and Ankarazi areas, Lin Qun and his abilities were very unfamiliar. Lin Qun's iconic curry stick sweep, and no one recognized who he was. Even though Lin Qun had just been fighting with the alien civilization strongman, that was two different locations and a battlefield like two worlds, which made it even more difficult for these people to tell them apart. They were just shocked by the strength of this suddenly appearing human. The Ankarazi command center responded in a timely manner. Anda issued 19 orders in a row to pursue and expand the results. At this time, some of the senior officers of the Ankarazi American Federation in the back were still in a dream, muttering, "Is this true? The sons of mankind have abandoned us, thinking that we will definitely lose this battle, but that Chinese man came here and won a complete victory against 3 major enemies alone. Is this really true?" His murmur of shock was actually the thought of many people at this moment. Lin Qun's victory shocked the entire upper echelons of Ankarazi, and they believed that, as long as this news spread, not only them, but the whole world would go crazy. These are 3 evolvers. 4 top civilizations. They defeated them with one blow. Mr. Lin even killed 2 evolvers in one battle. Thomas stood on one side and said silently, "I think if Brent knew these words, he would regret his choice." Andorra completed the deployment of the frontline operations, and the last order was, "Pass the order down. Let everyone in Ankarazi know that we have won a great victory. The coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations have been defeated by us." He believed that this news would surely cause a new round of sensation and boiling in the city. It was just different from the panic last time. This time, there would be waves of jubilation and joy. In fact, many people in Ankaraji had guessed something through the sword energy that had just passed over the city of Ankaraji and the drastic changes in the rankings. At this time, news had begun to spread in the city of Ankaraji. They all thought that they might have won, but there was no official news yet. However, Anda's expression was also a little complicated. After this battle, he suddenly realized that the olive branch he had thrown to Lin Qun before was very ridiculous. Such a person, a strong man with such strength, no one in the Blue Star Federation had the ability and possibility to drive him and make him serve themselves. At that time, in Anda's eyes, Lin Qun might not be as strong as Brent, so he invited him at that time. But now, seeing Lin Qun fighting 1 against 3 and defeating the alien civilization, shaking the whole audience, he realized that Mr. Lin was more powerful than Brent, the son of civilization. The victory of the Huaxia region was by no means luck. At the same time, 70 kilometers outside Ankaraji, the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization was still exchanging fire with the human fleet. Thick smoke was also billowing from the annihilate, which was hit by multiple rounds of artillery fire. The remaining 2 captured transport ships of the Black Sheep civilization had all been sunk. On the battlefield, Chu Yaoi was walking through the group of gunboats of the Black Sheep civilization. She was holding Thor's hammer, with lightning wrapped around her body. She was a walking humanoid attack aircraft. She was not good at dealing with the warships of the Black Sheep civilization, but she could not deal with the gunboats of the Black Sheep civilization. No gunboat could withstand her hammer. She was not fighting alone. She was holding Huangqi's Heng in one hand and kept throwing him towards the enemy airship. Huangqi's Heng was very fierce and seemed to be stronger than before. The faint golden light on his body looked weak, but he could directly withstand the frontal bombardment of rockets. With the help of Chu Yao's flight and swinging, he jumped between the densely arranged Black Sheep civilization airships, like an extremely barbaric primitive man, smashing their airships with heavy fists, entering them and killing them. Those airships quickly caught fire and exploded from the inside, circling and falling. He jumped high from them, and Chu Yaowei swept past, took him up, and threw him to another position. Occasionally, a strong man from the Black Sheep civilization came forward to stop him, but he was strangled by the two of them. The cooperation was seamless, which shared a great deal of pressure on the annihilate. In the distance, the attacker warships were still firing continuously, and the Dark Civilization fleet they faced on the front was also suffering heavy losses. But suddenly, they stopped fighting and stopped entanglement, but quickly began to retreat. The answer was soon revealed. In the bridge of the annihilate. The Battle of Anchorage has a result. We have not yet established a stable connection with Anchorage, but the Black Sheep civilization evolvers and the Shengui civilization evolvers have all disappeared from the rankings. They are likely to have died in the battle. Strictly speaking, the location where the fleet is fighting is not the Anchorage area. They cannot see the rankings of the Anchorage area, but they can see the global rankings. Several evolvers are ranked at the top of the global rankings, and Lin Qun is ranked first in the human rankings. Therefore, someone has been monitoring in real time. And now, they found something wrong at the first time. This news made everyone feel unbelievable. Chen Weiyang, who was commanding, was shocked and immediately asked, "Where is Mr. Lin? Is Mr. Lin still on the rankings?" Chen Weiyang was a little nervous at this moment. The two top civilization evolvers were suspected to have been killed. This was shocking news, but he knew that now that Brent, the son of civilization in the Americas, had evacuated in advance, only Lin Qun was able to do this. And because of this, he was more worried about Lin Qun's situation. If these two evolvers are really dead, then, is Lin Qun, who killed them, okay? Mr. Lin is still there. Mr. Lin is still on the leaderboard. His total contribution points on the leaderboard are 10,000 more than the total number counted before the war. Oh my god, it's 12,000, and it's still rising rapidly. However, although the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization and the Shengui civilization are gone, the evolver of the Lin Yuan civilization, Yegus, is still there on the leaderboard. Mr. Lin is fine. Mr. Lin is very likely sweeping the battlefield. The names of those alien civilization lives are rapidly disappearing from the leaderboard. Oh my god, could it be that we won? Did Mr. Lin win? Hearing this, Chen Weiyang's body shook, and the expression on his face showed shock and ecstasy, and a hint of disbelief. He can harvest contribution points of ordinary alien civilization lives. He must have succeeded. Mr. Lin really succeeded. 1 against 3, a big victory over Anchorage. This little information was enough for Chen Weiyang to make a judgment. If Anchorage hadn't won, Lin Qun hadn't won, and the alien civilization evolvers were still there, Lin Qun wouldn't have had the chance to surpass them and harvest the contribution points of those top civilization lives. Now, Lin Qun's contribution points have soared, and the Black Sheep civilization evolvers and the Shengui civilization evolvers have disappeared from the global rankings. There is only one answer. That is the best result they dare not think of. At this moment, even Chen Weiyang couldn't believe that the battle would end so quickly, and it would end in this way. Mr. Lin rushed to the Anchorage battlefield. He was terrified. He fought with the Chinese fleet here and wanted to create opportunities. They almost replaced the entire Black Sheep civilization fleet with a shabby fleet of 4 warships. Such a glorious victory was achieved by them fighting hard. And now, Lin Qun's feedback to them has come. Their efforts have not been in vain. Their sacrifice is not in vain. They succeeded! Exclamation mark. In this battle, humans have won a great victory over Anchorage. The alien civilization coalition returned in defeat. P.S. Dear readers, please give me some monthly votes. Chapter 393. Maybe they are finished. The Black Sheep civilization ambushed troops in the Nordic region. The death of the Black Sheep civilization evolver was reported to it almost immediately. It could hardly believe its eyes. The surprise attack on the silicon-based civilization life in the Nordic region that was about to be launched was also directly stopped by it. In the bridge of its flagship, other irritable Black Sheep civilization life had already stood up angrily at that time and said, "Conspiracy. This must be a conspiracy." Other top civilizations secretly attacked. So our evolvers. Lord Kinky, what should we do now? The Lord Evolver died. Don't we have no chance? Damn it, this must be a conspiracy of the Shengui civilization. Impossible. There must be something wrong. Our Lord Evolver can never die so absurdly. It must not be dead. Our fleet in Ankara was also attacked by the Chinese human fleet, and no other top civilization has come to help our fleet so far. Some people were furious, and some people showed panic. With the Evolvers, they are the top civilizations that can compete for the final winner of the civilization battlefield, and have the opportunity to win the civilization war. But now, if their Evolvers die, then they will completely lose the possibility of winning the Blue Star civilization battlefield this time. The most important thing is that at the final stage of the civilization battlefield, where the top civilizations are competing, their situation has become precarious in an instant. Without Evolvers, how can they fight against the top powerhouses of other civilizations? The armies of other civilizations don't have to arrive. Once the powerhouses at the level of Evolvers arrive, they will definitely be defeated, and can only wait to be slaughtered. How many people and how many armies remain in the Blue Star battlefield will become wedding dresses for others, and become contribution points in the hands of others. However, facing such a situation, King Ki didn't know what to do for a while, and was in a dilemma. But at this time, another news came. The Evolver of the Shengui civilization was also killed. Moreover, the giant ship of the silicon-based civilization was almost chopped to pieces by the human powerhouse. The Evolver of the Lin Qun civilization, Yegus, fled. This result almost stunned all the lives of the Black Sheep civilization. They guessed that there might be twists and turns in this battle with humans. Each top civilization had evil intentions, and wanted to take the opportunity to harm other top civilizations, to take the top position. But no one thought that this time, the joint crusade against humans would result in their 4 top civilizations being killed by humans and fleeing. The information and pictures have been transmitted back by the scouts, deployed by the Black Sheep civilization in Ankara. Just now, they were unwilling to believe that their Evolvers were dead. But now, the picture of that human being majestic, holding up the monstrous sword energy, and sweeping in all directions has silenced the lives of every Black Sheep civilization. Looking at the human in the picture, Black Sheep civilization King Ki thought of the scene of the Battle of Daxing. It was as if it was a replay of that scene. That human soared into the sky, swept across all directions, and no one could stop the entire battlefield. That day, even King Ki felt terrified when he recalled it now. That kind of unparalleled power. It will never forget it. And now, this scene is almost reproduced. Moreover, this human is obviously more powerful than during the Battle of Daxing. The silicon-based civilization also sent messages, with multiple rounds of warnings. It seemed that they were well-intentioned, but in fact they were worried that the Black Sheep civilization would fight with them again, and they would also suffer losses. My lord, it seems this is true. Not only did our Evolver Lord die in the battle, but the Evolver of the Shengui civilization also. Oh my god, how can the power of mankind reach such a level? During the Battle of Daxing, although this human native was powerful, he was not at this level. He was not an Evolver, but he killed 2 Evolvers in a row. Did he really not cheat? At this moment, on the bridge, all the Black Sheep civilization creatures showed a panic expression on their faces that rarely appeared on the faces of the creatures of their civilization. It was panic. 2 attacks. 2 defeats. All by the same human. Who wouldn't be scared? Even the Evolvers died. 2 of them died. 3 against 1, but 2 were killed. King Ki took a deep breath. It knew that it was time to make a decision. It took a deep look at the arrogant human figure in the picture and said, let's retreat. King Ki knew that they had no chance. No matter how incredible the facts in front of them were, they had to accept them and make a decision as soon as possible. They had already lost too much and could not pay any more. Otherwise, they would have no chance in the future if there was another civilization battlefield. A failure is not terrible, but what is terrible is the loss of the foundation accumulated after so many years of hard work and the opportunity to compete for the winner. The Evolver died in the battle. With the cultural characteristics of the Black Sheep civilization that martial arts are respected, King Ki is the highest voice of this Black Sheep civilization. With its order, other Black Sheep civilization lives have no objection. The huge Black Sheep civilization fleet quickly began to retreat. Kinka's order flew back to the African land faster, informing the Black Sheep Civilization live station there to summon all members, open the space channel, and prepare to evacuate the Blue Star Civilization battlefield. At this moment, not only the Black Sheep Civilization, but also the Godly Civilization is retreating. The giant ships of the silicon-based civilization are rushing to the Nordic land where they are. They are the least damaged. They still need to think about how to act next. They did not chase the Black Sheep Civilization in turn, because now, the huge threat they have to worry about is human civilization. The communication blockade is collapsing, and the forces of the 4 top civilizations are retreating. We have found traces of the life of the Godly Civilization in a certain place in the Great Mongolia area. They have opened up a space channel to the sky and are evacuating. Our Northeast Army has begun to move closer to their position. The changes in the rankings have been confirmed. The evolutionists of the Godly Civilization and the Black Sheep Civilization have all disappeared, and they are suspected to have been killed. Mr. Lin is still on the rankings, and the total number of contribution points has increased by nearly 36,000 points compared to the original value in the past 30 minutes. Jinling General. Various news is coming in like snowflakes. However, at this stage, these news are still limited, and only a glimpse of the leopard. Because of the information blockade of the top civilizations, they could only use this method to investigate the war situation in North America thousands of kilometers away from Jinling. But since 30 minutes ago, with the evolutionists of the Black Sheep Civilization and the Divine Civilization disappearing from the rankings one after another, the situation seems to be becoming clear. Mr. Lin may have succeeded. He defeated 3 evolutionists alone. Li Zeng raised his head from the flying information and looked at the old Supreme Commander who was pacing in the headquarters. Fang Zixin on one side still had doubts and asked, could this be some method used by the alien civilization? A sleight of hand, trying to influence our judgment and deal us further damage? The staff officer on the other side said, I don't think so. Even if they want to do this, there is no need for them to restore our communications. Why? Are they trying to get us to pass on their false news to each other faster? Moreover, the ranking list cannot be fake. It represents the rules of the civilized battlefield and no one can modify it. Shan Shilling said, the changes in the ranking list are attracting everyone's attention. The news is not controllable by us, nor by alien civilizations. Everyone is watching the global ranking list, and the news has spread. However, what Liu Fang said is not unreasonable. Although the 2 evolvers have disappeared, many people in the Black Sheep Civilization and the Silicon-based civilization have also disappeared from the ranking list, but they have lost very few upper-level combat forces, and the Lin Qun civilization has even fewer. He was telling the truth. At this moment, no matter where else, in Jinling City, countless people have been talking about it, and they are all talking about the changes in the ranking list. But judging from the rankings, although the Black Sheep Civilization and the Divine and Ghostly Civilization evolvers disappeared from the rankings, the rest of their civilizations did not seem to be affected too much. Everyone was guessing. The sudden disappearance of the top masters of the 2 civilizations from the rankings clearly meant something big was happening. At this time, the Supreme Commander, the old man, paused. He had just been thinking quickly, and now he said, the information is not smooth. We can't contact Ankaraji, and we can't confirm the situation over there, but we must make a decision, as soon as possible. If we really win, and Mr. Lin not only defeats the 3 evolvers, but also can reap the lives of alien civilizations, then it must be a comprehensive victory. The so-called top civilizations, fearing that they will no longer have the strength to compete, will surely retreat and leave the Blue Star. And when they leave and return to their home planet, we will have no chance to wait for news from Ankaraji. We must seize this opportunity now and not wait any longer. We will regard Ankaraji as having won a great victory and now send troops, contact all the troops that can be contacted, attack the African land to the south, and drive out the Shenwei civilization to the north, and fight against the opponents we can reach. Kill as many Black Sheep civilization lives and Shenwei civilization lives as possible. At this time, another officer could not help but say, "Your Excellency the old Supreme Commander, if we really win a great victory in Anchorage, Mr. Lin is not dead, and the top combat evolvers of the Shengui civilization and the Black Sheep civilization are all defeated. They will no longer have the strength to fight us, so why not let them retreat naturally? We will chase them and fight them. Even if they are defeated, they are still top civilizations, and a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Aren't we increasing our own losses?" Li Zeng stood up straight without the old Supreme Commander answering this question and said, "No. What we want are contribution points. And, let them pay for their blood debt with blood." In Li Zeng's words, blood debts are only part of the factors. The most important thing is the contribution points. As high-level officials of the Huaxia Federation, they have naturally read the information in Brent's hard drive brought back by Lin Qun, and they are all very clear about the importance of contribution points, although now, as indigenous civilizations, they cannot gather contribution points. But if Anchorage really wins, the current unfavorable situation of the Blue Star civilization battlefield for humans is obviously about to be reversed directly. At that time, what humans have to think about is not how to survive on the Blue Star battlefield, but what to do in the future. The thinking of the old Supreme Commander is very advanced, and he thinks further than everyone else. If this time, humans will not perish, but can survive independently as indigenous civilizations in this round of civilization battlefields, then, according to the rules in Brent's hard drive, they will have the qualifications to become a contestant civilization, and when the next round of civilization battlefields begins, the contribution points in people's hands will be able to be gathered. The contribution points they are accumulating now are for the future. Even if it is not for the purpose of gathering contribution points for the advancement of civilization in the future, it is good for individuals to gain more contribution points and kill alien civilizations to gain more experience and upgrade. For human civilization, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. The Supreme Commander replied, "We need to be stronger. To do this, we can accept some sacrifices. This is to avoid greater sacrifices. In this battle of Blue Star civilization, human civilization has learned a bloody lesson. The weak can only be slaughtered. Only the powerful can survive." Everyone nodded, and all had no objection to the decision of the old Supreme Commander. Immediately, the order began to be deployed step by step. The Chinese side immediately began to act. Speed is of the essence. They can't wait for the information to come. By the time the information arrives, those who can run may have already run away. The old Supreme Commander looked at the complicated pictures on the central control screen in front and took a deep breath. He said in his heart, "I hope that the result of Anchora's rule will be as they judged." At the same time, at the far end of the galaxy, the Blue Star and a secret location in its star system can no longer be seen. Two dark warships are jumping out of the space jump channel. These two warships are Brent's vehicles. As a son of civilization, this is one of the gifts he has received. It was also with the help of these two spaceships and the authority of the son of civilization that he left Anchorage in the North American region ahead of time with the fire of human civilization and fled to the starry sky. However, the atmosphere in the bridge was a little depressing. Someone whispered, "This is really amazing. In such a short time, we have already flown such a long distance. If it weren't for the son of civilization, we might have been massacred by alien civilizations along with everyone on Blue Star." Yes, but I don't know what the situation on Blue Star is now. The Battle of Anchorage should have already begun, right? At this point, everyone in the bridge was silent. People instinctively looked forward. Sitting in the captain's seat was Brent. He had just entered a new jump point coordinate. In front of him was the endless galaxy. He also heard the discussions of the people behind him. The people he brought out were all his chosen people. At this time, he was silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Maybe, they are all almost finished. Don't think too much. That's not important. We have come out, so we just need to walk our own path. It's enough for us to survive, and we will continue the flame of our civilization. In the future, when the Blue Star civilization battlefield is over, the civilization battlefield will also determine that we natives are alive because of our existence, and we will be qualified to participate. At that time, we can also go to other civilization battlefields to accumulate civilization strength, and if we can still encounter these alien civilizations that have descended on our blue star, we can also take revenge. But now, we must look forward. Accept this fact, we are the last humans on the blue star. Chapter 394, Rumbling in the Sky. Brent's words were an inspiration and helped the people in his fleet to recognize the reality. Those people looked at each other with a firm look in their eyes. Some people might also think that they were guilty of leaving like this, but at this moment, as Brent said, they were gone, and the humans on Blue Star might have been defeated by the attack of the 4 top civilizations. So now, it was useless to think about these things. They had to look forward, and Brent also retracted his gaze and looked forward. When he was on Blue Star, he looked up at the galaxy more than once. He felt that the galaxy was beautiful and mysterious, and it seemed to contain infinite possibilities. But when he was really in the starry sky, even if he had a destination in his mind, he still felt like he was wrapped in some huge nothingness and emptiness, which made people feel uneasy, as if they were on the edge of the abyss. And now, Brent forced himself to suppress this feeling. He took a deep breath and began to jump. They left in a hurry and resolutely, without leaving any channel to contact Blue Star. Firstly, it was because they were really in a hurry, and if they had contact, it would be very likely that someone would follow the clues to locate them. Secondly, in Brent's view, the humans on Blue Star would definitely lose, and leaving any contact channel would be meaningless. Brent had already loaded all the things that should be taken away and needed to be taken away, and there was no nostalgia. Brent only needed to wait. As a son of civilization, as long as he waited for the Battle of Blue Star Civilization battlefield to end, the people he led would be the last civilized life of Blue Star humans and inherit the rights obtained by the indigenous survivors. And this point, which involved the son of civilization, he did not write in the message to Andorra and Lin Qun. And the Supreme Commander Old Man and others could not know that after the end of the Civilization War, if humans participated in the next round of Civilization battlefield, human civilization would obtain the relevant rights as a contestant, and they would not be given all, but would fall into the hands of the distant son of civilization, Brent. And at this moment, in the eyes of Brent and others, they have become a real lonely fleet, sailing forward without looking back. They will start their own human civilization at the other end of the galaxy. In the bridge, in the captain's seat, the light in Brent's eyes gradually changed from panic to coldness and determination. In fact, he has always been a little uneasy, not knowing whether he has made the right choice. But at this moment, he looked at the vast starry sky. He told himself, he is the son of civilization, he is the guide of that civilization. The choice he made is beneficial to civilization, and it is the right choice. His departure is for the glorious future of mankind. Whether the humans on Blue Star have been slaughtered by alien civilizations, or they have fought for a glimmer of hope in despair, it is no longer important, because he is the orthodoxy of civilization. He is the son of civilization. The humans on Blue Star, regardless of life or death, success or failure, will only become history from now on, and will be a branch of mankind. And he is the trunk of the towering tree. The life and death of the humans on Blue Star has nothing to do with him, Brent. Even if they are still alive and really fight for a way out, he will not care about them anymore. He will firmly stick to his own path and build a new human civilization on the other side of the starry sky. A civilization that belongs to him. Meanwhile, Blue Star, anchor as he battlefield. Lin Qun is rising from the ragtag army of the Shengui civilization. At this moment, the ragtag army of the Shengui civilization has been almost wiped out, and Lin Qun is rising slowly, rushing to another battlefield. Target, the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. In today's battle, Lin Qun's panel status is the best one in several decisive battles with the strong men of alien civilizations. Although his energy and dark energy attributes have been ups and downs like a roller coaster, they have never fallen to the critical value. Therefore, a bottle of potion can restore them. In addition to Eskena's ability, as the sky becomes brighter and brighter, under the cover of the bright sun, Lin Qun has continuous dark energy input, even if he does not take drugs, and the value input per second is getting higher and higher. Lin Qun thought, Eskena's ability is almost the same as Superman's sun shining. I wonder if these two abilities can complement each other, if I can draw out the genuine Superman card in the future. However, a good panel state does not mean a good actual state. Lin Qun's mind was a little fuzzy at the moment. He could feel that the hostility had not dissipated. He only used 1 minute to use the Zeuxan broken sword, but its influence had spread in Lin Qun's heart and needed time to digest. In this case, he had no problem slaughtering in the second level battlefield, but if he fought against a strong man at the level of an evolver, he might be able to kill him, but he would definitely be finished. This was also the reason why he did not chase Yegus. After fighting 3 evolvers in a row and killing 2 of them, Lin Qun's state was about to be exhausted. He was almost at his limit. He had no strength to fight against a strong man at the level of an evolver and could only chase the defeated army to slaughter. It looked very impressive, but in fact it was also strong on the outside. If Yegus came to chase him to kill, he might be able to fight back desperately, but if he chased Yegus to kill, he would probably be killed by the other party. His methods and his current state were not suitable for fighting against a strong man at the level of an evolver. Lin Qun's target was not the evolvers. Ankaragi won a great victory. The 4 top civilizations had already collapsed. The Linean civilization and the silicon-based civilization did not dare to come to fight. What he had to do was to expand the results of the war and reap the fruits of victory. The massacre of the miscellaneous army was just the beginning. He wanted to annihilate the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. Then he would go to the African land. The Black Sheep civilization had no evolvers and would definitely flee to the mainland. Lin Qun had to go there before they fled and harvest as many lives of the Black Sheep civilization as possible. Without evolvers, the Black Sheep civilization fell from the altar. Lin Qun went there and could slaughter at will. How could he miss this opportunity? Even if he was furious, Lin Qun was not going to stop. At most, he would find time to adjust himself. Otherwise, the army was fast and the legs were on the other side. The Black Sheep civilization would not wait for you to rest before killing them. As his thoughts turned, Lin Qun had already swept across the sky. Under the powerful acceleration of the Mark 15 InnoSuit, he quickly penetrated the battlefield and arrived at the battlefield where the Black Sheep civilization fleet and the Huaxia fleet were fighting. However, the battle here was almost over. The communication of the Black Sheep civilization fleet was not disturbed. When it was confirmed that their own evolvers had died in the battle, the commander of the Black Sheep civilization's second fleet here had already ordered a retreat without Kinki's order. Although its flagship was sunk by the Ineon, it did not die. The Ineon and the attacker warships were also severely damaged and were no longer able to pursue. There were still a large number of wounded on the 2 sunken modified transport ships. When Lin Qun came over, they were cleaning the battlefield. The Ineon had already sunk and landed. The attacker warship was also hit by the enemy ship and fell to a distant position with thick smoke. In a short time, it was difficult to take off. The ground forces in the rear sent multiple emergency rescue forces to support and were speeding here. Andorra was also sending people from the direction of Ankara. And masters such as Huang Qizheng, Chu Yaowei, and Zia King were patrolling in the ruins of multiple crashed Black Sheep civilization warships and gunboats, killing the Black Sheep civilization survivors who escaped the net. Most of the warships of the Black Sheep civilization are huge. Even if they are sunk, there are often many survivors inside. In addition, there are some people who use various escape devices to survive. They all need to be killed as soon as possible. When Lin Qun came through the air, his sharp roar was noticed by everyone at the first time. At this time, they had already contacted Ankaragi, and Ankaragi's results had been quickly transmitted. On the ground, and in the warships, many people saw Lin Qun coming and cheered loudly. Those soldiers raised their weapons high, and on the ground, the shouts were higher than the waves, all shouting Lin Qun's name. The people of Lucheng said excitedly, "Look, that's Mr. Lin. I have said before how powerful Mr. Lin is. This is our magic city." The people of Daxing said, "We have also fought side by side with Mr. Lin. What are you so proud of?" Even Chu Yaowei and Huang Qizheng raised their heads and looked in the direction where Lin Qun came from. Accompanied by a sonic boom, Lin Qun flew here bathed in golden sunlight. It's blinding. Huang Qizheng took a sip of wine and instinctively looked away. Chu Yaowei on the other side however, looked at this scene with a gleaming look in her eyes, lost in thought for a long time. On one side, King said, "Go up and say a few words to him." Chu Yaowei glanced at her, then looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and a brief hesitation and entanglement appeared on her usually calm face. Then she actually rose from the ground and took the initiative to come to Lin Qun. She pointed to the distance. The remnants of the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization ran in that direction. "It has been more than 10 minutes, but you should be able to catch up." Lin Qun just killed the miscellaneous troops, which took a lot of time. But at this time, Lin Qun also looked over there, thought about it, and said, "Do you want to join?" Chu Yaowei was slightly stunned, then nodded. Lin Qun looked at her and wanted to speak, but a flash of blood suddenly flashed in his eyes under the visor. He frowned and stopped talking. He just said, "Come on." Lin Qun left this sentence, accelerated suddenly, turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed into the distance. Chu Yaowei's judgment was correct. Lin Qun came here to find contribution points. The fleet of the Black Sheep civilization is the contribution points. Chu Yaowei was stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Qun asked such a question, and she agreed, but Lin Qun was so fast. Chu Yaowei judged with her naked eyes that the speed was definitely more than 5 or 6 times the speed of sound. Even if Chu Yaowei had the blessing of Thor's hammer, she could only reach 1 times the speed of sound at most. She was a little annoyed for no reason, but she quickly accelerated and rushed forward. On the ground battlefield, King frowned as she watched the scene. A voice sounded from one side. It was Tongxin who came over. She and King shook their heads together. "This Mr. Lin, has his head been beaten into a paste?" King continued to shake her head. In the distance, in the bridge of the annihilate, Chen Wiang squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei, who were going away in the sun. He took a deep breath and broadcast on all channels. "Mr. Lin has gone to pursue the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. It's time to celebrate the victory." At this moment, the cheers of victory were spreading outward from Ankara. Less than 10 minutes after the battle just ended, Andorra quickly passed the news of victory down. This information detonated the entire Ankara. Not only the survivors, but also the army and soldiers were excited. That feeling, only they understood. The 4 top civilizations were pressing in. They all thought they were going to die. But now, with a sudden turn of events, not only did they not die, but they defeated the 4 top civilizations. Such an ending would make everyone excited. A large number of survivors poured out of the shelter and rushed to the streets. However, this time, they were different from when they heard that Brent had left. None of them were frightened, but all of them were excited. People didn't know who Lin Qun was, but they knew that Liang, who ranked first in the overall human ranking, was the one who created this miraculous victory. They shouted Liang's name. Some shouted until their throats were hoarse, and some cried with their heads in their hands, crying with joy, and their voices went straight to the sky. The same was true on the battlefield ahead. The soldiers of Ankara, as he rushed forward desperately. Even if the miscellaneous troops of the Shengui civilization were swept away, they refused to stop chasing the fleet of the Lin Yuan civilization that their ground forces could not catch up with, running all the way on the desolate land. They hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. Running happily on the land. No alien civilization dared to stop them. They could revel to their heart's content. Celebrate the victory at this moment. And this news, along with the restoration of communication, spread rapidly outward with Ankara as he is the center, like an invisible wave, igniting the human world. In North America and other places, there are also many humans hiding. For various reasons, they have not been able to reach Ankara. But they know that the army of the top civilization is coming, and they dare not show up, nor dare to appear in major cities. They hide everywhere like dogs who have lost their homes, and they are anxious and uneasy, not knowing what the end will be. And now, they have learned the news through the radio and broadcast. All of them are in tears and hug each other excitedly. Some people ran out of the caves where they hid, full of the stench of excrement, but stood in the sun and shouted excitedly, using typical American curses, to abuse those alien civilizations. There are also troops from various places in other parts of North America that were killed by the Black Sheep civilization early in the morning. They are in a mess and hide in the same place. Now, they can finally return to their bases. Looking at the messy city and the scorched earth everywhere, the soldiers shouted and told their comrades who have gone far away, "We won. We won. We defeated the 4 top civilizations." However, it will take time for these news to be transmitted to farther directions. It will take time for them to reach Asia, Africa, and Northern Europe. But this will be an unprecedented wave, which will extinguish all human anxiety and bring peace and joy to the winner. At this moment, Lin Qun is still on the road. Mark 15 in O-suit first discovered the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. The number of the ragtag army of the Shengui civilization is not too large. After the death of the evolutionary of the Shengui civilization, it has directly become a state of disunity. In addition, the warriors of Ankara have already accumulated a lot of anger, and they want to vent it on these ragtag armies, and they are desperately rushing forward to kill them. These unfortunate ragtag armies died too quickly. Lin Qun slaughtered all the way, but he didn't gain too many contribution points, probably about 6,000 or 7,000. Therefore, he set his sights on the Black Sheep civilization fleet. Although the Black Sheep civilization fleet has suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Huaxia fleet, losing nearly half of its warships and airships, there are still many Black Sheep civilization lives, at least more than 20,000, and Lin Qun is unlikely to let them go. At this time, Lin Qun had taken the lead, caught up with the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization, and roared to attack. When the Black Sheep civilization creatures in the remaining warships of the Black Sheep civilization fleet saw Lin Qun coming to kill them, their faces turned pale, and they all screamed in fear. Lin Qun's attack was very simple. With the speed of Mach 50, he came directly to the top of the Black Sheep civilization fleet, and launched an earth rumble in the air. He was seriously exhausted, and it was a bit difficult for him to transform into the ancestor giant, but he still succeeded. The huge kilometer-class giant appeared directly above the head of the Black Sheep civilization fleet and fell vertically. At the same time, golden lightning struck. Lin Qun transformed into the ancestor giant directly above the heads of the remnants of the Black Sheep civilization fleet, and activated the earth rumble. Countless golden lightning fell. What the Black Sheep civilization fleet is facing at this moment is not only these golden lightnings, but also a sea of giants falling like raindrops. Giants are raining from the sky. Chapter 395. 4 levels in a row. A heroic scene was unfolding on the battlefield. Chu Yaowei, who was following closely behind Lin Qun, first saw a dazzling golden flash. A terrifying 1,000-meter giant fell from the sky. Then, there were countless giants. Each flash meant a super large giant. They descended on golden lightning, like a storm of destruction. Some golden lightning passed through the gaps in the Black Sheep civilization fleet, and those that landed on the ground, the super large giants appeared on the ground, and those that fell on the Black Sheep civilization warships. In the burning giant warships of the Black Sheep civilization, they raised their heads in horror. The terrifying giants descended with golden lightning, and appeared on their warships out of thin air. White steam rose, they trampled and tore savagely, and the warships of the Black Sheep civilization began to spin and fall. Several giants even fell from some larger burning warships. Some of them were rampant on their warships, trampling on the iconic flowing magma on the Black Sheep civilization warships, destroying them crazily. Some of them landed in a bad place, and lost their balance the moment they appeared, falling along the warships. Some of them directly hit the ground, while others stretched out their arms with all their strength, grasped the edge of the Black Sheep civilization warships, and clung to them and sank continuously. 1 or 2 would be fine, but at this moment, there were too many of them. Lin Qun directly launched a rumbling in the air, which was to bring a rain of giants falling from the sky. In the bridge of the Black Sheep civilization, countless Black Sheep civilization lives looked up in horror, their eyes reflecting the golden lightning, and the terrible giants that fell from the sky with the golden lightning. How can we resist this? Oh my god, they are coming. They are coming. They are everywhere. They are everywhere. Run, run, abandon the ship and escape. Quick. Panic, already boiling. In the past, it was the Black Sheep civilization that suppressed other civilizations, and the lives of other civilizations faced them in fear. But now, everything has changed. They are facing the boundless fear brought to them by humans. No, it's not just fear. It's destruction. The 1,000-meter class body of Lin Qun pressed down, which was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The whole sky was a sea of flames. One by one, the warships of the Black Sheep civilization fell to the ground like dumplings, with a large number of super large giants clinging to them. And those airships, although relatively better, because of their small size, were also fleeing in all directions under the impact, panicking like dogs that had lost their homes. When Chu Yaowei came here, she saw a hellish scene. In the sky, a large number of airships and the life of the Black Sheep civilization fled in panic. The sea of fire burned all the way from the sky to the ground. On the ground, the supergiants fell to the ground together with the warships of the Black Sheep civilization. The warships of the Black Sheep civilization collided violently and shattered. The supergiants were almost smashed directly, but this did not affect anything, because there were too many supergiants. On the ground, there were still a large number of giants that fell to the ground at the beginning. They were under the control of Lin Qun's thoughts and marched forward in the sea of fire. The life of the Black Sheep civilization screamed in fear. Their giant ships fell, but there were still many survivors. They ran around in panic and tried desperately to find a way to survive. But unfortunately, they soon found out in horror that there was no way to survive at all. They were surrounded by supergiants like a copper wall. They did not need to attack, they just needed to move forward step by step and crush the earth, and they would only be trampled to death alive. Even if some of the Black Sheep civilizations have extraordinary life strength and are not afraid of one or two supergiants and can even fight back, there are too many supergiants here. They come in a mighty force. The ones in front are solved, and the ones behind are directly kicked to death. For the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization here, this is an extremely desperate and horrified destruction. The humanoid faces of the supergiants one after another are as terrifying as a nightmare. They may not have dreamed that as a top civilization, their fleet would be destroyed in this way. Chu Yaowei was stunned and also took action. Although Lin Qun's move almost brought a devastating blow to the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization, there are still many fish that slipped through the net. For example, some airships of the Black Sheep civilization were lucky not to be visited by giants, and their pilots' skills were also good. At this time, they were barely still flying, desperately escaping, trying to go far away. This is what Chu Yaowei wants to solve. In addition, there are some Black Sheep civilization creatures with stronger strength. They can already fly off the ground. If their speed is not full, the supergiants can do nothing to them. This is a shortcoming of the earth rumbling, and Lin Qun has no way. Chu Yaowei has her own judgment. Without Lin Qun's reminder, she naturally knows what to do, and immediately strangles these fish that have fallen into the net. These Black Sheep civilization creatures have long been like frightened birds. Even those with strong strength can't play their best, and can only run for their lives. Chu Yaowei's strength is definitely not weak. Her talent is even more unique. She attacks from one side and kills these fish that have escaped the net. Almost no one is her enemy. The entire Black Sheep civilization's second fleet was almost wiped out by the two of them on their way to escape. Whether they were desperately fleeing, screaming in fear, and desperately begging for mercy, they were all killed without exception. There was a sea of fire everywhere until there was no living creature, except the giant and Chu Yaowei. The huge Black Sheep civilization fleet was all harvested by Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei. This scene shocked Encouragey once again. For the Chinese fleet, Lin Qun's combat power has been demonstrated many times. Although this scene is still shocking, it only makes Chen Weiyang and others in Inyuan side Mr. Lin's combat power again. The deputy captain of Inyuan side, is this the world of the strong? The Black Sheep civilization fleet that we defeated with great difficulty is now directly destroyed by Mr. Lin. No. You should say this. This is the appearance of a civilization victory won by a top-level strong man. Chen Weiyang smiled. Everyone looked at each other and showed their heartfelt joy. They have been looking forward to this victory for a long time. Especially with the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization. They fought for such a long time, but they saw that the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization was about to run away. They were also very unwilling, but the human fleet was indeed unable to catch up and could only watch. Now, Lin Qun has completely wiped out the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization, and they are also very happy in their hearts, with a kind of hearty feeling. What's more, behind this is Encouragey's great victory. They are all soldiers. From this moment, it can be seen that the overall situation of human civilization has been decided. Now that the 4 top civilizations have been defeated together, who can threaten human civilization in this round of Blue Star battlefield? As for the command center of Ankarazi, the communication has just been restored. Anda and others received the picture of Lin Qun annihilating the second fleet of the Black Sheep civilization shared by Neon, and they were dumbfounded again. Lin Qun's mighty heaven and earth roaring was too shocking. They also saw the strength of the Black Sheep civilization fleet, but they never thought that it would be smashed in this way. Someone in the command center of Ankarazi couldn't help but say, Mr. Lin from the Huaxia region, his strength is much stronger than our son of civilization Brent, right? These white commanders in the American region in the command center looked at each other and were all silent. Because at this time, they wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. This seems to be the fact. In the past, I'm a human. When Brent was active in the Americas, they already thought that Brent should be the most powerful human, because at that time Brent's strength in the Americas was indeed the best among others, so they thought that the Yang in China should be similar. After all, they knew that Brent was the son of civilization, but the Yang in China was not. Therefore, they naturally judged that no matter how powerful Lin Qun was, he should not be as powerful as Brent. But now, Lin Qun's move taught them a lesson in reality. His strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Thomas in the corner couldn't help but sigh. There are such powerful humans in this world. His sigh was also the thought in everyone's mind. But at this moment, on the battlefield ahead, Lin Qun, who was the focus of everyone's attention, actually felt a little powerless. From Ankarazi to here, the bloody battle all the way, especially the battle with the evolver level strongman, although the time was short, but every minute and every second was a huge consumption of physical and mental strength. Coupled with the influence of the Zooks and Kanji in just now, he was almost at his limit. Therefore, as soon as the battle was over, he quickly cancelled the transformation of the founding titan and switched forms. When the transformation of the founding titan ended, the rumbling also ended, and the super large giants on the ground quickly turned into billowing steam and disappeared. The flames, steam and thick smoke almost submerged the land. But around, except for Lin Qun, there were almost no living things. Even if there were, they were the lives of the Black Sheep civilization who were hiding and pretending to be dead in some hidden corner. Lin Qun had no intention of chasing after those two. After the transformation of the founding titan was cancelled, he sat on the steel plate of the wreckage of the Black Sheep civilization warship and rested, practicing the concentration technique to recover, and further clearing the influence of the broken sword of Zhu Zun. The blood in his eyes was gradually disappearing, but it never completely faded away. He wanted to go to Africa immediately, but he realized that his condition was getting worse and worse. His mental and physical strength were almost at their limits. Moreover, the more he killed, the more violent his anger became. That was the residue left after the use of the Zooks and remnant sword. If it was not cleared in time, it would breed due to Lin Qun's continued crazy killing, affecting his dark energy and mental state. After all, he was not an Iron Man. He had fought 3 evolvers in a row and fought everywhere. Even if he didn't have violent anger, he had already reached his limit. Lin Qun still followed the original plan and took a break. Otherwise, even if he rushed to Africa, he might not be able to kill anymore or become a puppet controlled by violent anger. In the distance, Chu Yaoi was approaching. While Lin Qun was resting, he looked at his personal panel while waiting for her to come. After this stop, Lin Qun's contribution points and experience points increased a lot. Killing 2 evolvers brought Lin Qun 10 million experience points. In addition to slaughtering those alien civilization armies, Lin Qun's experience points once again reached 13 million. After annihilating the fleet of the Black Sheep civilization, his contribution points reached 38,300. He is now at the top of the global human rankings, the best of all mankind. Following closely behind him is Chu Yaowei, who is now ranked 2nd in the global human rankings. Chu Yaowei's total contribution points are 35,000 contribution points. The total number of contribution points obtained by Chu Yaowei is about the same as the number of contribution points Lin Qun has now. But this number is definitely not small for almost all survivors. This is what Chu Yaowei has accumulated bit by bit along the way. Chu Yaowei is coming. Lin Qun did not draw a card, but chose to upgrade first. With 13 million experience points, Lin Qun jumped again and leveled up 4 levels in a row, from the original level 52 to level 56, 4 levels in a row. At the level of level 50, every level increases all attributes by 13 points. After 4 levels in a row, Lin Qun's all attributes directly increased by 52 points. Name, Lin Qun level 56, 190 3650 / 2,600,000, strength 385 agility, 321.3 constitution, 329 stamina. The 27th of February 265.6 right square bracket, dark energy 299.5 over 504.5 right square bracket. This round of attribute enhancements, plus the enhancements that Lin Qun has gained from using TOT, has brought his strength to 385 points. With the blessing of wearing the goddess's tears, his dark energy attribute has reached a full 500 points. With such a high amount of basic dark energy blessing, Lin Qun can now use dark energy related methods and superpowers at will without any worries. As for his energy, because the use of the Zeuxan broken sword deducted the upper limit of his energy, it was actually a little less than when he was at level 52, but the overall change was not very big. 200 points of energy attribute was still enough for Lin Qun now. He glanced at the attribute panel. At the moment, he has begun to move towards level 60. The higher the level in the civilization battlefield, the harder it is to upgrade. This is also the reason why those high level and high attribute masters in powerful civilizations often have experienced multiple civilization battlefields. It is relatively difficult to quickly upgrade to a higher level in just one civilization battlefield. If you can participate in more civilization battlefields, you may accumulate and become a top master of a civilization, or even an evolver. Of course, there is an invisible threshold between the top masters with all attributes of 999 and the evolvers, but Lin Qun has not touched it yet. What Lin Qun cares about is the new term mentioned by Yegus in the reincarnation desperate situation. This is also something he has never heard of, and there is no relevant information in Brent's hard drive. In fact, there seems to be a lot of information in Brent's hard drive, but most of it is the relevant rules of the civilization battlefield and some explanations of permissions, and there is little involvement in other things. Maybe, in the future, when their humans become contestants, they will know everything. Lin Qun raised his head. Above his head, the haze was gradually dissipating, and the billowing smoke column tilted to one side in the wind. In the light, Chu Yaowei slowly descended, looking at Lin Qun, who was sitting on the wreckage of the Black Sheep civilization warship, and said, "Are you okay?" Lin Qun nodded and shook his head. Chu Yaowei thought about it and stretched out her hand. "Then let's go." Lin Qun was stunned for a moment before he understood what she meant. He also stretched out his hand and grabbed Chu Yaowei's hand, and with her strength, let her pull him up. Chu Yaowei didn't say a word, glanced at him, and walked away. For some reason, Lin Qun didn't rush on the road anxiously. No flying, no talking. Chu Yaowei walked in front, Lin Qun walked behind, and they walked through a messy battlefield. There was smoke and debris all around. They walked in ruins and destruction. Lin Qun raised his head and wanted to say something, but when he saw the woman's back bathed in the sun, he suddenly felt that at this moment, it was very peaceful. This was not a way to recover, but it made him feel a sense of relief. So he took back the words that were on his lips, thinking that maybe he should really slow down, even if it was just for a few minutes. Therefore, he followed her. Following her closely, he walked out of the battlefield and walked towards the city far away in the wasteland. The anger in his heart gradually receded. Tranquility returned to his heart. Maybe there are indeed more urgent things, but at this moment, it seems that everything has briefly disappeared in this tranquility. Only in the deepest part of Lin Qun's eyes, there is still a lingering dim scarlet. Lin Qun took a deep breath. He knew that he had to slow down at this time. He walked closely, feeling the tranquility flowing like a stream, and adjusting his state at the same time. Walking out of the ruined battlefield, Lin Qun turned his head and looked back. Chu Yaowei stopped and looked at him. He heard him suddenly say childishly, "I promised Bai Yiming what I did. 3 evolvers came to deal with me, and I killed 2 of them, and drove 1 away." Hey, do you think I'm amazing? Chu Yaoi was stunned for a moment and did not answer Lin Qun's words, but just smiled. In the sunshine, her smile was like a spring breeze with intoxicating warmth. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and she didn't have the coldness that used to keep people away. She asked softly, "What do you want to do next?" Lin Qun followed her, silently adjusting his breath, but his eyes moved away from Chu Yao's back in front of him, looking at the far end of the world, and his eyes gradually became colder. "Go back to Ankara first. I want to adjust my state, go to Africa, and recover all my results." He knew that this moment of tranquility could only be a moment, and his battle was not over yet. Next, he had to return to Ankara as soon as possible, make a short adjustment, suppress the boiling anger, and then rush to Africa. The evolver of the Black Sheep civilization is dead, and 2 of the 3 fleets have been lost. They will definitely flee next. Compared with the Shengui civilization, which had run away with most of its personnel early, the Black Sheep civilization still had a large number of contestants on the Blue Star battlefield. After losing the battle, they had no choice but to run away quickly. Therefore, time is running out. Even if Lin Qun is in a very bad state, he must take action. First destroy the 2nd fleet of the Black Sheep civilization, and then kill to Africa. He killed the evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization, so he wanted to harvest the contribution points of the Black Sheep civilization. Moreover, the slaughter carried out by the Black Sheep civilization on the African continent was cruel and bloody. Now, it is time for them to pay the price. Among these top civilizations, the Black Sheep civilization actually has a large number of people, while the other civilizations have very few people. Modern warfare is no longer the time for human wave tactics. These top civilizations look at their huge fleets, but in fact, most of them only have their fleets. In addition to the fleets, there are very few logistics personnel and ground troops. Because their fleets, together with their top masters, are enough to slaughter everywhere, it is meaningless to bring so many people, not to mention the waste of resources. It may also become an opportunity to send contribution points to other civilizations. Therefore, compared with the Lin Yuan civilization, Lin Qun is more willing to attack the Black Sheep civilization, because the Black Sheep civilization has many people coming due to its special nature, and attacking them will also gain more contribution points. Not to mention that their evolvers have been killed by themselves. To attack them, the only risk for Lin Qun is his own state. As for the Lin Yuan civilization and the silicon-based civilization, which have evolvers and means to fight against evolvers, it is not the time for Lin Qun to take the initiative. If he takes the initiative, he will be beaten up, because he is not a true evolver after all. After listening to Lin Qun's murderous words, Chu Yao's body paused slightly. She turned her back to Lin Qun, and a look of worry appeared in her eyes, but she did not say this. She pursed her slightly dry lips and finally said, "Then I will wait for your good news." Lin Qun did not answer. He was silently practicing the concentration technique to calm his mind. Behind them, the clouds and fog in the sky dissipated. The sun was bright and shining. A beautiful day has just begun. It seems to foreshadow the era belonging to mankind will come again. Chapter 396, Card Draw. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Chu Yaoi did not follow Lin Qun back to Ankara. She returned to the location of the Yuan and other Chinese fleets. Lin Qun asked Zhu Ji and others about the situation of the attacker warship, intending to take the attacker warship to the African continent. "Mr. Lin, the engine of the attacker warship is damaged. It is estimated that it will take at least 10 hours to repair it." Zhu Ji's voice was a little low. Lin Qun said, "It doesn't matter, I will find a way myself." This time, the Chinese fleet said that there are 4 warships, but in fact there are only 2 warships. Facing the 2nd fleet of the Black Sheep civilization, it is already very good to be able to fight like this. You did a good job. The attacker warship could not be started, and Lin Qun could also use the Mark 50 to set off. It just takes some energy. Listening to Lin Qun's words, Zhu Ji's emotions fluctuated a little, and said, "Mr. Lin, you are the one. Ankara won a great victory against 3. In response, Lin Qun just smiled. He started the battle suit, flew through the air at high speed, and quickly returned to Ankara. After getting in touch with Anda, he said, "Have you contacted the Huaxia region and the movements of the Black Sheep civilization?" Their evolvers are dead. The 4 top civilizations of Ankarazi were defeated. They must be running away. Not yet. Anders said with a wry smile. The communication blockade is still there. We are still working hard to overcome it. It will take some time. Ankarazi still has no useful intelligence and has also contacted many outsiders outside the Americas. Lin Qun didn't say anything. He just said, I'll find a place to rest and then I will go to Africa. You must keep a close eye on the movements of the Lin Qun civilization. If they have any unusual movements, find a way to notify me. He informed Ender and others of the special quantum communication device used by Chen Wiang and asked him to find someone to exchange a set to ensure that, if the information is not smooth, the other party can notify him as soon as possible. Lin Qun can't leave Ankarazi for the time being. On the one hand, the fleets of the silicon-based civilization and the Lin Qun civilization have just retreated, and they may come back at any time. If Lin Qun leaves now and is discovered by them, they may come back again. At that time, Lin Qun will lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. Before they could set off, they had to wait until the fleets of Lin Qun civilization and Silicon civilization retreated to a certain distance. The distance between North America and the African continent was too far. From Ankara to the Black Sheep civilization, the distance was at least 8,000 kilometers, and the actual flight was even farther. Even if Lin Qun was traveling at the first cosmic speed, the maximum speed of Mach 50, it would take nearly 20 minutes. To cross this distance 20 minutes was enough for Lin Qun civilization to make a comeback. Even though the 4 top civilization coalition forces had just suffered a defeat and theoretically dared not fight again, the actions of alien civilizations were difficult to predict. Who knew if they would take advantage of the opportunity to attack and kill them? On the other hand, it was Lin Qun's own problem. He needed to recover. Even if he didn't deal with the evolvers, it would take time to go to the African continent to slaughter the scattered Black Sheep civilization lives. In his current state, if he really rushed at full speed, at the first cosmic speed of more than 23 times the speed of sound for 20 minutes, when he arrived at the African continent, he would be exhausted and unable to fight again, not to mention slaughtering the alien civilization lives. Not to mention, his anger was surging like a wave and needed to be suppressed urgently. Lin Qun was worried that, if he didn't suppress it, when he went to the African continent to kill people, he would be completely devoured by his anger and become a puppet controlled by him. Lin Qun's own state was the key. If he recovered, the Lin Qun civilization and the silicon-based civilization would not come back to kill him. Lin Qun couldn't chase him. The evolvers wanted to run, and he couldn't do anything about it, but counter-killing was his strong point. Whoever got ahead would suffer a big loss. At most, a group of humans would die, but the top civilizations that came back, whether they were silicon-based civilizations or Lin Qun civilizations, would pay a heavier price for it. Of course, Lin Qun's judgment was that they would not come back. The coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations had just been defeated, and the morale of the army was not to mention that Lin Qun was also the biggest threat to the evolvers. Without the confidence to kill Lin Qun, even if he left Ankarazi openly, Lin Qun civilization and silicon-based civilization would not act rashly without mature plans and response plans. War is not a joke. At this time, Lin Qun returned to the depths of Ankara city and landed on the top of an unmanned dangerous building. He then silently adjusted his breathing and adjusted his state. Below, the city of Ankara cheered, and countless people poured out. Lin Qun hid in a corner. This rest and waiting took nearly 2 hours. His state recovered a little, and he was ready to fight. At this time, news from Andorra had also arrived. Communications are recovering slowly, but we have sent out 16 reconnaissance teams and related equipment, a large number of land communication vehicles and drones. It can now be confirmed that the Lin Qun civilization fleet is still accelerating its retreat and has retreated more than 3,000 kilometers. The Silicon civilization fleet is faster and is almost back to the European region. They have no strength to fight anymore. Hearing this, Lin Qun's eyes flashed. Prepare to set off. But before setting off, Lin Qun drew a round of cards. He had more than 38,000 contribution points. He could draw cards 3 times. Drawing cards doesn't take long, and he can finish drawing before leaving. If he draws any new cards, It may help to deal with the Black Sheep civilization life. The Fairies formation was deployed. Good luck was added. Lin Qun drew a card directly. The first golden card appeared. Name, Blood Sun Pill asterisk 1 right square bracket. Type, item card grade, A level. Description, this is a mysterious immortality pill, made of countless natural treasures. Take one pill, practice the skills in seclusion to digest it, and it can improve your cultivation for 100 years. The time required to digest this pill at the current level, 240 hours. Special note 1. To take this pill, you need to be in seclusion and enter a state of concentration. Those who do not have the skill of fasting cannot use it. Interrupting the seclusion will directly affect its digestion and may cause the medicine to dissipate. Special note 2. The higher the level, the shorter the time required to digest this pill. Do you want to materialize it? Lin Qun looked at it, and his heart moved. It was another cultivation pill. Although there was only one pill, the effect was simple and crude. Taking it directly improved your cultivation for 100 years. Isn't this exactly what Lin Qun urgently needs? In the battlefield of civilization, time is tight. Where is the time to practice? He needs this kind of thing. With this Blood Sun pill, Lin Qun's swordplay skills can be improved to a higher level. Lin Qun immediately materialized it. Just like before, this pill card materialized with an exquisite porcelain bottle, inside which lay a Blood Sun pill with a medicinal fragrance. Lin Qun smelled it, and felt refreshed and different. But he quickly reacted, and hurriedly closed the lid again. Scientific knowledge told him that molecules are flowing. The medicinal fragrance that spread out might be the medicinal power that can improve his cultivation for a few days. This is very precious. How dare Lin Qun keep the lid open? At this time, the second golden card also emerged. Name, Pegasus Meteorfist. Type, skill card. Description, use this skill card to obtain the skill Pegasus Meteorfist. Load this skill and you can use Pegasus Meteorfist without training. You can send out up to 112 punches per second. 2. Asterisk current level. The strength of the punch is closely related to the user's level, the user's will, and the injection of dark energy. Special note 1. If the user reaches the evolver level or higher, this boxing technique can demonstrate the ultimate boxing speed that exceeds the speed of light and unparalleled power. Special note 2. Where is my Athena? Where is my Athena? Load. This is Pegasus Meteorfist? Isn't this a move from Saint Seiya? And this description. Is this the kind of boxing technique where you punch me once and I punch you 100 times? Looking at this emerging golden card, Lin Qun was a little dazed. However, in Saint Seiya, this move requires a long period of training before it can be used, and its power is also quite amazing. But in the card display, Lin Qun can naturally obtain this skill, as long as he uses this card, and the strength of the skill effect is closely related to Lin Qun's level. This is obviously a civilized battlefield change to the microcosm setting in Saint Seiya. What Lin Qun is a little concerned about is that it is mentioned here that the strength of the punch is not only related to the level and the injection of dark energy, but also to the user's will. As an explosive hot-blooded anime, strong will, determination and the like can make people who are not that strong show amazing power. This makes sense. As an A-level card, although its description is simple, the effect is definitely not simple. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. Maybe this time, I can try it on the lives of the Black Sheep civilization. 112 punches in 1 second. Can I kill 112 lives of the Black Sheep civilization? Just as Lin Qun's thoughts turned, the third card appeared in front of him. It was still golden. This one was an item card. Description, T-Virus. Type, item card grade, A level. Description, use this item card to obtain T-Virus asterisk 2, sunlight, antidote, asterisk 1. The T-Virus was born from a mysterious ancient virus. It is a new virus that was finally separated from the ancestral virus and the leech gene fragment. The virus is a demonic product created for the purpose of developing biological weapons, but most organisms will suffer strong side effects. Under the direct effect of the virus, the cerebral cortex will partially necrotize, the intelligence will seriously decline, and it will lack the basic element of a weapon, controllable and completely obedient to orders. the cerebral cortex of the infected person will be necrotized by the virus, and the intelligence will seriously decline. But the high energy consumption of metabolism has not decreased at all, thus generating a strong appetite and desire to attack. Individuals who are directly attacked by the virus and have blood contact, even if the individual is immune to airborne transmission, will also be infected by the virus and become T-virus infected. Special note 1. The virus is highly contagious and can infect humans and most known species in the human environment, but the effect on non-human infected people from other planets is unknown. Perhaps, after some improvements, it can become an important weapon that threatens non-human intelligent life in other worlds. Special note 2. Hey, do you want to play a game of Plants vs. Zombies? Is it materialized? T-virus. Lin Qun was a little dumbfounded. Can he still draw such a thing? This T-virus is a biochemical virus that can turn countless people into zombies. The classic zombie apocalypse in various doomsday games and novels comes from this. And now, Lin Qun actually pulled it out. A metal suitcase very similar to the one in the movie and game appeared in front of Lin Qun. There are 3 tubes of medicine inside. 2 are T-viruses, and the other is a T-virus antidote named Sunlight. Once such a thing is released, it can bring a devastating blow to anyone. This kind of blow does not even distinguish between enemies and friends. If you make a mistake, you will also suffer a devastating impact. The little thing in this box is a terrifying biochemical weapon that can set off a doomsday crisis on a planet. But Lin Qun certainly noticed the note. It is a virus that gave birth to the human world and was created for humans. It is very effective for humans and the human environment, but it is unknown for the lives of other civilizations. If you want to be effective on the lives of other civilizations, I'm afraid that it still requires certain technical transformation. After all, their environment and species are different from humans. A virus that is harmless to humans may be fatal to them, but a virus that is fatal to humans may only cause a small cold to them. This scene also appeared in the classic science fiction movie World War, where the terrifying aliens destroyed the microorganisms in the human world. This sounds a bit funny, but it makes sense. But Lin Qun is not worried about this. He can't transform these things by himself, but he is not alone. Behind him is human civilization. The T-virus is the foundation. It is the key to creating something from nothing, which is much more difficult than going from 1 to 100, 1000, and 10,000. With this foundation, isn't it easy to transform? In the Magic City, Lin Qun used the deadly weapons that threatened the Bacatans. This time, humans will really have them. Thinking of this, Lin Qun carefully put them away and put them into the Kyankan bag. Lin Qun's contribution points totaled more than 38,000. After drawing cards 3 times, he almost used them up. Without wasting a few minutes, Lin Qun stood up and prepared to leave. Communications have not yet been restored. General Anda has exchanged for a quantum communication device, which is exactly the same as Chen Weiyang's. It is not affected by conventional communication interference methods and cannot send accurate information. It can only send a location, but the contribution points of value are very expensive. But this is enough. As long as Anda sends a message to the receiver in Lin Qun's hand, Lin Qun will know that something happened to Enkarazki, and he will turn back immediately. At this moment, the Silicon Civilization Fleet and the Linyuan Civilization Fleet have withdrawn to a relatively safe position. Lin Qun has also recovered almost, and there is no need to wait. The communication between the Americas and China is still very poor. Anda has only received some news. It seems that the Chinese region has dispatched troops in advance and is ready to rush to the African continent. In fact, Lin Qun does not need to contact the Chinese region. It is enough for him to go to the African continent alone. Immediately, Lin Qun set out from Ankara, wearing the Mark 15 InnoSuit. His body turned into a flash of lightning, soaring into the sky at high speed, accelerating step by step. In the terrifying sound of sonic boom, he finally reached the speed of the first universe, turned into a meteor, and flew straight from the sky to the African continent. Lin Qun had no need to hide. He was going to attack the African continent. As long as he attacked, who would not know that he had already run to the African continent? Human communication was not smooth, but the intelligence and reconnaissance network of the top civilizations were very sound. It was meaningless to waste time hiding and moving at a low speed, but it would only waste his own time. And he could not hide at such a speed, and he would be noticed by other civilizations. Even if he was noticed, what would happen if he was killed? Lin Qun could also kill back. His current state, and the trump cards in his hand, were not suitable for pursuit. If the alien civilization evolver wanted to run, he really had no way, but he was least afraid of being attacked by others. His means of counterattack were first class. Limited civilization and silicon-based civilization have retreated, but they are still very powerful. Lin Qun and the Federation can't do anything to them for the time being, but if they dare to come back, they will die. Lin Qun is willing to take the risk, and doesn't mind catching them all in one fell swoop. Therefore, there is no need to look ahead and behind. The evolvers of the Black Sheep civilization are dead, and they are fat meat at their fingertips. Lin Qun can't let them run away. After recovering, he will rush thousands of miles and point his sword at the Black Sheep civilization. It's time for him to slaughter them. In Anchorage, many people looked up and looked at this scene in surprise. In the Anchorage command center, Ander also watched Lin Qun go away in an instant, and he also felt like he was in a dream. When did it become them who slaughtered alien civilizations? Lin Qun's combat power is surprising. This time it completely shocked both the humans in the Federation and the American region. Now that human communication has not been restored, and China cannot be contacted, Lin Qun ran to Africa alone. It is clear that he is chasing a top civilization. Such combat power and such things are the only ones in the world, and in human civilization, that can do it. Ander quietly compared in his heart. Even Brent does not have such combat power and courage. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. This Mr. Lin is indeed a strong man respected by the whole of China. Of course, the most important thing is that Brent ran away. Chapter 397 Blood debt must be paid with blood. Lin Qun started to move. His movements were discovered as soon as he started, and the information was transmitted to the fleet of Lin Yuan civilization. The commander of the fleet of Lin Yuan civilization looked directly at Yegus. Yegus did not answer immediately, but asked, has the silicon-based civilization made any moves? They were also monitoring the movements of the silicon-based civilization simultaneously. Lord Yegus, the silicon-based civilization has not made any moves either. Their giant ships were severely damaged by that human, but their mobility was not greatly affected. Now they have returned to the vicinity of the European region. With the technical strength of the silicon-based civilization, they must have known that the human had left Ankara, but we will not take action either. Yegus looked at the report presented below and said, the speed of this human is already the first cosmic speed. Even if he reaches the African region, it will only take him 20 minutes to come back. And what we want is not to kill as many humans as possible except him, but to kill him. He doesn't dare to attack us, which proves that he thinks that taking the initiative to attack may not be beneficial, but if we fight back, it will be the same if we take the initiative. As an evolver, Yegus said this, and the other Lin Yuan civilization creatures around him looked at each other and fell silent. In fact, they were also a little afraid. An indigenous civilization life, 1 against 3, and killed 2 evolvers. Who wouldn't be afraid? Even the commander of the Lin Yuan civilization fleet standing next to Yegus was a little confused, not knowing what choice to make at this moment. Even if he wanted to attack back, he was unsure in his heart. If only their civilization took action. If Yegus was also killed, and their fleet was killed again. As Yegus said, whether to attack other humans is not important now. What is important is whether the Lin group can be solved. They are in the Abyss civilization, not for contribution points, but for the opportunity to win the civilization battlefield. But at this moment, Yegus looked into the distance and suddenly said, maybe we should also think about other possibilities. At this moment, African land, Black Sheep civilization forward base. The environment here has been partially influenced and transformed by the Black Sheep civilization. Under the mountain-like black buildings, magma flows on the ground, and the high temperature and scorching heat kill all the surrounding plants. It seems like the scene of another planet. Nearly 3 months ago, the battlefield of Blue Star Civilization was opened, and the Black Sheep Civilization descended on the African land. With its powerful strength and overwhelming attitude, it destroyed the armed forces of the African Federation and other contestant civilizations here, becoming the only contestant civilization on the African land. In fact, the Federation has never been very clear about the situation here. The places where several top civilizations are entrenched were not accessible to humans before, let alone to find out clearly. But it is not difficult to find the Black Sheep Civilization here. Above the sky, the space channel connecting the two worlds is a huge signpost. As long as you approach from the air, it is difficult not to find it. The great retreat of the Black Sheep Civilization has already begun. The evolutionists died in the battle, and 2 of the 3 fleets were destroyed. This is almost a devastating blow to the Black Sheep Civilization. They have fallen from the altar of the top civilization. Limited civilization and silicon-based civilization may still have a choice, but they have no choice but to retreat and leave this planet. After the death of the Evolver, Kinky also became the highest commander here. It gave orders without hesitation, and everyone retreated. They must leave a spark for their civilization. This time, their losses were already great enough. However, the Black Sheep Civilization has deployed a huge battle in Africa, which is closely related to the characteristics of their civilization and the needs of the fleet. In Africa, there are 7 bases with more than 10,000 people, and the Black Sheep Civilization life in the core forward base has more than 60,000 people, not to mention the facilities and resources. The Black Sheep Civilization even built 2 factories in Africa to mine resources from Africa and transport them to their world. The Black Sheep Civilization has its own particularity. Their living environment is far worse than other civilizations. This can be easily seen from their warships and the conditions in the African regions affected by them. Although they can live happily in such an environment, because they were born, other resources are also indispensable with the progress of civilization. Participating in the battlefield of civilization is undoubtedly one of the most convenient ways for a planetary civilization like them to obtain the necessary materials. But because of this, their retreat is also very slow. Under Kinky's order, they opened 7 channels on the African continent respectively. It has been nearly 4 hours since the end of the Battle of Ankara, and they have not yet completed their retreat. The human ground forces in Asia are still on the way. Although they have tried their best to rush, they are limited by the vehicles. When they arrive here, we can complete the evacuation. It's just, the human Night Shadow will arrive in 10 minutes at most. The Black Sheep Civilization life was trembling to report to Kinky. When Night Shadow was mentioned, a deep fear appeared in its eyes. At this moment, this human native is almost becoming a nightmare for the Black Sheep Civilization. He was the one who fought in the Daxing War. He is still the one today. Today, he even fought 1 against 3 and killed 2 evolvers. If they were angry at Lin Qun before and wanted to avenge their shame, now they are only afraid. The news that Lin Qun is coming spread like wildfire. From top to bottom, there is already panic. The evacuation that was originally in an orderly manner is now in chaos. Upon hearing this news, the light in Kinky's eyes also condensed a little. He is coming. My lord, what should we do now? Evacuate immediately. Pass the order down. The high level ones go first, and the rest of you, figure it out yourself. Kinky left this sentence and took a step directly, rushing to his aircraft. Prepare to fly to the space channel. It has done everything it can. Important resources, warships and some talents have been evacuated in advance. Now, except for it and some Black Sheep Civilization officers and masters, the ones left here are basically not that important. If everyone can evacuate, that would be the best, but if someone is destined not to be able to leave, then naturally whoever is more beneficial to civilization, and whoever has the ability to escape will survive. The Black Sheep Civilization has always been cruel. The Battle of Daxing was still vivid in Kinky's mind, and he still can't forget it. It was a feeling of being infinitely close to death that he hadn't faced for a long time. This human powerhouse, it is definitely not his opponent. If he doesn't leave now, when will he leave? It would be best if everyone could evacuate, but if not, there is nothing that can be done. Anyway, due to the cruel planetary environment, the birth rate of the Black Sheep Civilization has always been very high, and the resources and warships have been safely evacuated. The rest can't take care of so much. King Ki is a powerful warrior, but by no means an excellent commander. His orders completely set off chaos. Some black sheep civilization beings have even begun to compete with each other for escape vehicles. The black sheep civilization beings were in a panic. Run, run quickly, the top powerhouses of humanity are coming. King Ki has all run away, hurry up. Damn. I won't leave. Do you still have the blood of the black sheep civilization? I want to avenge the master evolver. We have to stay here and fight it. In the chaos, King Ki's steps were not affected at all. Its strength and status are here. No one competes with it, and no one dares to compete with it. It just went forward, boarded its own shuttle, and took its confidants who stayed here with it to rise slowly, heading towards the space channel in the sky. The fleets and giant material transport ships of the Black Sheep civilization have basically been withdrawn. Now in the chaos, only those small and medium-sized aircrafts are flying around. Sitting in the shuttle, King Ki raised his eyes from the ground with a cold look and looked into the distance. At the end of the skyline, a line of fire has appeared in its field of vision, and it is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It knows that Lin Qun is coming. At this moment, it has flown to the top of the sky and is about to return safely. Looking at the sky and land of Blue Star, King Ki felt very uncomfortable. He never dreamed that in this battle between Blue Star civilizations, the Black Sheep civilization would face such an ending. So tragic. So sad. Without 100 years or several experiences in the battlefields of civilizations, they would never be able to return to the field of competing for the winner of the battlefield of civilizations. Their dream of spring and autumn seemed to have been cruelly punctured. Less than 3 minutes after King Ki's aircraft passed through the space channel and left, Lin Qun arrived at the largest forward base of the Black Sheep civilization in Africa. He came with anger and lightning. What he saw while flying over the cities in Africa was like the real doomsday. One city after another turned into ruins. In the cities, human corpses piled up like mountains. Africa is also a populous, but poor and weak region on Blue Star, and they have hardly formed any decent resistance to the iron hoof of the Black Sheep civilization. Some of the corpses have been dealt with by them, but they killed too many people and couldn't deal with them. In some places, the corpses have even rotted, and the stench is so strong that it can be smelled for hundreds of miles. It is almost imaginable what they did in Africa. Lin Qun flew all the way here, furious, and attacked without hesitation. He knew that the Black Sheep civilization must have started to retreat a long time ago. This was inevitable, but now that he was here, no life of the Black Sheep civilization could leave. Lin Qun's energy was affected and recovered slowly, but his dark energy recovered very quickly, especially under the influence of Eskena's ability. He was recovering in the sunlight. At this moment, before he got close, he activated the super electromagnetic cannon ability, using the terrifying dark energy to pull thunder and lightning, and attacked brazenly, directly rushing towards the space channel in the sky. Blood debts must be paid with blood. The contribution points obtained by the Black Sheep civilization from slaughtering humans. Now, pay them back with your lives. Lin Qun's super electromagnetic cannon ability was activated. He was in midair, with terrifying electric snakes lingering all over his body, wrapping him up in it, and then, as he opened his arms, countless electric lights were released from his body again. At this moment, Mark 50's nanosuits all turned blue, and terrifying lightning spread in all directions, piercing through a line of Black Sheep civilization aircraft. Their main burning warships had already left, and the ones that were still desperately trying to take off were all those small and medium-sized shuttles and escape aircraft, which were extremely fragile. They were pierced by Lin Qun in midair at will, multiple piercings, and the flames formed a line. In the sky, the aircraft of the Black Sheep civilization fell like rain. Boom boom boom. Explosions everywhere, stretching out in a stretch. On the ground, the Black Sheep civilization beings watched this scene in horror. And Lin Qun was sweeping across the sky, not letting go of any alien civilization life that wanted to take off. A sea of fire all over the sky. The aircraft of the Black Sheep civilization exploded one after another, and Lin Qun stepped on this sea of fire and fell from the sky. Before landing, he had already rolled up the wind and thunder. The thunder directly turned into a terrifying thunder giant under his feet, holding up Lin Qun's body and striding through the ground under his feet. Another application of the super electromagnetic gun. With Lin Qun's familiarity with the super electromagnetic gun's ability, he naturally couldn't use it, but he had the computing power of the Mark 15 InnoSuit, and he stepped forward, thundering. The huge thunder giant was like the god of thunder descending on the mortal world, rolling over the earth and shaking forward. Every step he took was a rolling wind and thunder, and the arc burst out like thunder, directly bombarding and smashing the surrounding Black Sheep civilization life and the buildings in their forward base. On the ground where magma flowed, a group of more grand flames rose. There were also fierce Black Sheep civilization life, rising from the ground fearlessly. They also had a little strength, and tried desperately to attack Lin Qun, who was overlooking all living things like a god on the shoulder of the thunder giant. But what greeted them was a terrifying sun. Eskina and the headshot girl's abilities were activated at the same time. Anyone who dares to attack him will only have one fate, that is, death. It is impossible to even get close to him for 100 meters, and all will be strangled. Either they will be evaporated by Eskina's power, or they will be directly killed by Lin Qun's headshot. To ordinary humans, these Black Sheep civilization lives are invincible strongmen, but at this moment, they are the ones who are slaughtered when facing Lin Qun. One-sided slaughter. In addition to those who are determined to fight Lin Qun, there are some desperate ones who dare not confront Lin Qun and shout in various ways and equipment. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. We are not combatants. Please. Don't kill us. You can't do this. We are not combatants. These Black Sheep civilization lives are the bottom of the Black Sheep civilization, coolies, and laborers. At this moment, their faces are full of fear. Some people see that they can't run away and even kneel down to Lin Qun, crying and wailing, hoping that Lin Qun can let them go. They use various loudspeakers with translation devices. Lin Qun had heard it. Even if he couldn't hear it, he had seen it. Those kneeling Black Sheep civilization lives were so obvious, how could he not see it? Lin Qun could also see that among these Black Sheep civilization lives, some were real coolies and obviously not warriors, and some were just sneaking in. Their fear of death was the same. In their eyes, Lin Qun was like an invincible god. They didn't dare to resist, and were infinitely terrified. In order to stay alive, they had disregarded everything, trembling, and even begging their enemies. But Lin Qun had no mercy on these Black Sheep civilization lives begging for mercy. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he said, "When you killed my humans, did you ever care whether the humans you killed were combatants? Why can't I kill you? It's meaningless to kneel down and beg for mercy now." There was no mercy in Lin Qun's eyes. To be kind to alien civilizations is to be cruel to oneself and one's own civilization. If you are kind to them, where can the old, weak, women and children who were brutally slaughtered by them appeal for justice? Even if they are non-combatants, did they do nothing when they came to Blue Star? Didn't they provide logistical support for their combatants to slaughter humans? No one can say that they are innocent. When these alien civilizations slaughtered humans, they never hesitated. This is the truth that Lin Qun has understood early on. From the beginning, he never thought of letting go of any life of the Black Sheep civilization. On the battlefield, whoever is strong can dominate others. The Black Sheep civilization is strong and can slaughter humans at will. And now, it's time for humans to kill them back. Lin Qun will judge them with blood. It is useless to chase those who return to their homeland. There is no contribution point or experience if they are killed. Instead, they may be locked in an alien planet, consuming a lot of time and putting the humans on the Blue Star in danger. But Lin Qun has no intention of letting go of any of the lives of the Black Sheep civilization here. Just as you slaughtered humans, I will slaughter you now. Not one will be spared. Blood debt must be paid with blood, and they must all pay the price. Lin Qun has been waiting for this day for too long. Chapter 398. Murderous Aura. Flames flowed across the land. The black mountain-like buildings at the Black Sheep civilization's forward base collapsed one after another. The thunder giant was like a god descending on the battlefield, with thunder snakes surging and rolling, piercing, and disintegrating everything in the surrounding world. A large number of Black Sheep civilization lives fled in panic, hiding here and there, but without exception, they were all shot and pierced. Whether they rose up to resist, or knelt down to beg for mercy, they all had only one end. Death. Lin Qun had no mercy. Wherever he passed, corpses were everywhere. Under the terrifying power of the Thunder Giant, many Black Sheep civilization lives were even burned to charcoal by Lin Qun. The earth was sinking. With the power of Escanor added to Lin Qun, and with the Dark Energy Recovery Potion, he could maintain the activation of the super electromagnetic cannon through crazy slaughter. The Thunder Giant trampled everywhere, and wherever he passed, there was a ruin and scorched earth behind him. In front, a group of Black Sheep civilization lives were fleeing. Among them, several Black Sheep civilization heavy machinery moved slowly, trying to fire at Lin Qun. This time, Lin Qun controlled the Thunder Giant to chase the Black Sheep civilization creatures in another direction, while he jumped down from the front and attacked with the Sword of Victory, directly sweeping away the Black Sheep civilization's ground armored forces in front. Explosions rang everywhere. Fires flew like rain. Lin Qun fell heavily to the ground. There was a raging sea of fire all around, and on the ground, there were deep marks left by the Sword of Victory. In the corner, there was a Black Sheep civilization creature that was lucky enough to survive. Only half of its body was left after the horrific attack. It stopped running and leaned against a sea of fire. Most of its remaining body was even burning. However, it seemed to ignore everything. It held the simultaneous interpretation device tightly in one hand and stared at Lin Qun. "You are not civilized. You are a bloody butcher." Lin Qun stepped forward and crushed its chest with one foot. He said, "Bullshit. What civilization do I need to kill you?" Immediately, he rose from the battlefield and released the Sword of Victory like crazy. The sword light was everywhere. Up, down, left, and right. 4 flashes directly tore apart the largest forward base of the Black Sheep civilization in the African region. The ground was cracked. The buildings of the Black Sheep civilization collapsed in the raging fire. Their magma devoured themselves in the explosion. In the sea of fire, most of the Black Sheep civilization had died tragically, being mercilessly strangled by the forest group. However, in such a large area, there were always some who slipped through the net, waiting to die in despair, or huddling on the ground, trembling, hoping that the human devil could leave as soon as possible before the fire burned them to death. Behind the forest group, the space channel of the Black Sheep civilization was converging and completely closed. The Black Sheep civilization had also given up on the people who failed to evacuate the forward base in time. Just now, the Black Sheep civilization's homeland was also terrified. "We must close the space channel. What if he kills us? We no longer have any evolvers. What should we do if he kills us in our homeland? The people below are already hopeless. Quick, quick, quick. Close the channel immediately and complete the evacuation now. We can't take care of so many people." At this moment, the Black Sheep civilization was like a frightened bird. Not only were the remaining troops on Blue Star terrified and unable to control themselves, but even its homeland had been terrified by the crazy massacre of the forest group. And this was just the beginning. Before Lin Qun finished rolling the contribution points +1, he once again took off at high speed, tearing the air in the sound of sonic boom, and advancing at high speed. His goal was the next Black Sheep civilization base. He had recorded the Black Sheep civilization several places in Africa through the space channels he had seen when he first came, and through the intelligence system of Mark 50. Even now, the Black Sheep civilization was completely closing all the space channels leading to the Blue Star battlefield. He could still find the location of the remaining troops of the Black Sheep civilization through the previous records. They had too many people, and the speed of evacuation was slow. They were also spread out on the African land. This time, they never thought that they could be killed by humans. Therefore, even now, a large number of people were abandoned here. These abandoned Black Sheep civilization lives were all crying in despair at this moment. Watching the end of the sky, Lin Qun approached with a dazzling flash of light, carrying the horrible sonic boom of the wind. The clouds rolled up and took on a cone shape. Anti-city treasure. Released directly. The golden flash of the Sword of Promise of Victory instantly connected the sky and the earth, like a bridge of flashes connecting the Milky Way and the ground. Then, this magnificent light came crashing down, tearing apart one Black Sheep civilization base after another. In some places, the Black Sheep civilization life had already given up resistance. They watched their civilization abandon them. Before Lin Qun arrived, the space channel had been completely closed. They collectively walked out of the bunkers and facilities, listening to Lin Qun's terrifying sonic boom. They knelt on the ground, crawling and crying, hoping to get a way out. They were densely packed, spreading across the desolate land of Africa. Their eyes were filled with fear, confusion, and uneasiness. They looked at Lin Qun with pleading and desire. That was the desire for life. They wanted to live. But what greeted them was the same flash as always. The sword of promise of victory in Lin Qun's hand bloomed mercilessly in an instant, sweeping the earth. No matter who they are, as long as they are aliens, surrendering and begging is meaningless. They will be killed without mercy. Lin Qun is not that noble. From the magic city to today, he has witnessed the deaths of those humans who fought desperately for their homeland and sacrificed their lives. If he is worthy of them, he will not be merciful. If he is worthy of himself, he will not let go of any contribution points. However, since these left their facilities and surrendered, Lin Qun just killed them all, without destroying the facilities of the Black Sheep civilization behind them, waiting for future humans to receive them, which is also a wealth for human civilization. In addition to these, there are some Black Sheep civilization lives who see that returning to their homes has become a luxury, so they use various methods to escape from their bases and flee to the vast African land. Lin Qun saw that there were not many of them, and he did not chase them, because at this moment, he was still on the way to attack the bases, where the Black Sheep civilization lives were densely concentrated. This is just the beginning. The second and third bases were destroyed by Lin Qun one after another. A large number of contribution points were credited, and Lin Qun's contribution points grew rapidly in thousands. 8,000 contribution points. 15,000 contribution points. 20,000 contribution points. 40,000 contribution points. Lin Qun actually saw humans. He was probably surprised. Human vitality is tenacious. Even in places occupied by the Black Sheep civilization for more than 2 months, there are still human fires. They hid in the homes that once belonged to them, watching their companions around them become fewer and fewer, and tried to survive until today. Now, they can come out again, because they saw and heard the destruction of the Black Sheep civilization. That was a scene they had imagined countless times. However, their number was very small, just a small convoy, maybe not even 100 people. Lin Qun thought at first that they were excited to follow him, but later realized that they wanted to lead him to a distant place. That was a location without a space channel. The Black Sheep civilization life kept a large number of humans here. When retreating, they were carrying out the final massacre here. However, because of panic, the massacre was not carried out smoothly. Most of the Black Sheep civilization life here ran away, leaving only a few people. They spent a lot of time arranging explosives around the place where humans were kept. It was about to explode. Lin Qun descended from the sky with thunder and lightning. This place of captivity was a huge cage. It was square and covered an area of more than 4,000 square meters. There was no shelter. The cage itself was the entire place, and it was full of humans. They were exposed to wind and rain here, and they were in a miserable state. Some of them were half-dressed, and could not even be seen as human beings. The scene here was more horrible than the several places where humans were captive that Lin Qun had seen before. There were more people, and the dead and the living were completely together here, and the stench was overwhelming. They didn't even know what was happening outside, let alone that the Black Sheep civilization had been defeated. It was not until this moment, when Lin Qun appeared in the sky, that they looked up in disbelief. Is that a human? That looks like a human. Oh my god, how could a human appear here? Could it be? In front, the remaining, crazy Black Sheep civilization life stood on a high place, holding the detonator in his hand high, roaring angrily, saying, "Back off, get out of here, leave the African land, let us go, otherwise, we will perish with you humans now." Lin Qun has not answered yet. The people in the cages burst into angry roars and shouts. Each of them is weak and sick, and their voices are weak, but together, they are equally deafening roars. Don't worry about us. Kill them. Revenge. Revenge. Revenge RRRR. The most shouting inside is revenge. That means that the vast majority of people are shouting these two words frantically, and some people are even unconscious, but they also remember the monstrous blood hatred with the Black Sheep civilization. They don't ask for their own lives, but only for the death of the Black Sheep civilization life. The Black Sheep civilization life standing on the high place also became panicked. But Lin Qun made his move at this moment. He descended from the sky at such a terrifying speed that these people could not react in time. The leading Black Sheep civilization life who was shouting to die together was killed by Lin Qun's stare. The rest of the people were still trying to grab it without knowing whether to live or die. Lin Qun gave them Pegasus Meteor Fist in return. 112 punches in 1 second. This was the first time that Lin Qun used Pegasus Meteor Fist, but he found that this skill was more useful than he imagined. When he punched, he felt very refreshed. Every punch he threw carried dark energy. This skill seemed to have energy in itself. Even if only 1 unit of dark energy was injected, the power was still terrifying. The fist and arm were rolled with a dreamy light, but because of the high speed, they were connected in a line. The 2 Black Sheep civilization lives in front were directly smashed after taking more than 10 punches from Lin Qun. The ones behind were no exception. They were beaten to death by random punches. For the last punch, Lin Qun poured 100 points of dark energy into his fist. With one punch, a meteor-like light burst out from his hand, as if with wings, whistling out, and directly hit a Black Sheep civilization life in front of him that was 7 or 8 meters away from Lin Qun. With one punch, he directly knocked it out more than 300 meters away, and its body was directly shattered. And this Black Sheep civilization life is the second most powerful among this group of Black Sheep civilization lives, except for the one who just led it. All attributes may be above 200, and it can even fly for a short time. But this is meaningless. Being killed by Lin Qun's punch. The feeling of punching and killing. Even Lin Qun felt a hearty pleasure. Damn them. In Lin Qun's eyes, blood was blazing and violent. He glanced at the people under his feet, and the next second, he continued to soar into the sky. These people don't need him to save them. The survivors behind will come to rescue them. The news that the Black Sheep civilization is finished will also spread throughout Africa. Watching this scene, watching the Black Sheep civilization lives that bullied them being killed, all these humans were in tears. And Lin Qun's killing was not over yet. He traveled across Africa, slaughtering all the way. Blood and corpses were everywhere. The lives of the Black Sheep civilization were all his enemies. Contribution points soared wildly. Lin Qun became more and more crazy as he killed, and he himself seemed to be unaware of his own state. At first, he used the sword of promised victory to slaughter, but as time went on, he began to pursue a slaughter that would make flesh and blood splash with every punch. He wanted to watch the lives of the Black Sheep civilization wail, be torn apart, and be covered in blood. The Pegasus Meteor Fist had just been acquired, and in this most direct slaughter and practice, Lin Qun applied it to perfection, and became extremely proficient. He immersed himself in it. It became a nightmare for the lives of the Black Sheep civilization. Killing until the sky was dark, his eyes were red, blood was all over his body, and his murderous aura was soaring. Even if he didn't take action, just looking at the lives of the Black Sheep civilization could scare them directly. That was the real killing spirit, not some means, but just the rage and terror that came with it. At a certain moment, he suddenly woke up. He found himself standing in the middle of the endless ruins. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood all around. The flames were raging, and the thick smoke rushed up to 100 meters in the sky. There was no living life of the Black Sheep civilization, and he just felt dry mouth and tongue, as if he still wanted to kill. What even shocked him was that his energy, which had been recovering little by little, was reduced to only 3 points at this moment, and he was unaware of it. Just now, he seemed to still think that he could kill indefinitely, and if the Black Sheep civilization had not already begun to retreat and evacuated many people, Lin Qun's number would probably be even more. Looking again, Mark 50 nano battlesuit had been on the alarm for more than 10 minutes, reminding Lin Qun that his life state was different. The rage of the Zooks and broken sword that Lin Qun had just suppressed was surging again with Lin Qun's killing, almost devouring his mind. But he had completed the massacre. Sweeping the Black Sheep civilization, he gained more than 90,000 contribution points. With the remaining contribution points, Lin Qun's total contribution points reached 100,000. He was like a fierce ghost, and wherever he went, there was murderous aura. The Mark 50 was turned red by the blood of the Black Sheep civilization. They deserved to die. Lin Qun didn't think there was anything wrong with the killing. Now that the battle was over, he took a deep breath and didn't stop. He activated the Mark 15 Inno suit and silently operated the concentration technique. He rose from the African land and rushed straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the skyline without a trace. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Yegus is coming. 10 hours after the Battle of Ankarazi and 4 hours after the Battle of Africa. With the collapse of the coalition forces of the 4 top civilizations, 2 of the 3 evolvers died and 1 escaped. The situation on the Blue Star battlefield changed dramatically in an instant. At this moment, the transmission of information to the lower levels is still relatively lagging. At this moment, Lin Qun's massacre on the African continent has not caused any waves, and the results of the Battle of Ankarazi have just been realized and spread throughout the entire Blue Star battlefield. Is this true? The natives won. That human Night Shadow won a complete victory against 3 giants alone. How is this possible? Didn't he cheat? If he cheated, he would have been executed by the rules long ago. The fact that he didn't die proves that he didn't cheat. On the contrary, I heard that the evolvers of the Shenwei civilization seemed to cheat, but there is no evidence, and they seem to have avoided the monitoring of the rules of the civilization battlefield, and their civilization has not been punished. This is probably a result that no one could have expected. We are all waiting for the 4 top civilizations to destroy humanity, and then fight each other to the death, and then we will take action to reap the benefits. We didn't expect the result to be so unexpected. Isn't this a battlefield of civilizations? Until the last moment, no one knows who will be the final winner. We don't have the strength to stay here, isn't it, for such a possibility? But now, this possibility is obviously no longer relevant to us. It seems that we have no chance. Let's evacuate quickly. The small and medium-sized alien civilizations hiding in the corners of Blue Star, lurking in search of opportunities, were all shocked. In their opinion, humans will undoubtedly lose this battle. Even if an indigenous civilization has tremendous power, who can beat the 4 top civilizations? This seems like a fantasy to everyone. But now, this scene has really happened. The small and medium-sized alien civilizations have shown their magical powers, and are trying to leave. The few alien civilizations who stayed behind were completely dumbfounded, because they could no longer leave as civilizations. They could only wait until the end of the civilization battlefield to pay contribution points to leave. Now they can't leave, even if they want to. The Black Sheep civilization and the Godly civilization began a large retreat after the Battle of Ankara. The human forces gathered in the Huaksha area had already sent out troops before the news spread. Facts have also proved that the old man's judgment was very correct. This behavior allowed them to seize the opportunity to chase after the remnants of the Godly civilization and the Black Sheep civilization. However, the Black Sheep civilization has been robbed and killed by the Lin group, and the retreating team has suffered a devastating disaster. The number of the Godly civilization is small. After the end of the African War, the Lin group was in a different state and did not go there, but only a few people in the top management of the Human Federation knew this. At this moment, with the lifting of the information blockade of the 4 top civilizations, the news spread rapidly, but the information was still lagging. At this time, most areas heard that humans had won a great victory over Ankarazi and the 4 top civilizations had fled. But this news alone was enough to surprise and delight people. One region after another, batches of humans, all listened to this news in surprise. Shocked. We won. Did I hear it wrong? We won in Ankarazi, especially those survivors gathering points on the edge. Before the war, they were not optimistic about the future under the information offensive of the top civilizations, so they became very pessimistic, and some even took extreme measures. But the result now is completely opposite to what each of them thought. Yangcheng Survivor Base. At that time, there was a lot of commotion here, and they even shouted to hand over Mr. Lin to the alien civilization. The leader was a famous and powerful survivor in Yangcheng named Li Lian. He took advantage of public opinion and panic, and did whatever he wanted in Yangcheng and its surrounding areas in the past few days. In addition, due to poor information, the military and Jinling General Command were out of reach, and he had become the local emperor in Yangcheng. He also believed in his own judgment, and believed that mankind must be finished. Therefore, in the past few days, he and his accomplices burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil. Anyone who dared to oppose him was executed by him personally. According to him and his accomplices, they just want to enjoy themselves before the human race perishes, and the alien civilization comes to Yangcheng to kill them all. And they can enjoy themselves, if they have strength, and those who have no strength can only become their fun. But now, hearing this news, Li Lion's face turned pale, and he sat down in his seat with a plop, saying, how is this possible? They actually won in Ankara. Then He looked at his accomplices, and saw the fear in each other's eyes, because with their behavior, they will soon be liquidated. In an orderly society, no one would tolerate their crimes. But now it is news that the main opponent of the entire federation is still the alien civilization life, and they are still striving to expand their victory. They still have a chance. Someone on one side said in horror, when they kill all the alien civilizations, won't they come to trouble us immediately? And that night shadow, Lin Qun, our previous slogan was to hand him over to the alien civilization to kill, but now, the so-called Laozi evolver of the alien civilization was killed by him. If he retaliates, everyone's eyes were full of fear. Li Lion listened and tried hard to stand up, but almost slipped to the ground on the stool. He was completely panicked. Lin Qun can kill even the alien civilizations, so if he kills them, isn't it no different from slaughtering dogs? What can we do? In addition to him, many similar anti-human thugs are also equally anxious and terrified at this moment. But more people are happy. From Lucheng to Jinling, from the south to the north. Whether it was the people of the Huaxia region or those who had fled from other surrounding areas, they had long been terrified by the encirclement of alien civilizations. When they heard the news of the great victory, they all cheered. Many of them did not know the deeper meaning behind this battle, but the joy of being out of danger was enough for them to cheer. They had long been tired of the days of fear. No matter where the people of the magic city in Lucheng were, they all held their chests high at this time, and the word proud seemed to be written on their faces. Because Lin Qun came from their magic city, they were proud of him. In the Jinling General Command, Li Zeng was also a little arrogant, which was rare. But he was more excited. The Supreme Commander, an old man, personally sat in the command center and said, "Tell the troops in all locations that the situation is now reversed. Look for all clues about alien civilizations. If you find any alien life, kill them without mercy. Call on survivors and local troops from all locations to join us. The time for reckoning has come. And our troops going to Africa. Mr. Lin, the battle is over, but Africa is vast, and there must be some fish that slipped through the net. I won't let any of them go." From the Jinling General Headquarters, countless orders flew out like raindrops. Without the communication blockade, the dispatch of human forces is no longer hindered. And those who are here are all high-ranking military officials, and they are very clear about the significance behind this battle. Seize the opportunity to pursue the victory, and kill all the defeated with one breath. However, at the moment, humans do not have the strength to confront the silicon-based civilization and Lin Yuan civilization head-on, and Lin Qun is in a different state, and cannot take action for the time being. The strategy for these two civilizations is still mainly stalemate, taking advantage of the situation of the battle between Ankarazi and Lin Qun in Africa to deter them. Seize the opportunity to quickly expand the results of the battle, and further concentrate their forces. Li Zeng said, this time, the coalition forces of the four top civilizations were defeated, and the top powerhouses were swept away. On the battlefield of Blue Star, our victory can be said to be half successful. Next, there are only two threats, the silicon-based civilization and Lin Yuan civilization. Shan Shilin was very optimistic and said, the four civilizations are not our opponents. What about these two already injured top civilizations? Apart from anything else, Mr. Lin is unparalleled in combat power. If their top warriors cannot defeat our top warriors, they are doomed to fail. Now we can't do anything to their two civilizations, but as long as we wait for Mr. Lin to recover and have a little more time, we will concentrate our troops and reorganize the Legion, and we may be able to kill them, like we did in the Northern Expedition against the Divine Civilization. Shan Shilling's eyes were shining when he said this. What he said was exactly what the vast majority of people were thinking at this moment. Up to this point, most of the small and medium-sized alien civilizations on the battlefield of Blue Star have voluntarily withdrawn. The only ones who can confront and directly threaten humans are these four top civilizations. However, in the Battle of Ankarazki, they were defeated together. The Black Sheep Civilization and the Divine Civilization were directly beaten to retreat. In this situation, four opponents become two, and if all four can be defeated, what's there to be afraid of the remaining two? Fang Zixin on one side said, so what if the Son of Civilization ran away? We can win without the Son of Civilization. Seeing that the battle for Blue Star is about to usher in the dawn of hope for mankind, these people have fought bloody battles all the way until now. Who is not excited? Li Zeng straightened his chest, his face radiant, as if he had defeated the three evolvers himself, and said, we in Modu never recognize Brent. Mr. Lin is the son of our civilization. He had said this before, but at that time, not many people took it seriously. But at this moment, listening to his same words, everyone felt a different feeling in their hearts. The Supreme Commander, the old man, reminded, we still have to be cautious. After all, the top civilization is the top civilization, and we are just an indigenous civilization. What if they have some means of fighting to the death? Mr. Lin is in poor condition. Although he said that he was fine, we must not fight with alien civilizations now. We must monitor these last two threats. They are very far away from China. If the Legion really wants to fight, it will be very difficult. I want to remind you that, although Mr. Lin didn't say anything, after the Battle of Ankarazki, he went to the African continent where there were no evolvers, to harvest contribution points instead of chasing the Lin Qun civilization that seemed to be close at hand. This shows that Mr. Lin's condition at that time was probably no longer able to take the initiative to fight against the evolvers. He was also in a bad state when he returned from Africa. We can see that other civilizations can also think of this. The Lin Qun civilization may take the opportunity to attack at any time. His reminder cooled down the hot atmosphere slightly and made people slightly awe-inspiring. But what the Supreme Commander said was true. The more it is now, the more cautious we must be, and we must not fall at the last step because of arrogance. Shan Shilling said, I have contacted General Andorra and made adequate preparations. Mr. Lin chose to go back to Ankara, which proves that he has thought of it. He should be incapable of attacking, but more than capable of defending. Hearing this, the Supreme Commander looked at Shan Shilling approvingly. Obviously, he approved of his analysis and said, Zio Shan is right. Now, no matter how true or false Mr. Lin seems to us and the alien civilizations, it is true that Mr. Lin killed two evolvers in a row and slaughtered the Black Sheep civilization until blood flowed like a river. Mr. Lin does not move, and the Yegas of the Lin Qun civilization will not dare to fight back. Maintaining the current confrontation, dragging it on, we are getting stronger and stronger, and Mr. Lin is recovering better and better, which is good for us, and bad for the alien civilizations. We can't be proud or impatient at this time. The others were dignified when they heard this, nodded and obeyed the order. What everyone did not say was that Lin Qun's state directly affected the current human war decision. Lin Qun can only defend but not attack. Humans cannot fight with the silicon-based civilization and the Lin Qun civilization at this stage. It is most beneficial to develop silently, wait for the opportunity, and maintain confrontation and stalemate. Another officer immediately reported, at present, the silicon-based civilization has made almost no moves. It seems that they are deploying defenses. We don't quite understand their technology. As for the Lin Qun civilization, their troops stopped in Central America a few hours ago. They seem to be opening a space crack. I don't know if they want to call for help or something. As for the situation of the Lin Qun civilization in Antarctica, it is too far away. We don't know the situation there yet. People are also a little worried about Lin Qun's condition. Li Zeng's face showed a worried look, and he said, Mr. Lin has begun to recover since the end of the African War. There is no news now, and I don't know how he is. At this time, another person hurried into the command center from outside. He is not an officer, but Renki, who is in charge of the Huaxia Spark plan, and has proposed to hand over Lin Qun at a high-level meeting. In the past period of time, he has been promoting the Spark plan, looking for and secretly establishing bases in the Huaxia region, screening the population, gathering Spark resources, and preparing for the worst outcome. Now, as the news of victory spread, Renki also put down everything on hand and hurried over to Jinling. As soon as he got off the plane, he came to the Jinling General Headquarters. With his rank, although he was not a military official, he would not encounter any obstacles to enter the Jinling General Headquarters. As soon as Renki came in, he said, "Everyone, I heard about it. It's amazing. We actually won. Where is Mr. Lin? Can we contact him? I want to apologize to him in person." Tears flashed in his eyes, and he was more excited than anyone else. Because he knew that the future of extinction of the race that he feared so much might not come again. And he wanted to apologize to Lin Qun in person for his offense at the meeting, and for his excitement and gratitude in his heart. On the side, someone joked, "Old Ren, your apology is not fast. The battle has been over for almost 10 hours. If it's later, even the daylily will be cold." Renki actually came quite fast. It takes time for information to be transmitted, not to mention that Renki was in a very remote location in order to find a secret place. It was only on the road that he learned that Lin Qun not only won a great victory in Ankarazgi, but also rushed to the African battlefield less than 3 hours after the victory in Ankarazgi and massacred the Black Sheep civilization. Renki was not annoyed, but just said, "Not only do I apologize for what happened that day, but I also want to apologize for my disrespect for him personally. I heard about the Battle of Ankarazgi. Brent escaped, but Mr. Lin stayed, fought 1 against 3, and won, and massacred the remnants of the Black Sheep civilization. Such courage, such strength, I admire from the bottom of my heart. I disrespected him in public before. I want to apologize to him in person." Renki's words made the others silent, because what he said about Lin Qun was indeed admirable. Everyone present was from the army. They had no peers who could walk all the way here on the civilized battlefield. They were all real iron-blooded soldiers. Even if they didn't say it, they admired Lin Qun very much in their hearts. The old Supreme Commander glanced at Renki and said, "You have a point. You do owe Mr. Lin an apology, but you can't contact him now." Renki frowned. What does this mean? Is Mr. Lin in trouble? No, he should be recuperating. Li Zeng said, after the war, Mr. Lin returned to Ankara and didn't see anyone. He only asked General Andorra to send us a message that he was safe and said that he was recuperating. Until now, we have not been in touch. However, what can be confirmed is that he should be fine. Hearing this, Renki breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I won't disturb him. I'll wait for him to come back and apologize to him in person." Li Zeng smiled and said, "That's good. However, I think that if you apologize to him in person like this, it will scare Mr. Lin." Renki's arrival was just a small episode. On the Chinese side, the dark night is about to pass, but this night will be a sleepless night for everyone. Although the troops sent by the Huaxia region to raid thousands of miles failed to keep up with Lin Qun's pace, they could also clean up the battlefield and kill the escaped fish of the Black Sheep civilization. There is no human being who has not held his breath for alien civilizations, and they are all waiting for this moment. In the damming area, those stationed in the northeast of China had already rushed there and had a fierce exchange of fire with the retreating remnants of the Shengui civilization, leaving behind the lives of many ordinary contestants of the Shengui civilization. Although the strong of the Shengui civilization are extremely difficult to strangle, they also have weak ones. Many of them who stay to make up the numbers are weak, and it is not that difficult to kill them. They hide, and with their unique life form, it is indeed difficult to find them, but they want to escape through the space channel, so they are naturally exposed and trapped by humans. Before they retreat, they killed almost half of the contestants. The battle is not over yet. Unlike the state of attacking from all sides in the Huaxia region, to expand the results of the war, the humans in the Americas are cleaning up the battlefield and collecting refugees and survivors. After all, they were attacked head-on by the four top civilizations and suffered heavy losses. Moreover, before the coalition forces of the four top civilizations approached Ankarazgi, they had already pacified several cities, defeated a large number of American federal troops, and caused countless humans to flee in fear. However, at this moment, information suddenly came from Ankarazgi. General Jinling, we found that after the return of the Lin Qun civilization fleet, it was quiet for a while, but now it has suddenly started to move. They seem to be preparing to retreat, and are intensifying the expansion of the space channel above their military base. Moreover, the Lin Qun civilization of Yegus left his base 20 minutes ago, and moved at high speed. It has been confirmed that Yegus' moving target is Ankarazgi. After the Lin Qun civilization retreated, the American Federation has been monitoring its movements. And now, Yegus suddenly moved, set off again, and headed straight for Ankarazgi. Chapter 400. Do you want to know the secrets of the Kingdom of God? After returning from Africa, more than 5 hours had passed since the end of the Battle of Ankarazgi. Lin Qun was in a bad state, but Ankarazgi sent news that the retreat of the Lin Qun civilization fleet stopped in Central America. At present, only the Lin Qun civilization and the silicon-based civilization were threats in the world. Lin Qun and humans were temporarily unable to take the initiative to attack, but they were not afraid of the other side. Therefore, Lin Qun did not return to China, but went straight back to Ankarazgi to recuperate and take charge. His condition needed to be restored, and it was a comprehensive recovery. But recovery is the same everywhere. During this raid, what Lin Qun did in Africa had not yet spread. In Ankarazgi, except for the top federal officials, almost no one knew what he had done. At this moment, there were still many people cleaning up the battlefield inside and outside. After this battle, Andorra and Ankarazgi's attention to Lin Qun has reached a new level. They directly met Lin Qun's requirements, and found an absolutely secluded place for Lin Qun in the messy Ankarazgi, and ensured that no one would disturb him, giving Lin Qun time and space to recuperate. Lin Qun rested for nearly 6 hours. He did not see anyone, and was isolated from the outside world. He only told Andorra that, if there was an emergency, he should let Chu Yaowei come to him. In fact, Lin Qun did not expect that he would spend so much time. His original intention was to rest, recover his physical and mental strength, completely eliminate the influence of the fierce and violent aura of the Zeux and Kanjian on him, adjust himself as soon as possible, and restore his combat power, to prevent the remaining silicon-based civilization and Lin Qun civilization from making a comeback. This is not impossible. Yegus, the evolver of Lin Qun civilization, is still alive, and although the silicon-based civilization has no evolvers, it has weapons against evolvers. For those small and medium-sized contestant civilizations, giving up the possibility of victory in the civilization battlefield was a long-standing plan, and it was nothing. But for top civilizations such as Lin Qun civilization, this was an opportunity. How could they give it up easily? Although they retreated at that time, it was unknown what they would think, and how they would deal with it after returning. But during his recuperation, Lin Qun calmed down his anger and gradually recovered his state, but he slowly entered into a state of concentration, and fell into a very mysterious state. He felt as if he was in a world of ice and fire. On one side was a world of soaring anger. Those fierce angers burned him like flames, making him hot all over, and wanting to jump up. On the other side was boundless tranquility, like the calm surface of Mirror Lake, without waves, which made people calm. Under the interweaving of the two wonderful states, Lin Qun found that not only was there no danger, but it seemed to help his practice. He originally had average talent, and relied on cheating and the rules of the civilized battlefield, to contribute points to the level of cultivation of the sword control technique. He usually took time to practice, and although he worked hard, his progress was actually very slow. But in this state, he found that his progress speed became faster, and it seemed that he could vaguely touch the door of the third level of the sword control technique. The third level of the sword control technique. That corresponds to the late stage of the key refining period. If you can reach this level, combined with the foundation building pill, then the fourth level of the sword control technique will not be fast. From the key refining period to the foundation building period, it is also a qualitative change. It is incomparable with the improvement from the early to the middle stage of the key refining period, and from the middle stage to the late stage. Thinking of this, Lin Qun's heart was pounding. But Lin Qun really didn't know how he entered this state, and didn't know what was going on, but what was certain was that it was obviously related to the use of the Zeuxan broken sword this time. But in this state, Lin Qun's achievement in 1 minute of practice is equivalent to his usual 2 minutes of practice, which is a multiple increase in the effect of practice, and he can get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, Lin Qun was afraid that if he interrupted, he would not be able to find this state next time, so he gradually turned from the recovery state to practice, and there was no time for practice. As time went by, Lin Qun found that this state was gradually broken. The peaceful side like a mirror lake expanded, compressing the existence of the fierce world, and gradually compressing it completely, and the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort gradually weakened. From the original 1 minute to 2 minutes, it gradually became 1 minute to 1.5 minutes, and then to only 1 minute and 10 seconds. Just when the fierce world was about to disappear completely, Chu Yaowei came to the door. Yegus is back. Chu Yaowei stood outside the door, knocked on the door 7 times according to Lin Qun's request, and spoke softly. This is an absolutely urgent situation. Lin Qun in the room still had a sense of care about the surroundings, and this voice was taken into his ears. He suddenly interrupted his practice, and opened his eyes. At this moment, the peaceful world in his heart completely defeated the vicious world, sweeping away the evil spirit brought by the broken sword of Zeuxan. The evil spirit was manic and unprovoked, devouring people's minds, but the power it brought, combined with Lin Qun's own sword control and concentration skills, could promote cultivation. However, at this moment, its advantages and disadvantages were also eliminated. Of course, Lin Qun also understood that the broken sword of Zeuxan had a great influence on people's minds. Even if there were some benefits in cultivation in the future, it was a drop in the bucket compared to its influence. This time he was able to return from the evil spirit of the broken sword of Zeuxan and stabilize his mind, but it might not be the case next time. He had a feeling, the more times he used the broken sword of Zeuxan, the deeper its influence on him would be, and it would gradually penetrate into his bones. At this moment, the blood color in his eyes had completely faded, and he returned to complete clarity. It was just that his energy recovery was a bit slow, and it was not at full value now, but the dark energy had been fully restored. Lin Qun's overall condition, although not reaching the peak before Ankarazhi, has recovered about 70%. If 3 evolvers come, he may only be able to run, but with 1 Yegus, he can fight in his current condition. Moreover, Lin Qun killed many black sheep civilization creatures in the battle in Africa, gained a lot of contribution points, and also gained a lot of experience, and has already upgraded. Now, Lin Qun's level and panel data are: name, Lin Qun level 58, 50,250 / 3,200,000, strength 411 agility, 347.3 constitution, 355 stamina, 103.6 over 291.6 right square bracket, dark energy, 299.5 over 560.5 right square bracket. The energy has risen again, approaching 300, and the strength attribute has exceeded 400 points. The most important thing is that the improvement of these attributes is not just as simple as a change of numbers. Lin Qun can feel the evolution brought by these attribute improvements. For example, now, even without any external force, even the air dance technique, he can fly on his own and can reach a high speed. His current physical attributes make his body stronger than steel, and even a dense missile attack cannot hurt him at all. And all of this can be achieved with Lin Qun's basic attributes without any bonus. The higher the attribute, the more incredible qualitative changes are happening to the life form. At this time, Chu Yaowei knocked on the door and told her what happened. After waiting for a while at the door, she saw the door opened and Lin Qun walked out with a sharp look in his eyes. He asked, "What's the situation?" Ankarazhi was discovered to have left the Lin Yuan civilization's South American base 20 minutes ago and is now approaching Ankarazhi at high speed, but it has not reached its maximum speed before. This is very strange. At its current speed, it will take at least 20 minutes or even longer to reach Ankarazgi. Chu Yaoi told the information truthfully, but she also frowned. Moreover, Ankarazgi has confirmed from multiple channels that it came alone without any Lin Qun civilization troops. It's okay if it doesn't bring any troops. If the evolvers want to attack, even with the technical strength of Lin Qun civilization, their fleet cannot keep up and will slow down the pace of its evolvers. Lin Qun frowned and heard the strange point. The garrison of the Lin Qun civilization fleet is located near Central America, which is the land passage connecting North and South America. It is nearly 6,000 kilometers away from us. At this speed, it only takes about an hour to cross North and South Central America, which is very fast, but it is not fast enough for the evolutionaries who are attacking. Moreover, if it comes alone, it will definitely have a way not to be discovered by us so early. At this time, Lin Qun thought of the Battle of Spring City and Yegus who suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It obviously has the ability to directly shrink the space distance, and it can also avoid human detection of it. Chu Yaoi reacted and suddenly said, "What do you mean? It may not come to fight with us. Is this possible?" Chu Yaoi was a little confused. From the beginning of the civilization battlefield to the present, humans and alien civilizations have nothing but wars. That is, wars, and there is no other possibility. If it doesn't fight, what is it for? I'll go meet it and ask the commander of Ankaragi to send me its route. I'll meet it outside Ankaragi, Lin Qun said, striding out. He was also very curious. It was only 10 hours after the Battle of Ankaragi ended. Yegus came back and showed that he was not here to fight. What was he trying to do? What was his purpose? Outside, the North American region had ushered in the night, and the temperature dropped sharply in the dark night. But the city of Ankaragi was brightly lit. In the ruins of the city that was destroyed by artillery fire, there were tents and makeshift houses everywhere. The lighting lamps set up by the military and the bonfires lit by the survivors were everywhere. Although it was a bit embarrassing, it revealed a peaceful popularity. Humans were busy collecting the fruits of war and rescuing the wounded. The survivors comforted each other or looked for lost relatives. Some survivors gathered in places where the American military was still distributing supplies. People lined up in long queues. Lin Qun was in a small hidden safe house, which was set up by the top leaders of the Americas in Ankara. It was specially provided for Lin Qun's use. A special team of soldiers was stationed outside. When they saw Lin Qun coming out, they all saluted in awe. For the sake of confidentiality, no one except the captain of this team knew who they were guarding. They were only told that it was an important figure in the Federation, who made great contributions to the fight against alien civilizations. It was not until Lin Qun switched to the Mark 15 nanosuit, rose from the ground, flew through the air at high speed, and disappeared into the wild. Then a soldier whispered, "Captain, who is this person we are guarding? When Brent gave up on us, he helped us. Guess who he is?" The captain of the team raised his head and squinted at the sky. Deep in his eyes, a look of awe and admiration emerged. When he heard his answer, the surrounding soldiers also showed surprised expressions. It turned out that the person they had been guarding here was that person. The hero who saved Ankara. Chu Yaoi came out behind Lin Qun. When she came out and looked up at the sky, Lin Qun's figure had turned into a meteor and disappeared at the end of her vision. Lin Qun's Mark 50 had been turned on. After the communication was restored, Mark 50 could successfully connect to the Ankaragi command center. At this time, Anda was uploading the calculated route of Yegus, the Lin Qun civilization evolver, to Lin Qun's display screen. Anda's voice came in and rang in Lin Qun's ears. "Mr. Lin, the location has been sent to you. Our reconnaissance aircraft and reconnaissance teams have been fully deployed. No other situation has been found yet. It seems that it is really the only one who came. Please keep in touch at any time. Once there is a situation and any support is needed, Ankaragi will fully cooperate." But according to the latest news we have obtained, the retreat of the Lin Qun civilization seems to be true. Within less than 10 minutes after Yegus set off, their troops in Central America have begun to evacuate in an all-round way. A large number of personnel are passing through the space channel. We cannot obtain intelligence in the Antarctic region for the time being, but it should not be false. The Lin Qun civilization is preparing for a full retreat. This Yegus is probably not here to fight. Maybe he wants to hold you back and buy time for the Lin Qun civilization to retreat. However, our ground forces are unable to stop their evacuation, and it's too late for us to rush over. The 2 Chinese warships have also been damaged and are unable to go. General Anda's attitude towards Lin Qun has become more respectful than before. At this time, the route has been transmitted and presented in front of Lin Qun. Yegus's path is straight and unchanged. As long as Lin Qun follows this route, he can intercept it about 800 kilometers away from Ankara. Lin Qun's speed is not too fast, but maintained at a relatively stable speed. The speed is too fast, and he can't react in time. Although the Mark 15 Nano suit can reach the first cosmic speed, unless it reaches the state of Superman. Otherwise, after reaching the first cosmic speed, the reaction speed may not be able to keep up with his own forward speed. If something happens on the way, he may not be able to react. Regardless of whether Yegus wants to delay time or not, it is an evolver after all, and Lin Qun dare not be arrogant. The speed he maintains is the speed at which he can respond to any changes at any time. The open troops of Lin Qun civilization in Central America have begun to retreat. The human forces in the Americas cannot rush over in time. Lin Qun can go, but he knows that he must first overcome Yegus. This may really be Yegus's intention, to come here in advance. At this distance, even if Lin Qun takes action, whether Yegus runs or changes homes, Lin Qun is somewhat passive, and may only watch the fleet of Lin Qun civilization withdraw. Lin Qun frowned, and another point that he could not believe was, are Yegus and Lin Qun civilization really going to give up like this? He continued to accelerate, and the distance between the 2 sides was closing rapidly. And soon, he felt the breath in the distance. Yegus, the evolver of Lin Qun civilization, had no concealment. It approached quickly from the air. Both sides were slowing down, and finally stopped at a distance of about 100 meters. This was the first time Lin Qun observed Yegus up close. Compared with the golden Lin Qun civilization life form that it showed as the embodiment of power, its real body looked more like a mysterious sculpture, standing in the sky with a sense of majesty without anger. It looked at Lin Qun and spoke first. Its voice could directly ring in Lin Qun's heart, and it was a language message that Lin Qun could understand. Human strongman, I'm not here to fight with you. I want to talk to you. This is similar to the judgment of Lin Qun and the Ankara command center. No matter from which angle, Yegus is not here to fight. But Yegus did not take action, and Lin Qun did not take action. He also wanted to see what this evolver wanted to do when he came back at this time, whether he wanted to buy time for his civilization troops to leave the Blue Star battlefield. Lin Qun is not able to speak in people's hearts now. He switched on the simultaneous interpretation device and said, then what do you want to talk about? Our Lin Qun civilization has decided to withdraw from the civilization battlefield. Our losses are not large. We have retreated unscathed this time, and there is still a chance in the next civilization war. Yegus said, and that's why I came here. I hope humans can let us go. It's a fight to the death, and neither of us will look good. Its voice rang in Lin Qun's heart, and Lin Qun was a little surprised. After hearing this, Lin Qun actually understood. Yegus's methods are not so low level. It is not here to delay time, it is here to negotiate. But after hearing these words, Lin Qun's expression suddenly became a little strange. Neither he nor the Human Federation planned to chase the Lin Qun civilization. Although the Lin Qun civilization and the silicon-based civilization were damaged, they were not fundamentally damaged. Moreover, the Lin Qun civilization had evolvers, and the silicon-based civilization had evolver-level means. With the current capabilities of Lin Qun and humans, they could take them over if they came to fight, but if they really took the initiative to attack, it would still be very troublesome. Even if they fought, they could not do it in a short time. Let's talk about the nearby. With the current strength of the American Federation, it is impossible to cross a distance of more than 6,000 kilometers to attack the base of Lin Qun civilization, not to mention that Lin Qun civilization still has a large number of people in Antarctica, and Lin Qun is also recovering. It is not mature to take the initiative to attack. The ideal plan now is to chase the Shengui civilization and other weak civilizations as much as possible, and then recover and develop a little bit before dealing with Lin Qun civilization and silicon-based civilization. After all, they are top civilizations. Even if the Ankarazi humans win, their losses are not too great. It is still very troublesome to eat them. Now it is the kingly way to take advantage of Ankarazi's victory, to seize the time, to improve and concentrate strength. But he didn't expect it. They haven't waited to make a move. Limited civilization actually gave up like this. And Yegus, he came all the way here to ask Lin Qun and the humans not to attack them when they retreat. Is there such a request? Lin Qun blinked. If the Lin civilization runs away at this time, the silicon-based civilization, I'm afraid it will have to withdraw. The civilization battlefield on Blue Star can end early. Is there such a good thing? But in fact, he wanted to say, Yegus, you worry too much. You go quickly. And if the Lin civilization is determined to run away, Lin Qun can't do anything, and it is not certain that many lives of the Lin civilization will be saved. The purpose of Yegus's initiative to come here is also completely clear. He came to negotiate and to watch Lin Qun, the top combat force of mankind. If Lin Qun does not move, no one can threaten the withdrawal of their fleet. Even if Lin Qun wants to take action, the most critical one is Yegus. If he cannot solve Yegus, it will be difficult for Lin Qun to take action against the Lin civilization behind Yegus. Apart from him, with the current human power, defense is sufficient, and attack is impossible at a distance. But Yegus also has legs and can run. In a head-on confrontation, Lin Qun has many trump cards in hand, and is not afraid. But if Yegus is determined to run, or to distance himself to change homes, Lin Qun really can't do anything to him, because the means he has to resist the evolvers are all limited. In a head-on confrontation, he has an advantage, and extending the time and distance will be disadvantageous to him. Yegus may have also seen this, so he took the initiative to come here in advance to seize an advantageous position. After all, the top civilization is the top civilization, and the evolvers are the evolvers. If the negotiation fails, it still has ways to fail. But Lin Qun understood that Yegus should have a rough judgment on this point. But Yegus didn't know Lin Qun's true state, or was worried about his fighting power, so he made this trip. After the Battle of Ankarazki, Yegus was also afraid, and didn't want to take a hard step. He wanted to try the negotiation method first. In the Battle of Ankarazki, Lin Qun fought 1 against 3 and killed 2. Who wouldn't be afraid? Even if the human army couldn't arrive, if Lin Qun arrived, if it miscalculated, and failed to delay Lin Qun, or threaten Lin Qun with a change of home, or even let Lin Qun kill it, Yegus, even if the Lin civilization could use the time difference to transport a large number of Lin civilization lives, and even let the Lin civilization lives in Antarctica withdraw all, but the Lin civilization troops on the American continent would also have to pay a certain price. But what made Lin Qun laugh and cry was that Yegus overestimated him and their human beings. Now they are more defensive than offensive. Instead of fighting with a civilization with top powerhouses, it is better to go to other weak civilizations. I didn't expect it at all. Where can I talk about this negotiation? But Lin Qun can understand it. In the Battle of Ankarazki, Lin civilization undoubtedly felt that the risk of competing with humans was too great. Instead of fighting to the death here, with their strength, it is better to take the initiative, to leave before paying too much. Anyway, there are other civilization battlefields, and they can find opportunities in other civilization battlefields. Compared with this, leaving now is the best choice for Lin civilization. Lin Qun also quickly uploaded the negotiation content to Jinling General Command and Ankarazi Command Center about Yegus's intention, and said to Yegus, "What do you mean? You want us not to attack you? Let you leave? Do you think the humans killed by you will agree?" "Will I agree?" Lin Qun recovered about 70%, and he might not be able to keep many people from Lin civilization who wanted to escape, but facing Yegus, an evolver, he was still not afraid, and his tone was also very tough. He didn't understand negotiation, but he knew that when someone came to you to negotiate, they were the weaker party, and he was the stronger party. If he didn't act tough, who would? Moreover, if you come to negotiate with me, there must be conditions and benefits. Although Lin Qun didn't want to fight the Lin civilization from the bottom of his heart, the Lin civilization didn't know it. He simply went with the flow and prepared to see what negotiation conditions the Lin Qun civilization had prepared. Get the benefits. Who wouldn't want a good thing that comes to your door? Compared with other civilizations, we landed on the sea and Antarctica, and most of the time, we were fighting against other alien civilizations. Not many humans died in our hands, but didn't many lives of our Lin Qun civilization die at the hands of humans? This is the inevitable consumption of victory. During the war, of course, it was nothing, but our Lin Qun civilization has decided to withdraw, and is no longer a threat to you. For you, me, and our respective civilizations, the battle between us is over. Besides, we have our conditions. Yegus expected Lin Qun to say this. It behaved very calmly and answered fluently, we are willing to use information as a negotiation condition. Let's call a truce. Let us retreat smoothly, and we will tell you what we know about the civilized battlefield and the kingdom of God, as well as some information about the universe outside the civilized battlefield that you absolutely don't know. Human strongman, don't you want to know the secrets of the kingdom of God in the civilized battlefield? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.